Ladies and gentlemen, if you would go ahead and grab a seat, we're going to get started right now. We're going to come back to order with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
We'll ask our city attorney, Walter Chung, to bring us out of closed session.
The council took no reportable action in closed session this afternoon.
And Councilmember O'Donnell is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
You may begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we're very honored to have Pastor Alfredo Tienda with us this evening from Temple La Hermosa. He's going to lead us in an invocation. Thank you for being with us tonight, Pastor. If you come right up here and speak into the microphone, we appreciate having you with us tonight.
The microphone's on.
In prayer. Lord Jesus, I come before your holy throne of grace, giving you thanks for the many blessings that you bestow on us and continue to bestow on us. Thank you for you are great and rich in mercy toward us. Ephesians 2:4 said, but God, who is rich in mercy, for his great love within he loved us, and that you show your exceedingly riches of your grace in your kindness toward us daily. Thank you for the financial prosperity for you have given the city of Vista. I ask you that you may prosper the work of the hands of all that live here in Vista. Also that you may give Mayor John Franklin and the city council members and the rest of the staff of the city of Vista the spirit of conservative wisdom and understanding, that they may make wise and efficient decisions to protect human rights of all races that make their habitation here. I'm also asking healing, spiritual healing for the city. In Spanish, pido que puedes prosperar el trabajo del alcalde John Franklin. Dale sabiduría y entendimiento que hacer. Y también a los miembros del concilio municipal y el resto de la ciudad de Vista, que les dé espíritu de sabiduría y entendimiento para que puedan tomar decisiones sabias y eficientes para proteger los derechos humanos de todas las razas que hacen su morada aquí. The Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord's face shine upon you and be merciful unto you. Let the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you his peace. In the almighty name of the Lord Jesus. I'm from Templo La Hermosa, Vista, California. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. Okay. Our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has a statement about some procedural items.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed on the presentation portion of the agenda only. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the city council. Now we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. And we have one presentation this evening, so I'd like to invite my council members to join me at the podium. Oh, I'm sorry, did you? Okay, so I'd like to invite the council to join me at the podium this evening. Our first proclamation is a presentation congratulating the Vista Chamber of Commerce on its 100th anniversary. Executive Director Rachel Bell will be accepting along with the board members and staff of the chamber. So if you want to come on up and join us. So the city of Vista is celebrating only its 60th year, but our Chamber of Commerce and our community really are 100 years old this year, as evidenced by the 100th anniversary of the Vista Irrigation District and the 100th anniversary of our Chamber of Commerce. We really have been a community now for 100 years. So we're proud to present this proclamation. Whereas this year, the Vista Chamber of Commerce is celebrating its 100th anniversary of its incorporation on June 6, 1923, with 18 representatives present and all agreeing to become members. Whereas the mission of the Chamber is to represent the Vista community by advocating for businesses, planning for our community's future, giving back to our nonprofits, and partnering to make Vista a sought-after place to do business, raise families, shop, dine, and play. And whereas the first Chamber of Commerce meeting was held on June 13th, 1923, where it was decided to offer a reward for the best slogan. And on August 16th, 1923, the Chamber selected the community slogan, Viva Vista. And Mr. E.A. Marsh of Vista won $20 for offering the winning slogan. On October 11, 1924, the Chamber hosted an event to celebrate the successful bond election to establish the Vista Irrigation District. The party included dancing, a band concert, and a moving picture show. On January 24, 1927, the Chamber started its big advertising campaign for the Vista February 4th call election bonds to build the Lincoln School. On November 11, 1927, at the request of the Vista Chamber of Commerce, the Marin Canyon Highway, the road between Coast Highway and South Oceanside, was renamed Vista Way by the County Board of Supervisors. And in the early 60s, the Chamber established a committee to begin the study of the area's facilities with the idea of incorporating this community, which led to the incorporation of the City of Vista on January 28, 1963. On July 18, 1961, the Chamber hosted the groundbreaking with the Chamber's golden shovel to make way for a $2.5 million flood control channel throughout Vista. The ground was broken along Buena Vista Creek behind the then post office, where the film hub is now located, where the Chamber's offices are. On February 21, 1963, Max Taylor, Vista Chamber of Commerce manager, was appointed as the Vista City Administrator. And on September 24, 1971, David Brinkley of Brinkley's Journal, a nationally televised NBC program, joined the Vista Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and said on air that Vista is one of the best places in the United States to live, which we all know to be true. And a U.S. Weather Bureau spokesperson declared that Vista's climate is the best in the world. I added that part. Oh, there's a lot more. That's a lot of good history from the Chamber. In the 1970s, Vista was named the unofficial strawberry capital due to the large, juicy strawberries grown in the region. And in July 1981, the Chamber moved into the Santa Fe Railroad Depot and rented space for $1 per year from the city. December 3, 1981, the city unanimously approved a specific plan for 672 acres of South Vista Industrial Park. Vista's Chamber of Commerce Director John Kosh advocated for the approval, saying, quote, "The development would provide more than 13,000 jobs for the area and would allow the students graduating out of our high schools and junior colleges to find jobs rather than moving out of our community." In 2006, the Chamber supported Prop L, the half-cent sales tax that helped build Vista's new Civic Center, sports park, 2 fire stations, remodel a 3rd fire station, and renovated the Moonlight Amphitheater. In 2007, the Chamber launched the Vista Magazine and featured the Shadow Ridge Golf Club. In 2009, they launched the Vista Strawberry Festival, celebrating Vista's agricultural roots. And in 2015, the Chamber acquired 127 Main Street for their office. In 2009, the Chamber hosted the first Strawberry Festival, which has grown to become one of the largest one-day festivals in the state of California. In 2011, the Vista Chamber and Vista Education Foundation hosted its first Heroes of Vista Awards Gala. In 2021, the Vista Chamber launched Velocity, the Vista Chamber podcast. And in 2021 and 2022, the Vista Chamber partnered with the City of Vista to grant more than $2 million in business grants to Vista businesses for COVID pandemic relief. Finally, whereas the dedicated effort of the Vista Chamber of Commerce has played a major role in maintaining Vista's quality of life and contributing to the economic growth in our community, now therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby recognize and congratulate the Vista Chamber of Commerce on its 100th year anniversary and look forward to another 100 years to come of service and partnership. Congratulations to all of you. And now Fred is going to take our picture. With our beautiful proclamation here.
Go.
All right, let me sneak in there with you.
Should we go in front of that?
We'll do one right
Okay.
here, and then we'll
Okay.
edge you up there. Okay, now let's come up here and
Okay.
do one.
Thank you.
Did anybody want to say anything on behalf of the chamber? Sure, please. Of course.
Yeah, 20, 30 minutes. Keep it under 40 minutes.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to the mayor and council for this recognition. We are hosting a birthday party tomorrow night at the Vistonian from 4 to 7. It's open to anyone. If you'd like more information, check out our website. But I just wanted to say briefly thank you to the Historical Society for all of those historical facts about the chamber. But one of the things that is so cool about hearing the history of the chamber, because obviously I haven't been there for the last 100 years, is all of the important things that have happened in our community. The chamber's been right there. We've been right there helping to move things along, helping to push forward our community, and that's what the chamber's all about, and that's what we're gonna do for the next 100 years and beyond. So thank you all so much for your support, and we'll see you tomorrow for a big party. Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is our consent calendar. The recommendations on our consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to to the clerk. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 11 consent items this evening. And Deputy Mayor, did you want to be recognized at this time?
I wanted to pull some items.
Okay, very good. Please.
Thank you. I would like to pull consent items C7, C8, and C11, and I move to adopt the rest of the consent calendar.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I was just going to second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda without items C7, C8, and C11. Please cast your votes. That item is adopted unanimously. And would you like to have a staff report on item C7?
I would, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sam Hassanen, our traffic engineer, will provide you with a report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sam Hassanen, City Traffic Engineer. And this item is about the update to the city's traffic calming and speed hump policies. And on the traffic calming program, we had an existing program that had a phased approach, which was sort of complex and cumbersome to follow. And the City Council had expressed concern with how the program kind of was difficult to follow by residents. So staff reviewed the program and made suggested edits for City Council review. And the edits, generally, what they do is simplify the program and give it more flexibility and make it easier to apply for staff as well as for residents to follow. And the City Council reviewed the edits on the April 6th workshop and had, I think, approved those edits at the time. And the second policy is the speed hump policy. And we have a policy that establishes criteria for the installation, criteria and procedures for the installation of speed humps. And however, speed humps have not been installed in the city for many years because of impact to emergency response and concerns from the emergency response services. However, the fire department evaluated the impact of speed humps and will now consider their installation on local and collector streets. And as we reviewed the policy, we had other suggested edits to make the policy easier to apply and evaluate for. This was also reviewed and approved by the City Council at the April 6th workshop. And this is just kind of a summary of the edits. There's quite a few of them, mostly technical items that kind of just make the screening criteria a little bit more flexible and less rigid. That concludes my report.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that this is happening. But Sam, can you go through the process? Say, I'm looking at my street and I want to approach the city and initiate this process. Can you outline what that process looks like?
So typically the process starts with a request to the city, typically comes to me either in the form of a phone call, email, more or less common letters, but mostly emails, phone calls, and that triggers an evaluation where staff will go out, take a look at the street. We also talk with the resident making requests, kind of hear their perspective on what they've been seeing over the years, when the speeding's happening, if there's traffic safety issues. We also check all of our data, of course. We collect more data on traffic volume, speeds, accidents, things like that. And we kind of just see what is appropriate for the street, depending on where the street is, what it connects to, what the volumes are. It could be as simple as installing speed limit signs, and it could be as more involved as stop signs or speed humps. I did get a request, for example, yesterday or the day before, where I spoke to the residents, explained the process, and said, a couple of options that would be available. It's either speed humps or stop sign. It's kind of a lower volume road, And the resident, as I explained the process, said, speed humps would require more properties to sign a petition versus a stop sign be more localized. And the resident opted for the stop sign option. So we're working on a map for the resident to just go out and get the petition, the signatures, and then, to go to the next step, which is traffic commission and city council approval. So the process, or the current policy, the way we're applying it, even though it's written, complicated, and now it's going to be simplified, we've been kind of applying it in a simpler way anyway, where we just really kind of tailor the solution to the situation and to what the resident, wishes.
And thank you so much. That really makes it clear. There was an issue before where the fire department would essentially have ultimate veto of a proposed speed hump. So at what point is this reviewed by the fire department? And if inappropriate, then the process stops?
So it's pretty much the first step, and that's what had happened over the years. That's consideration for speed humps didn't go beyond the initial request from a resident, and it was just stopped right there, and we looked at other alternatives. So currently, we do have 6 or 7 requests for speed humps where we have gone to the fire department in anticipation of the updated policy, which again, was reviewed by the city council at the April 6th workshop. Where we had gone in the input from the fire department, and those streets are proceeding to the next step, which is the screening criteria. So the procedure specifically for speed humps is fire department, physical screening criteria, petition, traffic commission, city council approval. So those streets, now we're going to run through those screening criteria, and if they meet, then they go on to the petition step.
So our fire department still has the ability at the very beginning to stop the process from moving forward if they deem it a situation that is not going to be good for emergency vehicles.
Yeah, and we think that's still an important step, depending on the street. Obviously, that the fire department does give their input, and not only is it just to say the straight yes or no, but also there's specific concerns. If it's an important connection, maybe they might ask, like in one of the cases in those 6 or 7 streets that we had reached out to the fire department, where they wanted the spacing to be a certain amount. They want them away from specific major driveways, things like that. So still an important step to consult with them.
Sure. And so with these applications, is there a record that is essentially kept where someone would turn in a petition and the concerns of the fire department would be written and say it didn't move forward? That would be a record that the public would have access to, or the council?
Yeah, we actually, so that's the step right after we receive the request, is we have a system where we log in every single request we get. And it's an electronic record, and we attach things to it. We make notes. So every request is documented exactly what all the communications, all the evaluation results, and so on. And that is available to the public using a public records request, or to the city council, of course.
Sure. Yeah, and one of the things that I would like to do is just to follow up to see how many petitions we received versus how many were allowed to move through the process. And something that I brought up earlier when we were having this discussion back in April was that I think it's important for folks who went through the petition process that was a lot more arduous the last iteration, and that made it all the way to the city council, or for whatever reason it wasn't passed. If we are able to reach back out, since we have those records, I think I remember one distinctly, I want to say it was like Pomelo.
Yes.
Yeah, but I want to be able to reach out to those folks and see if they, want to go through this new process again. I find that to be, just important as a customer service part of the city. Whenever we have any change that, could positively impact the movement of that petition process. And, overall, I just really want to thank you and Greg for an extraordinary job looking at traffic calming and speed humps. And, it was one of the things that I initiated. I really wanted folks in our community to have more agency in getting together with their neighbors and saying, hey, you know what, we have a problem here on this street, and the city has a process that allows us to not only voice our concerns, but move that concern through a process so that there's an outcome that makes it safer. And I will say that, transversing Apollo, that was one of the first conversations that we had about speed humps. It has drastically changed. Just adding the speed humps to the very bottom portion has really changed the environment there and made it safer for folks. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate all the hard work. And with that, I'll go ahead and move approval of this item.
Would you have a problem with taking these two resolutions as two separate votes?
Are you talking about C7 and C8?
No. C7 is two separate resolutions. One is the traffic calming program and one is the speed hump.
Right, yeah, I move the staff recommendation of both of them.
But would you be willing to divide the question?
No, not at this time. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a little bit of laryngitis, so hopefully I can be heard. Is that okay? Awesome. And hopefully I don't lose my voice. I think I'm going to be able to make it through the meeting, but it might end up being a shorter meeting because I won't be able to talk as long. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm glad that it's coming before us again. I've been speaking with neighbors throughout my community, throughout District 3, about speed humps, traffic calming, intersection management, crosswalks, sidewalks, all of those infrastructure needs. And I have to say that this new process is really well received and going to be a great thing for the community. I was talking to some neighbors on Olive and Grapevine about a stop sign that I had advocated for in that location. And even though it was, going forward with approval because I had made that direction, I went out and I spoke to the neighbors anyway because I just wanted to know what their thoughts were. I didn't want a stop sign to just show up and for them to be surprised. And they were all supportive of the stop sign. And in fact, they were like, yes, we want more attention to our streets. There has been rampant property damage from cars speeding in that area. Every single person I talked to, neighbor after neighbor after neighbor, has had experienced actual property damage because of the need for traffic calming, being able to manage what's going on in the intersections, slowing cars down, because it's a residential neighborhood. So these tools, the speed bumps, the intersection management, it's all going to help us actually enjoy living in our residential neighborhoods more. I've talked to people who've gotten their dogs killed. People have had their cars, multiple people have had their cars damaged, their cars pushed into their backyards. I've heard of people having their fences damaged multiple times, and it just gets really too close for comfort. So I love the self-determination of this process of the neighborhood being able to come together and say, we want to have a street that is safe. And now we're going to look at speed bumps on that street so that they can have that option. And I think that the petition is going to be really well received. And I don't even think we're going to have to worry about 51%. I think 100% of people are going to sign it because 100% of the people I spoke to said that that's what they wanted. So I'm excited for this process to be able to lead to safety. And thank you so much for putting so much effort into this and for hearing our feedback so that we could get to this point. And I will second your motion to approve this item.
So I'd like to offer a motion to divide the question. I'd just like the ability to vote on the two items separately, if it'd be the pleasure of the council to do so. So I'd ask if there'd be a second to divide the question. Councilmember Green?
My only question is, why do we want to divide the motion? Just speak to the reason as to why I would amend the motion.
Sure, yeah. I have concerns about the speed hump policy, and I don't support it. I'd like to vote no on that, but I'd like to vote yes on the traffic calming policy.
Okay, with that, I would second the motion to amend the motion, or I guess make a substitute motion.
Well, it's to divide the question, which would just give us the ability to vote on the first proposed resolution and then on the second proposed resolution.
Okay, so as far as the Robert's Rules of Order go, you're offering a substitute motion to her motion, stating that you want one motion voting on one half of the resolution and another motion voting on the other resolution. So it is a substitute motion, it's not an amendment, correct?
It's technically not even a substitute. It's just a motion to divide the question whenever two items could stand on their own. A motion to divide the question is in order so that each item could be voted on individually.
Is that appropriate, City Attorney?
Yes, I mean, in practice, it's basically a substitute motion for all intended, because we have been dealing with that, but it would take precedence, the procedural question takes precedence over the substantive question at this point.
Okay, so yes, I second the motion. We can vote on them individually. That way you can approve half of it.
I appreciate that. So with that, we have a motion and a second. The motion is not in order to debate. It's called to vote on immediately. So if you would, please cast your votes on the procedural motion. Okay, that item is approved. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. And can we proceed with the motion and a vote on the first resolution, the traffic calming? Okay. Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, sure. I make a motion, since this is now bifurcated, to adopt the traffic calming program.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please cast your votes. That item is adopted unanimously. Now a motion to approve the second item, the speed hump policy, would be in order.
I make a motion to adopt the speed hump policy.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. And I'm not going to belabor the point or make a lengthy discussion of it. I think I could have gone to 2/3 or to 60% on the resident petition, down from 75. Using speed humps of 4 inches on streets with limits higher than 25 miles an hour and removing the grade restrictions. There's just a lot of safety measures here in the policy that were developed by our engineering staff that I just don't agree with getting rid of. So I agree with increasing the ability for residents to be able to obtain a speed hump. But I also do have concerns because the fire department has for many years elaborated on the fact that our fire engines are the first to respond to medical emergency, and we will be slowing with every speed hump about 15 seconds the fire engines. So it's the extent to which this policy goes is the reason I don't support it. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Sure, and I just want to offer that the fire department has approved this, and so has our engineering. And you know, I feel like the city had a stranglehold on the community when it went for a long time in regards to traffic calming and speed humps. So I'm really glad we're at a place where we have a process that we're going to move forward with, where folks can have a little bit more say on safety in their own neighborhood. So again, I just want to commend engineering and our fire department for taking a second look and noticing that the data that was previously being utilized to stop this process really doesn't align with best practices. So I understand, Mayor Franklin, where you're coming from. However, this has been vetted by both departments and has been deemed acceptable. So, thanks.
Councilmember Melendez.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question regarding the procedure. When there is an area that is eligible and it's reviewed by staff and the fire department, is there an opportunity for the fire department to say, this is not an appropriate location due to response, call times, and that's obviously feedback we would want to hear, but where does the fire department's feedback come into this process?
Yeah, so it's pretty much at the beginning of the process. So before we even get to the physical screening criteria, that's the first question. And we thought that's appropriate because, we don't want to go through all the evaluations and definitely not the petition phase before, the fire department gets to give the input. So we put that right up front so that we just know.
So the fire department still has veto power on a case-by-case basis, but this policy allows for us to have greater opportunity citywide, right? They don't have veto power citywide for all speed humps, but on a case-by-case basis, the fire department will look at each situation and say, this is not appropriate. So I think that that's very fair. I also think that maybe this is more of a concern, if I'm understanding the mayor's statements, this is more of a concern about the majority of residents in the area of 51% being able to determine rather than a larger majority. And I really do believe in the self-determination of the majority of the residents. When we had a more prohibitive process, one of the neighbors I spoke to recently told me, we reached out to the city previous years ago after all of this property damage, and the city said no, the fire department wouldn't allow it. It's, we don't just do speed bumps wherever, you can't have that. And year after year, there's more property damage. So it's really just, this doesn't just come out out of nothing. People reach out to the city with grave concerns about their safety and about their property. So I would say that for me, there's not a concern about the fire department not being able to have eyes on it. They're the first ones that have eyes on it, and they do have veto power where it's not appropriate. And in the past, when it has been more prohibitive of above 51%, that has resulted in the community not being able to advocate for what they needed. So I'm going to continue to support speed bumps and support neighborhood-led traffic calming initiatives that include speed bumps as a tool because they make our streets safer. And thank you for all your work and your expertise.
Final thoughts here. I would have potentially supported a lower number than 75, but I don't, if there's 10 neighbors on the street and 5 of them want it and 5 of them don't, I just think it's too close. We have a 3/5 majority required to pass anything on our council. United States Senate requires a 60%. I'm focused on a consensus so that neighbors aren't at odds with each other. That's kind of the way I view it. And as far as the fire department, they really don't have a veto. They never have. The ultimate authority has always been with the council. This really comes down to the council was heeding that advice in years past, and it's a new council of a different opinion and less inclined to, or maybe placing less importance on, on response times than on the importance of, because it is a trade-off, right? So, Councilmember Melendez.
I just want to, I'm concerned with that comment that there's a prioritization of street safety versus response times. I think this all falls under the umbrella of safety. When there is personal, physical damage, when there is hurt, when people are speeding, that does require a response from our first responders, right? When there is an accident, it causes a need. And when we have rampant speeding through residential neighborhoods, that is a strain on our first responders. So I think that having more mitigations throughout our city to reduce crime, improve safety, improve quality of life, that actually will help us with our response times overall, because we're not having to have folks come out for preventable issues, right? They can go to those life or death issues. And so it's not a prioritization of one over the other. I think it really is about, and I understand the idea of consensus, especially when it comes to an elected decision-making body, but the people that are bringing forward these petitions are members of the public. And I think they should have a higher level of rights to self-determination than we do. We have to be under greater scrutiny for making decisions, and I support that. I think we should have, 3 out of 5, right, to approve something. But when it comes to members of the public, I think that they should have more rights to self-determination than we do, because that's their prerogative at the end of the day. So, this is a great discussion. I think ideologically, maybe there's just some differences, but I understand where you're coming from.
I'll just close with saying I'm glad that we all agreed and acted together to hire a new motor deputy so that we could proactively police speeding, because we all agree that reducing speeding is important for everyone's safety, and we all know that all of our neighbors want that. So, seeing no other, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
You know what, I have a question as pertains to speed limits. Is there a petitioning process as part of the traffic calming to reduce speed limits?
That the state and speed limits falls under state law, and then subsequent standards set in by Caltrans, the California Department of Transportation. So those rules are pretty strict. So,
has there been a legislative update to that?
yes, so it just, like the details just came out. Actually, I attended a webinar a few weeks ago.
Okay, so that's something that I would really like to agendize for another meeting. I think we need to have a critical discussion about the excessive speed limits that we have in our city, especially as we look to build out more mobility options like low-speed vehicles, neighborhood electric vehicles. City Manager, I would like to have that as a discussion with enough time for our wonderful staff to be able to collect all the information and understand exactly what the state allows for. But it just kind of, having this discussion, had me thinking about that. So I just wanted to ask about it formally. Thank you. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. No, it's not giving me the option to vote. Oh, thank you. That item is approved unanimously. I'm sorry, wait a second. You know what, forgive me, I meant to cast the no vote there, as I indicated repeatedly. So that item is approved with 4 in favor, and let the record reflect that I voted no on that item. Sorry, I got flustered with my screen not working there. And that'll bring us to item C8, our notice of availability of surplus land in the city of Vista. And we have our Homeless Services Program Manager, Jonathan Lung, to give us an update on this item. Would you like a report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jonathan Lung. I'm the Homeless Services Program Manager. This item and its 2 attached resolutions will authorize the city to declare 2 city-owned properties as surplus land and release a notification to housing sponsors designated by the California Department of Housing and Community Development and government agencies and special districts operating in the city of Vista to request to negotiate for the disposition of the properties. Both properties are located along Vista Village Drive and are undeveloped. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I wanted to just state in the public record, one, I'm extremely supportive, but I wanted to state that, it is my preference that when we pursue go through the whole Surplus Land Act, and we're trying to pursue affordable housing, that we would have a ground lease. I think it's incredibly important for the city to retain property and for us to also set aside funds so that way when the ground lease is over, we also are being diligent about needing to attend to any modifications or fixing of that property. But I think it's a great way for the city to have 2 benefits. 1, retain land for the public, and 2, have affordable housing. My second point is a question, and what percentage would be affordable if a property, if a development were pursued?
That would be at the discretion of the proposals that we'll review and score based on the affordability mix.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it would also be my preference to have 100% affordable housing that's deed restricted, and that's really good, safe housing for folks. One of the things that we have seen as we continue to advance our strategic plan to address homelessness is really the biggest gap is that folks don't have a place to live. So even folks that go through a process where there's more stability, they're housing ready, there is not a home for them on the other side. So it's just critical for us to be able to pursue a large percentage of affordable housing, and the city, it's a huge part of our strategy to actually address homelessness here in our community. So I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done to get us to this point. And with that, I move approval of staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for pulling this. I saw that you pulled it, so I want to talk about it. Now, when we put property out for the Surplus Land Act, does that basically mean, hey, we have city property, we found no use for it or a different use for it than what it's zoned for, and before we get to do what we want with it, we have to offer it to somebody else to buy? Or why is it that it's going out like this?
So we wouldn't designate land as surplus land unless we've already determined it's not necessary for city use. So at this point, we've already determined that there's no current or future use for these properties. So we're declaring it as surplus land to allow for housing sponsors and other designated parties to request to negotiate for that disposition.
Okay, and when you went over like available parklands and stuff like that, were these lots on those lists as available lots that we would be able to develop as parklands? Because I don't remember seeing these lots as like available park lots initially. So we're always looking for parkland. I mean, I know we're out there buying some right now. So to say, hey, we have extra stuff we want to just sell seems a little weird to me. I mean, I get that you want to put housing on it, but I can't necessarily put this on the market and say, this is surplus land and the only way you can buy it is if you put 100% affordable housing on it. Am I allowed to do that as a listing, as a seller? I mean, do I get to dictate those terms, or how does that work?
So as far as the parklands, I believe that was different department's presentation. But as far as what could be developed on it, it would be open to negotiation with any interested parties, and at staff and council's direction determine which is best suited for the community's needs.
But it would be, I mean, like when you presented us the park, that's a question for, I guess, Mr. Conley. Like, was it on the list of available parcels?
So these properties have been designated for housing, and that's the purpose that we've been holding them. And so, no, we did not present these as park sites, but it's at the council's discretion if they want to change that direction. That's just based on past direction that we've received from council.
Okay, so, I mean, I don't know. I know when we look at what land we have available, what exactly our needs are, and I know we have a housing need out here. I just feel like, before we put it out for sale, I mean, I don't know if you guys, maybe I'm the only one who didn't know that those two lots right there could be used for whatever we wanted to use them for as a city. And I mean, before you release authority or power over a lot to a buyer, like maybe we could do like a, I don't know, a workshop on like, hey, what would be great for that? Does the community want to have housing right there? Does the community want to have a park there? Does the community want to just say we don't have any use for it? We've all talked about it and we have no use about it. I haven't talked about it. Like there's a lot of sites that I think that could be redeveloped and turned into housing in Vista. But if we have, empty parcels in Vista that are just sitting there that are blank canvases for us, I find it hard to believe that the city couldn't find some type of use for it that could either be lucrative or be a benefit to the community. So I saw these parcels and I just assumed that they were already under contract with a developer who had a plan, but it sounds like we're not even allowed to be under contract with a developer on the property until we put it out and see who wants to buy it. And then when we get bids on it, they kind of determine what they want to do with it. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. Yeah, there's currently no contract for either properties. Again, as the city manager mentioned, those two properties were
they were designated for
council
housing before.
for affordable housing, correct.
Were they designated for housing by this council?
Yes.
This council designated those lots for housing?
It was not this exact 5 council members, no. It was
Okay,
prior
that's what I
council.
was asking. So, okay, so no, it wasn't this particular council. Okay, so like I say, I mean, I'm not into just getting rid of land. I don't want to sell land. You know, we fought over an acre of land next to the Monarch development over there, what we were going to do with it, build housing, build a park. And over there it was like, hey, let's build a park because they weren't doing enough. And I just feel like, you know, we can't both ways. I want to make sure that we really do what we're supposed to do with our land. So I personally don't want to just get rid of it. I'd like to kind of see what's out there. And before I decide I want to get rid of it, maybe speak to,
So I just want to clarify that we're not intending to get rid of it.
we'll sell it. But,
We are not intending to sell it.
okay.
We are intending to develop it with affordable housing, and that's the direction that we've received in the past. If the council wants to change that direction and look at other uses like park uses, we can have a discussion and look at that, but the direction that we received in the past was for affordable housing. So the intent is to complete this notice, then do an RFP, bring in affordable housing developer, do a land lease with that affordable housing developer, provide some money toward the deal, and build affordable housing. that
Okay,
city
so the
will
money we
manage.
get from this, we can put back into our park fund then,
Yeah, they
So,
will pay park fees,
however you
correct.
want. So they'll be paying park fees on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying from a surplus land, this surplus land gives us the best return on investment for the city by selling it for affordable housing.
The state requires that we go through this process before we can enter into a private contract to develop the property, so we're crossing the threshold the state requires of us, but the intent is to develop it as affordable housing, and that's the benefit to the community. That the
Got you.
council
And if we
finds.
change the zoning, that screws up our arena plans and things too, right?
That affects our arena, yes.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. I'm just like, hey, if we got parkland here, let's make a park. Thank you so much. I look forward to my council educating me more on this. Thank you for your time.
Another point of clarification, if I may. The declaration of these properties as surplus land does not obligate the city to develop affordable housing, just simply allows it to consider that use. So we would still retain the property and we could consider other uses even after the declaration.
Do we accept the bid from the highest? I mean, like as far as when offers come in, we see what makes us the most money or what's the most benefit, correct?
We will put an RFP out and we will bring the results of those
We
RFPs
would
back to
select.
council.
Perfect. Thank you.
We do have a member of the public that would like to speak. Joe Hood, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you. I was not aware of this issue, so just a few comments from listening to the discussion. I can't imagine having surplus land. I'm in Councilmember Green's camp here. I think an open discussion makes a lot of sense from here. Certainly, we need to have additional housing. That's not the issue. But perhaps we could trade this land for some other land that, in conjunction with existing, with other property, could allow the city to support and be part of the North County Multi-Species Conservation Plan. You know, if we got land, that's something we ought to consider, not just, you know, ignore completely. Also, we've been having, several of us, multiple conversations about pocket forests. If you've got land, I mean, that would be a wonderful climate benefit. So these are having a discussion, a further discussion about what to do with the land before making a decision makes a lot of sense. I would urge you to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. City manager spoke to my point that this is a legal requirement. Is that right? So through the state of California, if we have land that we, you know, there's lots of reasons why we might not use land that the city owns. It could be because it would be too costly for us to develop on our own. It could be because we just don't have the use, you know, we don't need it, right? We'd rather get the benefit of selling it. But I really agree with Deputy Mayor that if we could have a lease agreement for affordable housing development, then we would be able to, you know, it's not just in the next 10 years, right? It's in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years. being able to know that the city has land that we could utilize for the public benefit. And the Surplus Land Act does benefit, it doesn't benefit the public in every single way. It is a requirement, but if we could find a way to hold that land as our own for a longer period of time, forever, in perpetuity, then that would be ideal. Because the Surplus Land Act, if somebody ultimately does acquire the land from us and purchase it, and they produce affordable housing, and that affordable housing is deed restricted affordable for 55 years, even up to 100 years, then they could build market rate housing, right? They can convert those units to market rate. They can have that land for whatever purpose they want for their own profit-driven benefit. But if it is already public land, it should have the highest public benefit. And so I've spoken with Senator Catherine Blakespear on this topic before, because she and I have nerded out about publicly funded housing and about, public land and what's the best public use for what the city owns. And what the city owns really does belong to the public. And yeah, this is what she recommended, was if there's a way to have a lease agreement, that would be ideal. So in the place of the process that we're at now, is there an opportunity for that? We're fulfilling a legal requirement, but are we able to have a lease agreement with an affordable housing developer instead of selling it to an affordable housing developer?
We would have that option, correct?
Okay, that's great. I would support that in the future. And I also agree with Councilmember Green that let's take a look at our publicly owned land and develop a good consensus of what we think the greatest highest, because in this area, maybe it would be beneficial to use it for park space. It's also a really great space for housing because it's in a denser area already. So, we got to consider zoning and everything like that too. So I don't know if there's been a second yet. So just on a technical point, has there been a second yet? No? Okay, I'll go ahead and second.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
This is a great discussion. Thank you to my counsel. I think it's really important. One of the reasons that I pulled this is that I think that there's more discussion to be had. And even if people don't agree with me, that's totally fine. It's really important for our democratic process to be able to have a lot of discussion. The reason that I feel the reason that this land is best for affordable housing is simply because it is really close to a lot of resources. So it really would fulfill the ability for someone who is maybe on a fixed income, or there's different populations that we have talked about in our strategic plan to address homelessness, like veterans. It really allows us to provide a place for people to enjoy the rest of their life. And it's along the transit corridor, not too far from the transit center. There's a bus line that goes through there. It's really close to here, so if any of our new neighbors, hopefully we have new neighbors at some point, they want to come and speak to whatever council is there at that time, they'll have the opportunity to do that. I think there's a lot of opportunity outside of this property to do what one of our public speakers said, which is really pursue conservation and habitat. And that's something that I really am dedicated to, but it is a critical issue that folks do not have a place to live. And even when they go through so much to be stabilized and housing ready, we don't have a place for them to go. And it really just breaks my heart to see someone go through a process of, putting together all the loose ends in their life and not having a place to go, because I can't even imagine how depressing and discouraging that might be. And that really would break someone's spirit to, be housing ready and not have a place to go. And so what we see is that folks fall back in to experiencing homelessness. So, this is we'll see what happens. We do still retain the authority to make the decision after we go through this process. So, we'll see what kind of products come before us, if they fit with the community. I'm sure that at that point, we could even conduct a workshop where we actually have different proposals in front of us, and we can let the public know, hey, we went through this process because there is some kind of use for this that we haven't figured out. Housing is a possibility. These are the different RFPs that we received, but also it doesn't just have to be housing, right? And so I would love to have a workshop like that where we can really solicit more public feedback. But I think initiating the process to see what proposals are out there and for someone that we don't have to pay for them to reimagine what that looks like. I think it's a great start to this process, but it's definitely not the end. It's the extreme beginning of this process. But I just had to say for the record that I do not want to sell this property. I want to retain as much property as we can because I think the public expects that of us, but it doesn't mean that we can't have an additional benefit overlaying on what is already a public benefit, which is having public land and retaining that. So thank you to my council for the discussion, and I really hope that we can have a workshop where we can review some of these proposals and just have a real common sense discussion with the public. I think it would be refreshing to actually do that.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I don't mean to be redundant because you kind of already answered my question, but once we put an RFP out there, we are not required, if we do not have a proposal that we like, to move forward with any of them, correct? Like, we can go back to the community, we can have those discussions to make sure that this land is properly used to benefit the community to the maximum amount, correct?
Correct, yeah, the declaration does not obligate us to any development or any other use. It will just allow us to consider those along with the larger discussion that can be had.
That's amazing. I would also support leasing the land. It is a commodity. I've said it over and over. It's a commodity we are not getting any more of. So if we can keep it, I'm all for it. I also had a chance to speak with Congressman Levin over the weekend, and there are new programs for veterans affordable housing that are coming out that are going to be federally funded. So I definitely think we should look into those, explore those options for these pieces of land, and I look forward to seeing what comes forward and what we can do with it.
I would just agree with you about leasing. We've leased all the parcels that our housing projects are on with long-term leases that give us some measure of control and influence over the management of the properties. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to item C11. Appointments of various commissions, boards, and committee members. Would you like a report from staff?
No, not on this one. I just want to move to approve Councilmember O'Donnell's recommendation and Councilmember Melendez's recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we approve all of the items. It's in C11. Councilmember Green?
I'll second.
Councilmember O'Donnell?
I was going to second the deputy mayor, so I will wait.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion on the table? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item fails with 3 votes against.
So I will make my motion again to confirm Councilmember O'Donnell's recommendation and Councilmember Melendez's recommendation. Thank you.
And would you care to tell us why you don't support my recommendation?
I'll just state that I do not wish to have a political nomination. So I think that pretty much summarizes where I'm at. Thank you.
Well, I would say that that's, there have been a lot of individuals that have been candidates for office that have been appointed to various boards and commissions, individuals who ran. I myself approved an appointment of somebody who had run against me in years past and did not take the opportunity to take a political shot at somebody who wanted to serve our community, who had been recognized as a leader in our community, who, for no other reason, but that you don't like their political positions. So I think that's an incredibly unfortunate precedent that you're setting. It's very ugly, and I'm very disappointed that you would take that tack, that you would oppose somebody without being able to articulate why you oppose their service as a volunteer who has an exemplary record of service as a business leader and as a nonprofit leader in our community. I'm incredibly disappointed with that. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. Denise Barragon serves on our Chamber of Commerce. She owns J&R Auto Body, which is a fantastic, they actually worked on my cars when it got hit a couple times, and I've been to several chamber events. I think you're a great person. Bilingual, definitely a member of the community. I know that you have decided to run for office. I think it's great. Anybody who decides to run for office, we all know it is a very, very tough task to run for office. It's definitely a thankless, but I feel like if you can get a business owner who wants to serve and I'm a people over politics thing, Denise, and I am so happy that you would want to serve. So I'm happy that you applied. I didn't have an application at all for my traffic commission. I'm still waiting for applications. If you're looking to be on the traffic commission, please put in an application for the traffic commission. So, we don't have tons of people applying for these commissions, and knowing that you're an engaged woman, you've been in the community for a long time, you work hard for the chamber. I can't think of anybody who would be better. And to just think that your political affiliation is different and that it could be, the reason why you don't get to serve your community on a nonpartisan committee where you're just talking, it's the Community Development Block Grant. So your job would be to go and interview other nonprofit organizations and make a determination on if the money we grant to those organizations would be beneficial to the city of Vista. And, I know you've been through a lot recently, and I know your heart for the community, and I just think that you'd be fantastic on that committee. So I'm also very disappointed that would be a political thing. I'm not running for any office anytime soon. I'm just a Vista guy who thinks that you're a great person who takes care of the community. So unless there's another reason, I definitely still maintain my position on wanting to second your, nomination. And I thank you for wanting to, serve. And, even if you were running against me, I would still, accept your nomination. So thanks for, even considering being a commissioner, and we'll see where it goes from here.
I would second all of that. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, and I just want to state for the record, I'm not talking about anybody's political affiliation because that's not something I know. But if the motivation to serve the community is in tandem with political ambitions, then I think that I have the ability to voice my opinion on that. I had someone who was probably the best arts commissioner this city has ever had. And simply because they supported cannabis, the council at that time refused to let them be on the commission, even though they were already the chair. So, I don't have anything against anybody individually. However, a political ambition is different than wanting to serve your community and having the experience of serving your community for this particular commission. Perhaps there's a different commission that this individual would be better for. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I can't possibly imagine a less political commission than the one which takes $115,000 and divides it amongst the charitable organizations that we support in our community. Can you think of a commission or a board that would be less political? There's nothing political about it. Ms. Berrigan is a leader, been recognized as a leader even before I met her. In fact, I met her when she was made Business Person of the Year by our Chamber of Commerce. She serves as a member of the board of directors. She has a stellar record in our community, and I think this is a nakedly partisan and incredibly unpleasant precedent that you're setting. And I wish that you would reconsider this, because this introduces an element of partisan, bitter division that has not existed in our city or on this council before. And I truly wish that you would think better of this. I am going to support your nominations because I'm not going to respond in kind. I'm not going to lower myself to this kind of gamesmanship. I'm going to look at the merit of the individuals that you've nominated, and I'm going to assume that when they've come forward and completed an application stating that they'd like to serve our city, I'm going to assume, and when I see that the history of their service to our community is long and genuine, I'm going to assume that they actually want to volunteer and serve our community. This is not something that people get paid to do. This is, they're giving of their time away from their family and their businesses. And if this is the precedent that we're going to lay down, that this is how we're going to treat people who serve on our boards and commissions, I really am deeply regretful that that's the way we're going to move forward. And I genuinely would beseech you to change your minds about acting in this kind of a partisan way. Councilmember O'Donnell?
I will second the motion.
Councilmember Green, do you want to be recognized again?
Can you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to support, confirm Councilmember O'Donnell's recommendation and Councilmember Melendez's recommendation.
Councilmember Green?
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, and I still wholeheartedly disagree. I think that being on a governing board, if you want to be on a governing board, is something awesome to do, especially being on a governing board as a volunteer. And I would venture to say that perhaps some of the other candidates that we're approving may also be running for office. One even lives in my district, which I'm aware of, and I'm fine. So at the end of the day, I really don't like that this is the way that it goes down. You did make a mention of an art commissioner that was removed from a commission, and I will be 100% clear that that was not the reason. It was more of a public comment per se. I was on the council at that time. I did support that commissioner and worked real hard to get art in the commission. And since then, we've definitely had beef, which I've tried to solve, but there's no coming back from it. But I do want to let you know it had nothing to do with politics. It was literally something that was verbally said during an election cycle that was unacceptable, and I still feel strongly about that. So with that said, I'll call for the vote, and I will be voting no on your motion. Thank you.
And I'll just close by saying I'm incredibly disappointed. We have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved with 4 in favor and 1 abstain. That'll bring us to our oral communications. We have 2 speakers this evening for oral communications. The first is Joe Hood, and be followed by Chuck Yingst.
Good evening again. How would you feel if I walked up to you and demanded you turn over your family's wealth to me? And you have no choice, just do it. 60% of America's wealth is embedded in real estate. Since the last council meeting, State Farm, the largest property insurer in California with 21% market share, announced they will no longer issue new mortgage insurance policies anywhere in California. Allstate has also stopped offering coverage. Several other companies previously announced that they will no longer insure multi-million-dollar properties in areas deemed to be fire risks. They say they can't charge a high enough premium to be affordable. Can the government fill the gap? California already has a deficit. So the state seems a poor bet to come to the rescue. The FAIR plan is already overburdened and offers only bare bones coverage. Washington Post headline, "Humanity has entered a new era of fire equivalent to the Ice Age, the Pyrocene." It's not just fire. In parts of Norfolk, Virginia, coastal North Carolina, the Florida Keys, New Orleans, etc., it's not possible to buy mortgage insurance. Who thinks oceanfront properties will be insurable with cliffs falling in and trains between San Diego and Orange County being shut down due to sea level rise? Orange County Register headline, quote, "California now facing a fire insurance death spiral." Are we headed for a climate doom loop? Rising insurance costs, deteriorating property values, shrinking local tax revenues. If home values plummet, families' net wealth will diminish or disappear. Are we ready for the social chaos that will follow? Is Vista ready? Are you personally ready? Should we deny that we have a climate crisis? Or could it be that insurance companies understand some of the economic crisis and climate risks that we face? Vista should proclaim a climate emergency immediately and then act based on that emergency. Let's get the Environmental Commission topic on the agenda for the next council meeting. Please, let's not wait till October. The climate crisis is code red for humanity. And just to be helpful, I hope, I shared with the city clerk earlier this evening a copy.
Thank you very much. Chuck Yingst. Chuck Yingst.
Here, and I think you have in front of you, I had the clerk pass out a letter, and in front of you was a copy of the letter that we sent twice and hand-delivered the third time to the City Code Enforcement Office that we never received a response to. And our whole problem has been the skateboard park, 100%. It's an attractive nuisance. That's all I have to say right now.
Mr. Yingst, I just want to say I'd personally like to follow up with you and understand the situation better and look forward to working with you to a better resolution of it. I did stop into your business and visited with your management, and I'm familiar with some of these issues. So I appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, that will bring us to our first public hearing. We have 6 public hearings this evening. The first is regarding an amendment to the Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 8.24, related to food vending vehicles. Our Economic Development Director, Larry Voppa, will provide the staff report. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As the Mayor mentioned, tonight we are discussing amending the Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 8.24, relating to food vending vehicles, otherwise known as food trucks. And we're here for several reasons. First, previous comments from council members during city council meetings suggested a more liberal food truck policy be adopted. Secondly, we've received numerous comments from business owners, breweries, residents, and food truck operators that our current rules are too strict. The CVBID recommended that food trucks be allowed in the downtown area as a way to attract more people and more customers. Fourth, The current 30-minute limit effectively eliminates food truck operations except in the business park where they're allowed to operate for 3 hours. Reason number 5, the current rules seem unfair by treating breweries located in the business park differently than breweries located elsewhere in the city who cannot have food trucks. State laws have changed, and our regulations need to comply with those. Most notably, regulations of food trucks in the right-of-way can only be related to public safety issues. 7th reason is sidewalk vending is now allowed per state law on public rights-of-way, and food truck vendors should not be penalized because they are in a truck instead of a push cart. And finally, the food truck industry has changed dramatically since 2014, when we last updated our regulations. The food truck industry's market size has grown by an average of 5% each year from 2018 to 2023. You can see even with the downturn during COVID, it has rebounded greatly. Food trucks are micro enterprises that support entrepreneurship. They have startup costs much less than while startup costs for a traditional restaurant can cost $300,000 to $500,000, food truck businesses can be created for less than $100,000. They're a natural progression for food cart vendors and caterers. And successful operations of a food truck can lead to a devoted customer base and successful financial track record. This can lead to a more bankable business that would provide SBA loans for owners to start a brick and mortar restaurant. And the industry currently employs over 40,000 people nationwide. Food trucks appeal to customers of all ages, but their primary market is a younger demographic with adults aged 25 to 44, making up 43% of their customer base. Adults aged 44 and younger make up over 64% of the food truck market. And staff believe that attracting this younger demographic is important to the success of our business community. It is a growing industry. In the country, there are over 36,324 food truck businesses. This is up 12% from 2021. And in 2014, there were 13,000 food truck businesses in the US. This number has increased 2.5 times since we last modified our ordinance. And the food truck industry has an average annualized business growth rate of nearly 10% from 2018 to 2023. Staff heard concerns from businesses that food trucks may hurt the local restaurants. However, upon researching this issue, we found a 2022 academic study that analyzed food trucks using 14 years of county-level data nationwide. The empirical study found that an increase in food trucks in a particular county did not lead to having fewer restaurants. In fact, the study found a correlation between food truck growth and restaurant growth. This finding helped to substantiate a study conducted by The Economist magazine in 2017 that found the same phenomena. The results of these studies indicate that food trucks can be part of creating a successful ecosystem around food-based entrepreneurship. Restaurants and food trucks seem to have a mutually beneficial relationship that brings about success for both. Here are some of the changes that we're proposing in the ordinance tonight. First, we do not propose any changes to our current licensing and permitting process. A county health permit is still required, as well as city business license. Additionally, code enforcement performs our own safety inspection annually of all food trucks permitted in the city. We do propose the following changes. We want to extend the maximum operating time in the right-of-way from 30 minutes, which is the current regulation, to 3 hours. Extend the operating hours from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Eliminate the distancing requirement that exists currently between food trucks. Allowed food trucks to operate on public property. Once the city manager assigns particular spaces in the public parking lots, and allowed food trucks to operate 8 hours instead of 3 hours. In the right-of-way, Again, these regulations can only relate to public safety. These rules are currently in place, and these would continue. They're only allowed to park and operate on streets with a maximum 35-mile-per-hour speed limit. They have to be in parallel parking spaces. They would stay 3 hours maximum instead of 30 minutes. At least 100 feet from intersections. They must keep the area clean and provide a trash receptacle. And they can't use pennant flags and music and horns and things like that to attract business. On private property, they are not allowed to operate on vacant land that doesn't have a principal use established. They have to have written permission from the owner. They have to be parked on a paved surface, can only operate if a principal use is also in operation. So for example, a church that isn't operating couldn't allow their parking lot to be a food truck court. Staff has held 2 special meetings to discuss the proposed amendments to the food truck ordinance. The CVBID held a meeting on April 3rd. We sent invitations to 257 businesses located in the CVBID. None of the businesses attended that meeting. There were some emails sent, which are attached to the council packet. The second meeting, an invitation was sent to 216 restaurants across the city and 51 breweries and beverage businesses. We held that open house on April 27th. Only one brewery attended that meeting and advocated for more liberal rules for food trucks. So in conclusion, our recommendation is the council open, conduct, and close the public hearing, and then adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 8.24 of the Municipal Code regarding food vending vehicles as proposed by staff. And that concludes my report.
Okay, we do have a number of public speakers on this item, so we'll go ahead and take them. We'll start with Tracy Lawson.
Hi, my name is Tracy Lawson. I own Public Lemon, a retail gift shop in downtown Vista. I am here in favor of changing the rules to food trucks.
Just pull that microphone right close to your mouth.
I actually started a Instagram food truck page a week ago today, last Tuesday. I already have 182 followers on that page, with people really excited about future events. My business has been, I've been in business for 2 years. I have 964 followers. That averages out to 9 followers a week. So getting followers on Instagram is a big deal when you don't pay for them. This is all organic, so people are really excited about food trucks and food truck events. Every single comment has been positive. I've only had one negative comment. Food trucks today are not our parents' food trucks. They are gourmet food trucks, and they have thousands of followers on Instagram, and they do social media, and they boost their business, and it's good for local businesses as well. They attract younger demographic, like Larry was saying. They also, I don't think that they should be viewed as competition to any retailers or to any restaurants. It would be like me saying, I don't want any other retailers coming in because it's competition. The more we have, the more it attracts people, and it attracts future customers. So it's great for businesses. I have spoken to a lot of the businesses downtown. They're excited about potential food truck events. They want to know what they can do to help, staying open later, things like that. And again, it's just a way of supporting businesses downtown. The last thing I'll say is that a no vote on this isn't going to stop food trucks from operating. It's just going to stop Vista from being part of the food truck excitement, and people of Vista are going to have to go to local or surrounding cities. They'll go to Oceanside, they'll go to Carlsbad, they'll go to San Marcos for these fun events, and they will leave Vista. So that's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Zazimo Sanchez, followed by Frank Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Sosimo Sanchez, and I'm not in favor of the food trucking events and stuff like that. First of all, I think it's something that we as business owners, we spend a lot of money to like buy, our business, right? And then food trucks are not spending much money on like how do you call that? On like I'm sorry, I'm Spanish speaker. I'm not good at this. So like I said, it's not fair that the food truck are not paying like sewers taxes. They're not paying like I'm not sure if they're getting like checked by the health departments regularly, like we are getting all the time. So I'll say I'm not in favor on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Lopez, followed by Esteban Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Attorney, and Claire. Good luck in your retirement. You've worked very hard here in the city over the years, so you were one of my favorite. Thank you. Food trucks. I pay $5,000. I pay $7,000 for sewer on my property. Vendors do not pay 1 cent. Pacific Plan 26 years ago said no vendors downtown. When a restaurant has to pay all these expenses, then you let a vendor come in, he takes the money and he goes. I stopped by one of the vendors the other day and asked him if he had a health permit and a city license, and he said, it's none of your business. That is wrong. They all come in after 5. After 5, the city's closed. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not right that on Pacific Plan 26 that you allowed them when council said no to them years ago. CBG, whatever the downtown organization, if you look at the signing of all the letters that they had, it looks like they used the same words for everybody. All they did is just gave them a paper and sign it. That's wrong. If you've never had a restaurant and you don't understand the restaurant business, the people that signed those letters don't own restaurants. It's time that you stick up for the businesses that pay taxes, who pay property taxes, the sewer tax. That kills people. When I first got on the council, it was in there already, the sewer. So they said, do it another 5 years. Fine, I went along to another 5 years. That thing, once you start something, you never go back. You never go back. You allow 1 truck, you allow 50 trucks. When they had the trucks behind my restaurant years ago, they had 4 to 5 trucks behind my restaurant. They had 3 trucks by McDonald's. You can't let that happen. Please, I'm asking you because Mr. Sanchez there has just invested close to $1 million redoing that restaurant, and all of a sudden you put him out of business because you cannot pay taxes and payment versus just a little catering truck. It'll kill him. They get their money and they're gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And a reminder, we do have translation services available at request. Our next speaker is Esteban Sanchez, followed by Lisa Dehu. or Deju? 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 It is Deju. Would you like a translator? Okay.
Ahorita viene, ¿ok?
Mr. Sanchez, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask our next speaker while we're finding our translator for you. If you just take a seat and we'll call Lisa Deju. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. My name's Lisa Dejoux, and I am the owner of Guadalupe Brewery in the downtown area, and I'm also the chair of the CVBID. And I am in favor of the food truck ordinance changes. So I feel that to remind you of some of the things that Larry pointed out, that there actually are studies that show that when food trucks are allowed with certain restrictions, which we are including in the ordinance, that it benefits a wide range of businesses, including other restaurants. And I also wanted to respond that food trucks, actually, we have a list on our website, and the city does require that food trucks are inspected by the city, and they are required to have, their health department checks and permits. And I believe that they are also required to have food handler cards for their employees, similar to other restaurants. So that's something to consider. And that most food trucks do have some sort of rent that they have to pay. I know that there's like a parking spot over on Olive. And so when you have a food truck, you can't just park it at your house. You do have to go and park it in an appropriate place. You have grease traps that you need to take care of and all that stuff. So it's not like you're just taking it home and hosing it down. There are regulations that have to be followed. But as a brewery in an area outside of the business park district, I do feel that it would be very beneficial to have equal playing field to all of us. I don't have a restaurant on my permit. I don't have a kitchen. That was not part of my intended business. But I do have private property that has space in the back of my brewery, and I would like to have, I've had pop-up food vendors, and I don't really see that there's a big difference between, but I'm not allowed to have a food truck. So I would like to, even the playing field, make it equal for all of our businesses across Vista to be able to be treated the same and have that same access, and it would open the range of different food vendors that I would be able to have access to my place, to be able to have food trucks as well as a pop-up food vendor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Esteban Sanchez?
So usted puede hablar en español poquito y luego pausa y yo puedo traducir.
Okay.
Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening.
Pues mira, yo estoy aquí, empecé el negocio a los 20 años aquí en Vista.
So he started his business 20 years ago here in Vista?
No. I was 20 years old when I started
20 years
business.
old.
And I started here in Vista, right? I've been here more than 18 years. I own Mariscos del Pacifico. I started 20 years old. And at the beginning, well, with the previous owner of the property owner, he didn't sign me a lease to do it. But that was my dream, to start a business, right? And I have families on restaurant business here in Vista, Oceanside, and Parbrook, and there's different places too. And I think this is not like fair, like what he says. $100,000 to buy a food truck. 18 years ago, I started a business. I spent $150,000. It's just basic business. And then a few years later, I bought the land, and now I spend thousands of dollars to remodel, do facade and everything. You guys welcome to stop in my business. See it. And then the big issue on this area, it's parking lot. Do you guys have designated parking lot to help us and bring those food trucks here? Like she said, she owns a brewery. She owns brewery, true. Everybody's working hard. I get up 8 in the morning. I left the business 1 a.m. I've been doing that since 14 years. 14 years old, because my family owns business. And, when I thought start a business, my older brother stopped by. He said, "Are you ready to do it?" And I said, "Yeah." "Are you ready to give up parties, day sick, everything?" "Yeah, I am." So I started a business. I signed a lease. And I couldn't at that time because I'm 20 years old. Who can trust somebody with that age to sign a lease? So my mom and my brother helped me to do it. Now, my dream come true, right? I bought the land, I own the land, and parking lot. I have 12 parking spaces with capacity of 150 people in it. I can fill it because there's not parking lot. Now, if we're gonna bring food trucks, they're gonna use one parking lot and maybe 3 or 4 employees with 4, 5 spaces there, for 8 hours. And if I have right now, I have 12 to 15 employees with everybody with their own car. So now, my question to you guys, do we have designated parking lot to help us? Just not me, all the businesses. Because I hear that since I got here in Vista. And I've been member of BBBID too. And honestly, I hear so different stuff, different opinions, different from everybody here. And just for food trucks, spending $100,000, and I see food truck everywhere. Like Frank Lopez says, after hours, I see everybody. I live in Oceanside. I'm glad to come here and live here in Vista, but I got there since kid. I still live in the same neighborhood. Everybody knows me there. It was awesome to get here. But I'm not agreed to do this. I know business is business. Competition, I'm not afraid of them. I'm not. I just thinking we're not ready for all that traffic here in Vista. Like Mr. Lopez says, we pay taxes, I pay taxes, I pay property taxes, I pay sewer, I pay workers' comp, I pay everything. And even zoning fee. There's zoning fee, right? I've been paying for more time than what I live. Because I've been in Vista 18 years in business, and I'm pretending to stay here. I don't know if the business get better or get worse, but I'm happy here. And I don't know what else to say. One time, there's one lady from here, Vista, came to me because I have patio now. She said, if I agree to have a non-smoke patio. So I was okay, yeah. And I signed a sheet, right? I always agree. And now, did we have signed from business owner, restaurant owners especially, if they agree with these food trucks? Because I hear, like this case, I never had any email or something about this meeting. I know this meeting is gonna happen because I know some of members here, but I mean, I didn't receive anything.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Juan Rojas.
Good evening, council members. My name is Juan Rojas, and I came to speak in favor about this proposal. I think it's great. I've been on the catering business for over 30 years. I own several trucks, and I just can't believe the city of Vista is taking so long. On 2011, I was part of the meeting councils in Oceanside when they make this big change that you're discussing today. And finally, they allow, after being banned, this kind of a service to allow catering trucks or hot trucks with inside kitchen to serve the area of Oceanside. They approved, and now it's a big benefit to the community. We are allowed now to go to industrial parks, serve nurseries and places where people didn't have access before to come and serve. They do the festivals and they allow to come and serve. So not just the business, but everybody's getting the benefit, including restaurants. I remember that some restaurant members came and support the idea because with that amendment, they are allowed to come and cater their own food from the restaurant to the different events or private parties or so on, which was not allowed before this amendment. The following year, 2011, somewhere, I went to Escondido and we made the same proposals, and they allowed to change the amendment. And so far, I have trucks and routes serving Escondido, Poway, Oceanside. This has been great, and you have no idea the benefits, not just for the industry, but for everybody. People come from city to eat. I have a respect for the investment people do on restaurants, and one small restaurant can spend $100,000, one can be $2 million. Business is business. You're not taking their customers. You're giving the customers the option of going to a small business or a bigger business or a catering trucks. There is 200,000 trucks or 20,000 trucks. It's not about the investment, it's about what you're offering to the customers. A dish that they're willing to pay a little less or a little more for the benefit, for the experience. And this has been evolving through the years so much, and the real benefit is on the customer happiness. This is a bloom. Now with the social media, people go from city to city, locations to locations, to captivate, to have the experience of this dish. I suggest restaurants to get involved more in the media and maybe to attract. But I wanted to mention that we comply with all the requirements, licensing, sales tax, insurance, highway,
Thank you very much. Vince Obarski is our next speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank the council for allowing me to speak. My wife and I have been residents here in Vista since 1999. We've had a winery technically here in Vista now for about 7 years. I'd like to just show my support for the amendment. Speaking personally from experience as a business person here in Vista, I know that food trucks and vendors have been hugely beneficial to our bottom line. I know, of course, that it does help to bring a lot of revenue to Vista, and I know how important, of course, that is. I want to make it just short and sweet and say that I am wholeheartedly supporting the amendment, and I thank you, of course, Larry, for bringing that forward to their attention. But if you're just looking for how much benefit, I could probably say that our bottom line revenue is probably increased by about 30 to 35% whenever we do have food trucks at our establishment. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just have an opening thought on this, which is it's a good discussion, and I'm glad we're having it. I don't think that we've done enough to get our restaurant community involved. We do have a lot of families in Vista that live in the community who have invested their life savings in their business. And I would really, before we make a final decision on this, we've had this policy for a decade now. I'd just like to see us take our time and get the input, and maybe all of us have a chance. But this has been on the public agenda since Thursday of last week, actually Wednesday. But I'd like to see us have a little bit more time to engage the restaurant community for them to be heard on it. I'm not for or against it. I just want to work with our business owners, and I want them to know that we are their partner, and that we want to work with them in their best interest. I would say also that I think one thing that's kind of important is we make all the people that operate in the business improvement district pay the bid fee. And I think that if somebody else wants to operate in the bid, that they should also pay the bid fee. I think that's only fair. It's only a couple $100, depending upon the size of your business, but it's a really unfair thing to not do that. So I would ask, what I would ask is that we have a discussion and that we share our thoughts, but then that we give some time and have another public hearing where the owners of our restaurant community could come in, more of our brewery and restaurant and winery owners could come in, and we could have a more robust community discussion on this, because this is to benefit the business community, and that's, I think, what we all want to do. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Larry, for bringing this forward. I'm super excited about the amendment in the ordinance on food trucks. I do have some questions, and first off, I do want to say that I love restaurants, and I also love food trucks. I visit all the restaurants here, and I will say your tacos are the best tacos in town, sir. Taco Tuesday at Morisco's over there is money, and your patio and your remodel is beautiful. Took my family over there, and they loved it. Wood floors. Prime time. Anyway, question that I have for you is, with this ordinance, will this allow regular business owners to like rent out their parking lot to a food truck? Like, say I own an office space and I want to have lobster sandwiches every day and I'm working from 9 to 5 every day. Can you put a lobster sandwich truck in your business parking lot every day from 9 to 5? Or is that something that requires additional permits and require additional parking for the business owner?
No, under this provision, you could do that.
And you wouldn't be required to provide additional parking?
That's correct. If staff...
On private property, right?
Right, private property. If staff found that you were creating some sort of traffic issue, or if you were taking up all of your parking spaces, that would be a zoning violation. So
Okay.
you'd have to do it, with excess parking spaces.
All right, so we do it as a case-by-case basis. Is obviously if somebody starts abusing this per se, because that's kind of where I see the flaw in the matrix per se here, where if we allow every business owner with a private parking lot to have a food truck park there, well, now you can generate revenue by renting your parking lot out to someone with a food truck, because you just gave him a permanent location, 5 days a week while your business is open, for whatever charge. And I mean, that could really supplement different business owners' income, and it could hurt some restaurant industry. Now, when it comes to hearing what the restaurant industry says about bringing in mobile restaurants, I pretty much know most of them are going to be against it. But again, I want to represent all business owners, and kind of playing the devil's advocate of this, since we don't allow like parking lot events and things like that on private business property, because you have to have a permit if you want to have like a parking lot event, right? Would this be a loophole in the system where like a private business owner could have like a customer appreciation night and have a food truck come park in their parking lot?
Yeah, if it was just a food truck, they could do that as long as the principal use was operating.
Yeah, they would come out and eat, and then probably, I would assume, if you're having customer appreciation, might be inside your office or whatever. So it does allow business owners to have additional uses and attract additional people to their business per se. I mean, Petco could say, hey, you've bought, we want to, every poodle owner gets a free taco this week, and come on by, we got a food truck. So it's a good marketing ploy as well for other businesses, correct?
Absolutely.
So for that, I mean, I like that, because I've tried to have a parking lot event before, poker party outside, yeah, Green Team Realty. It's a big deal. They charge you a lot of money when you're going to have food there, you're going to have alcohol, whatever you're going to have, you have to have separate permits for every single thing. So I really believe that being able to have a food truck come to your business, regardless of what it is is definitely going to help improve the bottom line. I also feel like if you have food trucks come and, people, they're busy, it's going to move somebody over to another restaurant in town. So that's a good thing to know, that business owners don't really have to do anything special to have a food truck on their property. In regards to the downtown, that's really where my skepticism is, I think, with Mayor Franklin's. People are paying a premium to be in the downtown there. They're also paying bid fees. My suggestion kind of for downtown, and I'm glad my council's here to talk to me about it, is there's a lot right there on Michigan Avenue that's right above the parking lot where there's a little fountain, and we've just been storing stuff there. In downtown, if you could make that like food truck court where like the food trucks that want to be in downtown go there, and it could be like a draw to food trucks. Maybe we have, in Hawaii, they actually have old permanent food trucks that are set there and vendors come in and rent them out for months at a time type of deal. And, 90 days is but somewhere in particular where they park, because like our restaurant owner said, he's got 12 parking spots, and he can't gauge who's parking in those parking spots. And if you have a food truck vendor pull into the old mobile property, you probably weren't here when it was mobile, but it's the place right next to McDonald's over there in Vista. Say a food truck pulls in there and everybody's coming in, people might park in his restaurant to walk across the street and go to that food truck. So, I want to make sure they're at least, if not paying additional bid fees, maybe only have specific areas in the downtown they can set up. Like, hey, we do have a parking lot next to Belching Beaver that's a city parking lot. We have other spots. So I'd like to hear what the council says about that, but I also love the idea of having a food truck court. I know when I go on vacation, when I like to vacation, because that's the only place that won't bother me, is food truck courts are a big draw. They got, desserts and tacos and just different things, and they rotate through. So I would love to have an actual food truck court that's within a walking distance to our train station and our, bus depot and all that good stuff. So if there's actually a central location for food trucks, I think that would be great. But I am also in favor of amending the ordinance throughout the city. One more question that I had for you was, somebody spoke about sewer fees and how expensive sewer fees are for standalone restaurants. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but what are the stipulations from a health and safety standpoint for, water runoff, sewer discharge, and things like that on food trucks? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I know that they have to be self-contained, so there can't be any discharge into the storm sewer or anything like that. And then part of the commissary fees and what they do with the commissaries, and the food truck owner could probably speak to this better than I can, but there's dumping stations and the proper way for them. They have to pay to dump their tanks and things like that, their grease, et cetera.
Okay, and in this ordinance right here, I probably didn't dig deep enough into it. Do we have a standard pricing that we're going to be charging every food truck vendor in order to get that license? And is it possible to increase licensing fees based off of areas where they're serving? So if bid district is paying extra fees to be in that district, is that like against the law?
It is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so the fee is not included in this. It's the annual fee schedule that the council adopts, and a fee has to be related to the cost of service.
Okay.
So it doesn't cost us anymore to issue a permit because they're operating in the downtown. It has to be associated with the amount of work that we put into it.
Yeah, and the reason we charge that is it was voted on and, with that bid district. So that's why we're doing that. Okay. And they do require to have a business license, right?
Yes, sir.
And let's see, what else did I have here? $200 fee for redevelopment. Can we have a distance requirement from restaurants?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Courts have ruled that's not a public safety issue. You can have a spacing requirement from an intersection because of site visibility, et cetera. But a protectionist clause like that does not serve the public safety.
Okay, well, you have answered all my questions, Mr. Larry. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One other really important thing here, historical perspective, is we have a lot of tasting rooms in Vista. Could you explain for the council and the public the ease of obtaining a tasting room license to serve liquor or alcohol versus the difficulty to obtain say a beer and wine license if you're a restaurant? Because a lot of our tasting rooms do not have food, and there is kind of rationale behind that.
Yeah, there's a less regulatory burden to serve the product that you make on site. So if you open it up to serving other types of liquor that is not made on site, that's a different ABC requirement, and there's a lot more hurdles regulatory-wise.
More expensive and more difficult to maintain.
Yes.
So we've lowered the barrier by allowing tasting rooms in great number. In fact, it's been a debate that we've had in the city for a lot of years. How many should we have? And generally, we've said the more the merrier. Some will succeed and some will fail. But I think it's important that we remember that we've had this great economic success because we've exploited the tasting room provision, which makes it easier for somebody to open what is effectively a bar. They're serving beer. And it's a little bit easier than it would be to open a restaurant and obtain the associated alcohol permit. I think that's important for us to just keep in mind. Again, I'm not leaning one way or the other here, but I think it's a really important provision for us to keep that historical and that cost factor perspective in mind. Councilmember O'Donnell?
Thank you to everyone that spoke on this. Larry, thank you for all the hard work on this. I really do appreciate it. So my understanding is that we do not collect taxes then on the revenue generated from these food trucks. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're still obligated to submit sales tax.
Okay, so that's good. How much notice was given for both the April 3rd and April 27th meetings that went out?
I would say, I think for the CVBID, probably a week, because we decided to have a special meeting to discuss that. And then for the open house, it was at least 2 weeks.
Okay. One of the things that the mayor and I will probably agree on is if you have, how many businesses are incorporated into that? 250 plus, I think?
Yeah,
was the number?
260, I think.
So 7 days to me is not sufficient time to get enough responses from our business owners to actually support this. And I just want to be very clear with all the business owners out there. This is not me saying I do not support this. I 100% support bringing in food trucks. I think it is a valuable commodity for our city and for our businesses here. But I would have liked to seen a little bit more time. One of the examples I will lend you is Columbia and B Street in downtown San Diego. I used to work down there. Every Thursday, they had food trucks, and the street was packed. And there are little restaurants that are all over in that area. None of them failed. In fact, it actually brought more people in because someone like myself, if I see 10, 15 people standing at a food truck, I'm not waiting. I'm going to go to the restaurant because I only have a half hour or 45 minutes for lunch. Or at nighttime, if I want to go, like if we had food trucks all up and down Main Street, I'm not waiting 15 people. I'm going to go into the restaurant and eat versus waiting 45 minutes to get probably a cold sandwich by the time I get it. So I don't agree that it actually hurts business. I actually think it helps local business. At least that has been my experience. And I believe the information that you had brought forward shows that. I would love to see a Vista Food Truck Day similar to what was described by Councilmember Green. If we can have a specific area that is designated in the downtown area that we can even promote food trucks. One of the benefits I see to it isn't just the downtown area, but you have businesses all over the city of Vista. And this allows them a secondary avenue to actually promote their business and draw in more people that otherwise they might not be able to reach if they have an opportunity to be in different areas of the city. So I think that's just another added benefit, both for downtown, but also for everywhere. It just creates better exposure and better avenues. But I would also agree that the bid fees should be paid by every food truck that wants to operate in the downtown area. Downtown area. I think it's only fair. But I think overall, it's a great thing for the city of Vista to try and incorporate these in. It will draw more people into our city. It will increase revenue. It will increase business revenue. And so I would support it. So I just want to thank you again for bringing forward all the hard work that went into it, all the speakers tonight, and I do look forward to the discussion from the council.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, thank you to the public for coming forward and voicing your support, your concerns, recommendations, suggestions. Thank you to Larry. This is actually something that I've really wanted to do for a very long time, and there wasn't the will to even have this type of discussion. So I'm glad that we're at this point. One of the things that was on my short list that I talked to Mr. Connolly about before he was in the position that he is now was one, looking at the business park and the live entertainment issue. So scratch, that's been done. The next thing I wanted to really look at was food trucks. And this is a situation where I think government has gotten in the way of creating and promoting more diversity in our food and in our businesses. I find it really interesting, the pie chart that you have here, that says appeals to all ages, but specifically that 25 to 44, our median age here in Vista is what, is it 32, 33, somewhere around there? And I know that folks that are in that range are looking for experiences, right? And I think our restaurants provide great experiences, but it is different to have a food truck experience. And I don't think that's going to take away from the restaurants. If anything, all the data shows that it will increase revenue for everybody. It kind of reminds me of the fact that, when you are looking at car dealerships, a car dealership is not going to be like, I don't want another car dealership next to me because it's going to take away from my business. Instead, when you have a collection of them, you have people that shop around. I'm the type of person that if I saw a food truck, a few of them, I'd be like, how much money do I have? Okay, I'm going to buy this thing here and this other thing over here. And all of a sudden, I have like this great appetizer plate, right, that I wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. So there's a diversity of experience. I think that's really necessary. I will actually disagree about the bid fee because the bid fee is paid by the business. And for government to tell the business, okay, you're paying this bid fee, but we're not going to let you do this on your property, and then we're going to add an additional bid fee to someone who wants to operate in that, I feel like it's double dipping, and I think that's unfair. So that's my perspective on it. I had a question regarding the private land where it says not allowed on vacant land without a principal use established. Is there a reasoning for that? Because I don't know if it's like against the law for us to do that.
No, it's basically a zoning issue. So you don't want to take like the former Mobil gas station and have that become some sort of quasi food court for food trucks and it not go through the proper permitting process that planning requires, sidewalk enhancements, ADA requirements, et cetera. So, or especially like a dirt lot, just pulling off the side of the road, setting up in a dirt lot, that would be prohibited as well.
Okay, and I think that may answer the question that you had regarding we don't want to see a vacant lot like that taken over by food trucks and then have people parking in proper businesses, the area that's designated for parking. I mean, I feel like our businesses, it is a struggle. And there's a lot of talk about potential more financial constraint in the future. So, being able to kind of increase the foot traffic for our businesses in general is a good principle of business, and it's necessary. I, with all my heart, wish that we had other ways to increase foot traffic, especially for some of our businesses that are paying the bid fee that are further out and get less traffic. And I feel like this is a way to really address and mitigate the lack of foot traffic. And I want to give an example of how this can go right. Sometimes when folks are looking to have an entrepreneurial journey and they want to get in the food business, it is extremely expensive to have a restaurant. But there are different avenues where you're really passionate about the food that you're creating and the experience that you want to give someone. So allowing there to be a scaled down version of that is really beneficial. And I will point out that at Guadalupe Brewery, they had a really popular food truck, Birreria El Mendez, and right, pop-up. Okay, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Pop-up, but it was popping, man. Like, it was really busy. When I would go, I would see folks lined up and people were just there was like stacks of food that people would take. And I think this really is an example to show that you don't have to have a ton of upfront money to pursue your passion, but you can get to a point where you're creating a great service, having great food, you're working in tandem with another amazing business, and then you're able to save the capital and pursue an actual restaurant. Because I think at the end of the day, a lot of folks want to get to that place where they can have a restaurant, but it is so cost prohibitive. So what I would love for the city to do is to really embrace this wholeheartedly, but to the concern that other folks have that own restaurants, I think it's really important for us to be data-driven. So, we can continue to revisit this. Anything that we pass is not set in stone. We can always say, you know what, we really messed up. The majority wanted to move forward with this food truck situation, and we're seeing that we have X restaurant that went belly up, X restaurant, that's having this struggle. And then we can revisit the conversation. But I think to not move forward is a disservice to the type of economic prosperity that we want to have in this community. I would love to see more folks be able to take their incredible ideas. They live here in Vista, they have an idea of, a different take on food, and they see this as an opportunity to stay in Vista and provide a service to Vistans. And I really think people would take up the prospect of going into business, right? And that's something that is critical for us. I can't get any Ethiopian food here. All right, I gotta go all the way down to City Heights, or all the way up north if I happen to be in Fullerton, right? It's not too far away. They have some really great Ethiopian food. But I'm looking for those diverse experiences. I'm looking for a take on, traditional Mexican food that I've had my whole life that is now fusioned with something else, right? Where's our Puerto Rican food, right? There's so many gaps in the food ecosystem that I really believe that if we were to move forward with this, we could see a huge benefit. So, I'm 100% in favor. I like the 7 to 11 p.m. I like the fact that at breweries, they can be there for 8 hours. Everywhere else, 3 hours. But I want to ask a question, because it seems like, from what I understood that you said, Larry, that we are not 100% in compliance with state law, which I think that really is a concern of mine. So what do we need to do to be in compliance with state law?
Well, the 30-minute time frame is, it would be hard to argue that somehow is a public health and safety issue, the 30 minutes in the right-of-way. So because state law preempts us on, the business activity in the right-of-way with the food cart vendors on the sidewalks and also with the food trucks, you would have a hard time arguing to the state that somehow serves public health and safety, a 30-minute time frame, a time limit like that. And so with that 30-minute time limit, you've effectively, in practice, eliminated food trucks from operating in the right-of-way, because they're not going to do the hour of travel time, the hour of setup, operate for 30 minutes, take down for an hour, drive back to the commissary. So effectively with that 30-minute rule, you've eliminated food trucks from the right-of-way in Vista.
Okay, so that's the primary issue when it comes to compliance with current state law.
Yeah,
Everything else is an addition to enhance the food experience here in Vista and help businesses that have a brick and mortar leverage their property and their rights that they get when they are a property owner or renting a property. Thank you for that. I thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited that this is before us. I want to go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing and accept amending Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 8.24 relating to food vending vehicles as presented by staff. Thank you.
And I just reiterate that I think that we should give a little bit of time for our restaurant community and our brewery and winery community I've asked Mr. Conley, he said that he could commit August 22nd as a date for a second public hearing, at which time everybody would have an opportunity to engage on this, and certainly give all the council members some more time to visit with the community, hear from our constituents. So I'd like to propose, and I would offer a motion that we instruct staff to come back with this item on August 22nd with another public hearing, at which time we could take further action. And at that time, I wouldn't offer a delay. Like I say, I'm not necessarily against this. I just want everybody to have an opportunity to be heard. I want people who have invested their life savings and their livelihood. And I appreciate you said we could revisit it if somebody went belly up, I think is the words that you used, but I don't want to see somebody go bankrupt. I want to hear from them before something like that would happen. So I would make that motion that we instruct staff to bring this back for a public hearing on August 22nd. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Larry, forgive me if I missed it, but how do we ensure that people are permitted to be in certain, or permitted to operate a food truck here, especially, I think the point was brought up that this is after business hours for the city, like the city's closed. So how do we enforce the fact that people have permits to be operating these food trucks?
Yeah, so Clarence Rich, our supervisor of code enforcement, is here. But once you get a business license, then you have to call code enforcement and get an inspection. They typically come here to City Hall, get an inspection, and then they get a City of Vista sticker on their windshield. So, it's very easy for anybody to know if that's permitted or not, because should be a sticker in the windshield. We do have code enforcement working on the weekends. Obviously, they're not working at 10, 11 o'clock at night, but we would, and we do currently receive complaints, and we would follow up with the businesses appropriately.
And based on the language in this proposal, are you concerned that there are going to be a row of food trucks lined up on both sides of Main Street if we approve it?
No. Based upon the regulations that we have, especially for the right-of-way, for public safety, you have to be in a parallel spot. I counted maybe 10 parallel spots in the downtown that are not in a 2-hour parking limit space already, which food trucks would have to abide by. And you have to be on a street that's under 35 miles per hour. So again, like the proliferation of seeing these throughout town on every city street is just not going to happen.
Okay. And then aside from that, and I just, in respect to the deputy mayor, I don't feel like it's double dipping, only because when you go to the airport, you pay a premium to park close to the airport. And even if you have a restaurant, like the people that are in the downtown area, and this is just my opinion, so take it for what it is, but when you have people already paying that premium to operate in that area, and then you have other individuals coming in that want to operate in a premium area to get that business, I do feel it would only be fair to have them pay at least some type of fee to operate in the downtown area. So, but that's it.
Thank you. I think I would defer to our city attorney, but perhaps that's a discussion when we levy the CVBID. We can look at that language.
Yeah, I think we would have to amend the CVBID agreement. There is no category right now that a food truck would fit in on zone A, B, C, or I think we have restaurant and services and a couple. So we would have to look at a specific amendment to that. So I don't think that can be incorporated tonight or at this point. But if it's the will of the council, we will, look at an amendment to the.
What if it's not part of the CVBID necessarily? What if it's a fee, a tax, some other?
The tax would have to be, for Prop 218, would have to be proportionate to city services. Otherwise, we can't basically profit off a tax.
What do we charge right now for our inspection service in our?
I don't recall. I want to say like $112 or something like that.
Maybe we ought to take a look at what our staff investment of time is. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just really don't think it's fair to add an additional fee or tax when the original property owner is already having to pay that. And it's I guess, minuscule, right? But I just don't see it as fair. So, and I don't want to, create a situation where we're taxing the food truck industry out of business. If someone can point me in the direction of a study that shows that food trucks are detrimental to businesses, please, I want to read that information. But to the contrary, the information available shows the opposite. So I don't know. I see where you're coming from. I just disagree, because I don't think that we need to be having a particular property pay double tax for a use that is hopefully going to be permissible if I ever get a second to my motion. I haven't heard a second to the substitute motion that Mayor Franklin made. Hopefully there'll be a second to my motion, in which case we can just vote on this and move forward. But I'm trying to think even, I feel like that would be akin to if a business had some kind of a pop-up where the individual was selling, let's not even think about food, but let's say they're selling something else like clothing. So are we going to have them pay a bid too? I just think it really is unnecessary. I understand the concern, but when we look at actually implementing it, I think we're doing an unfair burden to a specific industry. And I'm just not okay with that. So, yeah, I just really want to create more diversity in our economic tax base here. And I think, that a food truck industry is just low-hanging fruit. And it's going to be an incredible asset to our downtown and beyond our downtown, right? Because we are looking at other spaces as well. So, and I know personally that when I go to an establishment and there's no food, especially if there's something to drink, I'm looking for food, and I don't want to have to go to Jack in the Box. I don't want to have to go to the closest convenience store. I don't want to just buy chips, and that's sometimes the only option that I have. I want something that is going to be hearty so that I can have one more taste of beer and not be sick. Because if I have a pint and I don't have anything to eat it with while I'm drinking it, it's just not going to be the best situation for me. And I know I'm not unique in that. I think it was great during the Strawberry Festival. That essentially is like this huge version of like food trucks, right? And what I saw was that the breweries had a lot of people and they were bringing in their own food. And essentially what we're looking at here would be akin to that, right? So I'm just still in favor, and I don't think we need to delay this. It's already been delayed by a decade or more. And I think we're at the point where we need to be creative about how restaurants are going to meet their bottom line and exceed it so that they are, in a better position. And I really think that foot traffic is the key to increased prosperity. And that's something that we are lacking, even in our main part of our downtown, even in our Area A, right? Let alone the further out that you go. So I don't know. I'm not in favor of double taxation or fees that are burdensome. I'm in favor of creating more economic mobility for folks, and that's something that I believe this will address in advance. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I actually think you make a good point about the business owner who owns property and they want to have a food truck and charging them twice. That's a reasonable point. Staff's proposal would allow for food trucks to operate in the downtown, in the bid, in the public right-of-way in certain spots. And that's where I'm having the most, concern, is that we do have business owners in that district that have paid to do business in that district, and this would allow others to come into that district and not pay. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to speak just to that as well, is that it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if Guadalupe Brewery wants to have a, they're there, hey, Guadalupe Brewery, go to Guadalupe Brewery in Paseo, Santa Fe area. Say that they want to have a food truck, that's on their private property, that wouldn't be considered like a public right of way or anything like so that's kind of what I think that we're all saying too, is like, since there's 10 parking spots in the bid, in order for you to park your food truck down there without being there with a brewery, just pulling up in front of Pepper Tree and saying, hey, I'm going to sell ice cream in front of Pepper Tree because there's a parallel parking spot there, that's the guy I want to get. So I would love to just second your motion if we could do a friendly amendment that states, if a food truck is only operating in the right of way, if it's legally allowed, we would possibly look at structuring fees on them, not on our private property owners that are having the food trucks work with those particular businesses. Would you accept that amendment to your motion?
Seeing that no one else has seconded, it's not the worst thing in the world for me to, say, okay, you know what, outside, as long as
no
it's,
double taxation.
Yeah, no double taxation.
Yep.
But if it's outside of someone else's property, then a reasonable amount would be good. And can we leave that up to staff to bring back?
Please.
Well, yeah.
And they'll leave it up to us if it's even allowed, okay? It's just I want to make sure that we're at least attempting to protect those freestanding businesses. And we're not double taxing anybody, but we're definitely protecting them as much as we can while still allowing the businesses that want it to come in. That makes sense? Only 10 parking spots down there.
And I think Walter has something.
Yeah, it sounds like we need to do some research on this
Walter
issue,
say.
but and let our city attorney speak here. But it's possible that we could set certain spaces in the public right of way aside just for the purpose of food trucks, and we could lease those spaces, which would level the playing field a little bit. City attorney?
So I don't think we can charge a city fee for use of the public right of way. So the only way I can theorize having them pay some fee would be through the CBBID. But we would need to look at that document.
Yeah, and my other suggestion is that any fees that are paid into that may offset our other business owners' charges for the upcoming year.
Well, the fees by the CBBID collects is then distributed by the CBBID Advisory Board, which is made up of the members, the businesses in there. So it would be, we would have to come up with a kind of a schedule, because the CBBID has like 4 categories of business: restaurants and services, financial, I think, and a couple others. And then depending on the number of employees for restaurant services and the zone you're in, you pay a certain amount. So we would have to look at how we can arrive at a fair amount and more than likely create a new category.
Well, can you say definitively that we couldn't set certain parking spaces aside solely for the use of food trucks and then charge for access to those sites?
If it's yes, we would have a hard time to basically take basically city privatize a parking lot and parking space in the public right of way. The public right of way is basically controlled by the state vehicle code, and so we would have.
Don't we determine what the right of way is and is not?
We have the city municipal entities are allowed to basically regulate the public right of way for public health and safety. So if it's for commercialization, we're going to.
But I'm not talking about regulating the right of way. I'm talking about removing a piece of the right of way.
I can't say definitively no, but my gut is telling me.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, a good argument for why we may want to have a little bit more time to think about this. I think there may be some other options we have not yet considered that if we wait till the 22nd of August, we could fully consider.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Attorney. So it sounds like we can't actually do that without a little more investigation. However, I am in support of this, and I think that the business owners know what we want. I think staff know what we want, and in the event it is possible to put more stipulations to protect the business community, that'd be great. But I feel like the way the ordinance is written right now accomplishes what we want it to accomplish. So I am going to go ahead and second the motion as is, and
without the amendment.
Without the amendment, because the amendment's not legally possible.
Right.
So just your original motion is done, and let's get some food trucks.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
That second was coming right away, but in respect to the time frame, again, I actually agree with the mayor that it's too short of a time frame, but at the same time, I don't believe I'm going to be moved off of this. I do agree supporting this as it is, and even given a month and a half, I think it just delays the process for businesses that have an opportunity to be profitable. So I just want to support and ready to vote on it.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Awesome. No, this has been a great discussion, and I think that the city attorney may still want to look into the bid. It's a little bit difficult though, because if someone's only parked somewhere for 3 hours, it's like, how are you going to charge them for that? They're not a permanent establishment. So that's like one of the concerns that I have.
Enforcement would really be a problem.
Right.
So
I don't want to bleed money on enforcement. I'd rather make money on food trucks.
for example, one way would be that when they register, they have to put a GPS tracker in the truck, and then we'll know if they're in the area for how long. But that would be, enforcement is
You could just
an
give
issue.
that info to Sandag then, I guess.
I think
No?
there are other ways to accomplish the end without having to go to a GPS tracker.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be, wholly burdensome. So I appreciate the second. I appreciate the almost second. So I look forward to more economic prosperity across the board and to the diversity that we will see with our food scene here in Vista as we have food trucks come in. And I also want to say, Mayor Franklin, that I think we can continue to pursue looking at even specific lots where we could have a big food truck event. The more that we can do for our businesses, the better. And I know that that will generate revenue. And again, the foot traffic necessary. A precursor to revenue is that someone actually is going to go there, right? So I would be happy to continue to pursue looking at that specifically to find an area where we could designate maybe, a festival once a year or whatever the case might be. But I do appreciate the support for this item. And I look forward to the vote.
So I support the special event concept. I support the concept of food trucks on private property, specifically where they're not in close competition with our restaurants, who haven't really had a chance to weigh in on this yet. What I do not support is I do not support this council always needing to move right now to do something as if they're not going to be able to get their way in 2 months from now. Members of the council have opined extensively about the desire to increase and improve the public engagement with what this council is doing. When we see an action that I think most of us realize we've had very poor public engagement on, and we feel the need to ramrod it through, I just have to vote no on it to demonstrate to the community that I think it's wrong that we feel the need to act so instantly without considering the input of the public. Noticing this on Wednesday and voting it on Tuesday, a meeting where one restaurant showed up, it's insufficient. We have people that have invested their life's work, and at least they deserve to be heard, even if we don't ultimately agree with them. They deserve an opportunity to come and be heard. So for that reason, I'm not going to be voting with you on this. Councilmember O'Donnell.
I think just to be fair to that point, when I campaigned, I ran a 2-year campaign, and I spoke to a lot of business owners. I joined the chamber, made sure to get input from our business community. This subject came up a lot, and there is a lot of support for food trucks out there. So this is not something that just in my opinion, that I'm personally trying to ram through. This is something I have diligently thought about and taken the time and had the discussions. It may not have been as recent as this discussion has come up, but there is a lot of support out there from businesses. So I just want to make sure that point is clarified on my end.
Yeah, I don't even think that necessarily all of our restaurants are opposed to it. My singular point of opposition at this moment is simply the fact that we refuse to provide our restaurant owners and our brewery owners sufficient notice in advance for them to engage in the conversation and be heard. I'm an advocate for transparent government, for open government, for accessible government. We've talked a lot about that. Council members have made it a big deal, included in their campaign, and this is where the rubber meets the road. If you absolutely have to do something right now that's a change to a decade-long policy, and you're fearful somehow that you're not going to get your way on August 22nd, I get it, but I don't believe that. Maybe your minds aren't going to be changed, but what would the harm be of giving those business owners the opportunity and other residents the opportunity to be heard? So with that, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just want to clarify, Larry, how many meetings is this? Is this
We've
the
had
third meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I understand your point. We can always do a better job of having more engagement. And in fact, I'm going to use this as a plug to plug in the fact that you don't have to be in these chambers anymore to comment. Please, there is is it a Zoom feature that we have? Kathy, have we had anybody try to chime in yet? Shockingly, no. So, please let your friends and family and neighbors know that I know it can be difficult to get here when you have so many things that you have to juggle, but you can be in the comfort of your home or somewhere else, maybe at a restaurant eating, and you hear something and you can chime in. So please do that. I believe that we have given the public and restaurants a good amount of time to discuss this. I want to echo Councilmember O'Donnell. This is my second term on council, and it is certainly not the first time that I come across this issue. I just haven't had a council that really wanted to move forward with it, and I believe that we are doing a really good move by moving forward with this. Yes, if there's anybody else out there that wants to comment, we are always accepting emails, in-person meetings. There's a public comment period. So please bring your comments, concerns, suggestions. But I do believe that we've had an ample amount of time. More time, does it make it better, or is it just stalling? And I feel like we're at a point where it would just be stalling economic prosperity here in the city.
Well, I appreciate your point of view. I just think that even if this is our third meeting, we had one restaurant owner show up at the last meeting. One person, in point of fact, I don't think can be considered a meeting. That's a selfing. Is that a word? Councilmember O'Donnell.
One last thing. I appreciate the comment on Zoom. Kathy, could you please explain to people how to comment on Zoom?
Yes, if they're logged into Zoom, they just need to raise their hand when we're on the topic they'd like to speak on, and we'll call on them.
Thank you. I want to call the question as well. So,
Well, seeing no other speakers, that won't even be necessary. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Oh, I'm sorry. I again cast the wrong vote there. As I repeatedly indicated, I wanted to vote no on that. That item is approved with 4 in favor and me voting no. Okay, now that'll bring us to a series of public hearings to collect delinquent fees. And we do not have any speaker cards on these items, so we should be able to move relatively quickly. And I think we've all been briefed on the collection of delinquent weed abatement charges, sewer charges, levies, related administrative citations, delinquent mandatory trash charges. So unless there are requests for staff reports on these items, we will conduct our public hearings without them. We'll now open the public hearing on our collection of delinquent 2022 weed abatement charges. Councilmember Green.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
No, we do not. We do not have any speakers for any of the public hearings remaining.
Fantastic. Seeing no speakers for this item, I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendations on this item.
Deputy Mayor Contreras?
Second.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Sorry, Councilmember, I didn't see you had left.
You didn't know it was going to be that fast.
Okay, that'll bring us to public hearing number 3, collection of delinquent sewer service charges. The public hearing is now open. We have no public speakers. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much again, sir. Seeing no speakers on this item, I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation on both items.
Councilmember Melendez.
Second.
Seeing no other discussion, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to public hearing number 4 regarding the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2023-24. The public hearing is now open. Councilmember Green.
Seeing no speakers on this item, I'd like to close the public hearing and move to approve staff's recommendation.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Second.
Seeing no other discussion, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to public hearing number 5, public hearing regarding the levy of delinquent fiscal year 2023-2022 property-related administrative citation charges. The public hearing is now open. We have no public speakers. Councilmember Green.
Seeing no public speakers, I move to close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation as presented.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Amen. I second that.
Seeing no other requests to speak, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously, and that'll bring us to public hearing number 6, a public hearing regarding the levy of delinquent mandatory trash charges for fiscal year 2022-2023. We don't have any public speakers. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yes, I move to close the public hearing and receive the recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, and thank you so much. I would like to note that there are 113 members who are delinquent in trash fees, and I will go ahead and second that motion.
Seeing no other requests to speak, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to discussion item number 1, our fiscal year 2022-23 and 2023-24 capital project mid-cycle update. Finance Director Mike Silvio will introduce the item. Councilmember Green, did you have a question before we get into it? No. Okay.
Just first up there for Mike.
Gotcha. A burning question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Discussion item number 1. We'll provide a mid-cycle update for the Capital Improvement Program budget and recommend new projects as well as revised appropriations for fiscal year 23-24. The original 2-year budget was approved in June of 2022. With me here this evening is Sarah Taylor, our budget manager, and she's going to provide the overview of the current fiscal year achievements, new proposed projects as discussed, and requested revisions to existing appropriations.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The CIP is a 6-year document that is updated every other year. Only the first 2 years are actually budgeted, and the remaining 4 years are included for planning purposes. Staff has completed a mid-cycle review at the 1-year mark and is recommending 6 new projects, along with revised appropriations to 3 current projects. Before reviewing the proposed new projects, I would like to highlight some of the capital improvements that have been completed over the last fiscal year. Completed parks projects include the Skate Park B shade structure located on North Santa Fe Avenue and West Connecticut Avenue. And the Vista Sports Park, we replaced 185,000 square feet of turf on both soccer fields and the practice field. In public facilities, the Public Works building was replaced, a new 10,000 square foot building that houses Public Works admin, streets, parks, and facility maintenance divisions, as well as shared meeting spaces and other facilities for all of Public Works. This project included the installation of solar panels, which is anticipated to produce at least 85% offset to the cost of power for the Public Works yard. Other public facility projects included the installation of fiber optic cabling for Vista Unified School District at Luz Duran Park, utilizing ARPA funding. Streets projects, approximately 12 lane miles of the most deteriorated arterial and collector city streets were slurry sealed, including certain streets that have carried a significant amount of traffic, such as North Melrose Drive from Northern City Boundary to West Vista Way. 61 lane miles of residential streets were also slurry sealed, consisting of 132 of the most deteriorated residential streets located in zones 1 and 5. Almost 2,000 linear feet of new sidewalks and ADA curb ramps were also constructed where sidewalks did not previously exist, such as West California Ave, Highland Drive, West Orange Ave, Grapevine Road, North County Transit District Station, and North Melrose Drive. In sewer projects, the Vista, Carlsbad Interceptor, and Agua Hedionda Pump Station will be completed this month. This replacement project was a joint project with the City of Carlsbad that replaced the Agua Hedionda Pump Station and Gravity Sewer Trestle Bridge. Also in the Vista Sewer, the Eucalyptus and Citrus Avenue Sewer Capacity Improvements projects was completed, which upsized and replaced approximately 1,400 linear feet of sewer pipe along Eucalyptus Ave and Citrus Ave. In Buena Sewer projects, the Smilex and Mimosa sewer improvements were completed, which addressed capacity-deficient sewer mains located in the County of San Diego and City of San Marcos in the vicinity of Smilex Road and Mimosa Road by constructing approximately 1,250 linear feet of sewer main and replacing various existing sewer pipeline segments. There are 6 proposed new projects for fiscal year 23-24. The CIP budget detail sheets for these projects are included in Exhibit 3 of the staff report. Public facilities projects include the renovation of the Public Works Building C, which houses our wastewater team. The project includes roof and HVAC replacement, and this project is anticipated to cost $475,000 and will be funded by a combination of Vista and Buena sewer fees. In streets, the other 5 projects are all in the streets category and are based on council direction from the April Transportation Mobility Workshop and other city council meetings. The Emerald Drive Complete Streets project will transform the street into a calmed pedestrian and bicycle-friendly street by implementing roundabouts, pedestrian crossings, sidewalks, and striping. The total project cost is anticipated to be about $7 million, and the project has been recommended for earmark funding in the amount of $5 million by U.S. Representative Mike Levin, so we're still waiting to hear back on that earmark funding. And then the city funding allocation for this fiscal year will cover the design of the project and a portion of the construction. The next project is for the installation of a roundabout, ADA curb ramps, and pedestrian crossings at the intersection of Bobier Drive and Calle Jules, and is anticipated to cost $718,000, funded by RTCIP fees. The project replaces the previous traffic signal project for the same intersection. The Bicycle Mobility Project will assess existing conditions of the bicycle network and develop improvement concepts and cost estimates. The recommended improvements for various streets will be prioritized, and improvements will be implemented as funding becomes available. The $200,000 is being allocated for this project from traffic impact fees to begin the evaluation and conceptual drawings of North Melrose Drive, Hacienda Drive, North Santa Fe Avenue north of Bobier, and Sycamore Avenue south of the 78. The North Santa Fe Complete Streets Avenue project will implement improvements not addressed in other current projects. North Santa Fe Avenue serves as a major active transportation connector for the town site neighborhood. The street carries a high volume of traffic, which makes it environmentally unfriendly for pedestrians and bicyclists. The Town Site Complete Streets project, which is moving towards construction phase, will implement pedestrian crossing improvements on this street. 2 other projects will add green bike lanes and protected bike lanes, and this project will implement additional improvements such as street trees and a pedestrian traffic signal at Washington Street. $700,000 is proposed for this project from RTCIP and traffic impact fees. Speeding is a major concern for city residents, and the implementation of traffic calming is a priority project for Vista City Council. The Neighborhood Traffic Calming Project will provide a funding source to develop traffic calming concepts and cost estimates for streets of concerns. Traffic calming for a certain street is assessed using established city policies and techniques, including signing and striping, speed humps, curb pop-outs, chicanes, traffic signals, raised medians, and others. And $200,000 is being appropriated from traffic impact fees to install speed humps on 6 priority streets, including Alta Vista Drive, Eucalyptus Ave, Grapevine, Vale View Drive, Highland, and Jim Porter Parkway. And the final proposed new project is for protected bike lanes, enhancing the existing bicycle network and facilities served to accommodate the varying levels of user skills and to make bicycling a viable transportation option. Working towards the goal, the City Council approved the implementation of protected bike lanes on the city's major roads where street width allows for a striped buffer between the bicycle lane and motor vehicle travel lane. This project will install flexible delineators in the striped buffer to separate the bike lane from the travel lane, and $1.7 million from RTCIP fees is being proposed for this project. During the last fiscal year, a number of new CIP projects were added to the CIP program, including a $2.2 million grant-funded sidewalk and lighting project at Nevada and Lemon. This project, as well as almost 50 other projects appropriated in prior fiscal years, will be carried forward to fiscal year 2023-24 until completion of those projects. Of the projects to be carried forward, 3 have revised appropriation requests. These are all reductions in the appropriation request based on revised information that we have received. So changes include a decrease of $80,000 for the pedestrian mobility sidewalk project, which is reflective of the reduced community development block grant allocation to the city, and the amount programmed for sidewalks in the CDBG annual action plan approved by council on April 25th. The other 2 changes are decreases of just over $1 million for Vista Sewer and $300,000 for Buena Sanitation District for the Encino Wastewater Project based on the draft budget submitted by the Encino Wastewater Authority. Revised appropriations for all new and ongoing projects for fiscal years 2023-24 is $21.9 million. This slide provides a summary of proposed appropriations by category. These are just the new appropriations for fiscal year 23-24, so the original budget that was proposed in last June, as well as the changes proposed at this meeting tonight. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for the time, and thank you so much for the report, Sarah. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. It's good to see that when we approve things, they're getting done. That Public Works facility is gorgeous. When I was elected in 2016, and I took a tour of that, and actually in 2015, as a member of the Vista, League of Residents or whatever, we took the tour of it, and it was in tough shape, man. And the employees were real bummed as far as pride of working there. So seeing that new building and everything we're doing over there, it's phenomenal. So thank you for getting that done. I'm really excited about all the projects that were coming up. This is basically my last chance to kick and scream for my district, okay? And I was really busy this week, and I didn't do enough social media engagement or get enough community here, but I didn't realize until meeting with the city manager yesterday at 1 that this is my last opportunity to talk again about the roundabout that my council voted 3-2 to put in on Beaubier Drive. I've been working to get a stoplight at Calle Jules in Beaubier since 2012 when I was the president of the PTA of the Del Norte School District and represented 22,000 kids and throughout the 28 schools here in the city of Vista. And at that point in time, we had 1 fatality crossing that street there. We did have another fatality in the time between 2012 and 2018, and I know that people are always trying to cross at that area in order to get to the services that are right there. The Northgate Market, the Domino's, there's a haircut place. Bonus Time Video used to be over there. I mean, this is where I used to hang out. And since I live in the area and I go to this area all the time, I buy my pizza at Domino's, I get my carnitas at Northgate Market, as well as all my palookas, all my homies that work at Albertsons, French Bakery, the cleaner that's over there, my Starbucks employees, Mrs. Taco, every single person that I've spoken with who has businesses around here, employees at Upper Crust Pizza, Chili Coast Pizza, Jersey Mike's. I could go on and on. I speak to everybody in my area, and I've talked to them about this because, as you know, I was adamant about not putting a roundabout on this arterial road. There is already a divider in the middle of the road, and the request from the community was a stoplight so there would be a crosswalk. We all know crosswalks are the safest spot for pedestrians to cross, which is why they have crosswalks in front of schools. And we actually have all direction crosswalks in front of schools, and the stoplights and the crosswalks actually stop traffic from blowing through the intersection. I don't want to calm traffic on Bobier Drive. We have a neighborhood traffic calming strategy as a council, which I think is phenomenal. I love neighborhood traffic calming. Everybody I've spoke with in my district wants a roundabout at Foothill and Oak Drive. It's right where Foothill Oak Elementary is, and traffic gets backed up all the way to Foothill. However, that is a two-lane street, bike lanes on both sides, parking on both sides, and it's more practical for a roundabout. I'm not asking that you deny this altogether. All I'm asking is that we table the discussion on this particular roundabout. It is $218,000 extra dollars for a roundabout. It's a lot of money that you could use for something else. And in the event we get this packed out with community members, Maggie Quiggles, who actually manages the apartment complex on Kaye Jules and is the president of the Vista Pop Warner Association. Say I get her here and all her residents that say, we want a stoplight, not a roundabout. That's what my community wants that I represent. And I'd like the opportunity to do that. I do apologize that I didn't do that before this meeting, but again, this is a discussion item and I didn't realize this was my last chance to fight. So this is my last chance, kick and scream. I know that, Karina and Katie, you may have already made up your minds and are voting together on the item. However, I really, really would just like you to consider getting more input on this and actually having a room full of people who live on Kaye Jules and business owners off of Bobier come here. And I will commit to you to do as many videos and get as many people to pack this place out as possible. And if at the end of the day, this is what everybody decides, I say that we do it. But I've seen the plan putting roundabouts down Bobier. I don't think it's what's best for the community. I don't think it's what's best for that street. I don't think it's what's best for public safety. My fire trucks going up and down that road, having to hit that. So for me, this is the only project that I really am not 1,000% behind. I love providing safety for the residents there, but I feel like that's not what they asked for. We spent so much time doing all the sidewalk workshops and the Emerald Streets project and everything else, and I just feel like us saying we know what's better than what the community wanted and what staff worked on for 11 years is not a good look for our council. So that's where I'm at, and I have nobody in my district that wants the roundabout that I've spoken with, and if you can give me names and numbers of people in my district that want it, I'd love to call and talk to them. That's it, and let me know what you think. I'm just saying let's table this one item for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Green, I would support your motion if you make one to do that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Putting roundabouts in the middle of our large arterial roadways is not what people who are trying to get to work. Some of us have the great advantage of living in the city and working in the city. Most families that live in Vista are driving significant distances, and they want to get home sooner and safer to their families. So I wholeheartedly second your comments. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I do not support that. This is not just your district, it's also my district. And I made a commitment that we would have some kind of safety measure. And at first, I was like, let's get a traffic signal. I worked since 2018 to move up the priority, okay? Because when I got there in 2018, Kaye Jules was number 6 on the priority list. So I'm not saying that you didn't do a good job. I'm sure you worked really hard. But since I've been on council, it is now going to be implemented. Patrick told me before, our city manager before, there's no way that we're ever going to get funding for this. And I said, unacceptable. So I have fought behind the scenes to ensure that we have public safety in our streets, that we have traffic calming. I am 100% confident that this is going to create a better public safety situation than a traffic light, which is why I'm willing to spend $200,000 more. Now, I'm going to take your comments about you can't just throw a roundabout in, an arterial road. Well, guess what? Further up Beaubier, the school district is actually thinking about doing that by Beaubier Elementary as we redevelop that as a community resource. So there's no congruency with me, looking at this and saying, okay, well, it's going to be appropriate on a downhill arterial, but for some reason over here, it's not appropriate. I'm willing to take any backlash that would come forward because I want to implement public safety in this area. I'm willing to do that. I am not going to budge on this. I think it's a great idea because guess what? I walk my dog on Beaubier and people are going really fast. And when I go door to door, and I talk to a lot of people too, they are sick of the people racing on Beaubier. All right, one half of Beaubier is yours in your district, Mr. Green, and the other half is on mine, right? But folks have the same issue. It is extremely dangerous. Beaubier has divided our community because it has become a racetrack. And you know what, folks? They do not stop at red lights. It is a serious situation, which is why we had to hire another motor deputy. But you know what? They will slow down at a traffic circle. And if your primary concern is that someone can cross the street, then you should look at every way to reduce the size, the distance that one person has to cross from here to there. And what a traffic circle does is it reduces that distance. So I hear your concern. I don't agree with the concern. And I think that if we are looking at creating safe routes to school, there are so many schools on Beaubier that we ought to invest the money now and build out that vision of actually having folks easily transverse Beaubier. We have the opportunity to do that now. So maybe I don't have a majority. I had one before. We'll see what happens. But I just can't accept that, Councilmember Green. I cannot accept that having a traffic light is better than having a traffic circle there. The speed is way too fast, and people are not honoring our traffic lights. So that's where I'm at. But I have more comments. I think that when we're doing protected bike lanes, we need to go in it all the way. A flexy little post is not real protection because if it bends when I step on it, it sure is going to bend when a car runs it over. So I think, when we're talking about public safety, we have to really have this comprehensive view of public safety. Just like I fought for speed humps, and I was in an argument, I guess, with the fire department, I'm willing to be in an argument with them about traffic circles. And I haven't heard a concern from them about traffic circles. And as we continue to make our community, which is only 19 square miles, more connected and safer to transverse, whether you're walking, in a car, biking, in a wheelchair, whatever the case might, in a scooter, other micromobility, I think it's necessary for us to do that. And so what I would ask, and I'm not sure if we have a majority for this, but I'm going to make the ask that we appropriate, we direct staff to find funding in the amount of $450,000 to actually make protected bike lanes protected with an asphalt berm and not just the little flexi posts. We had a visual of what that would look like. They were using the example of, I believe, in Cardiff, where there's an asphalt berm and flexi posts. Again, it's important I see so many of our youth walking, I see their parents walking them, and cars are just going way too fast here in Vista. It's property damage galore in my area. I see, constantly fences that are crashed into. And when I was going door to door along Beaubier on my side of District 1, folks are sick of it. They are absolutely tired of the racetrack. So I can't budge. I cannot move from my stance of enhancing public safety, because we know a traffic circle will, in fact, enhance public safety there. And I don't care if I'm at odds with the fire department. I don't care if I'm at odds with even the majority of this council. I will not move on this. But I appreciate the discussion. So, but hopefully, I don't know if there's a majority here that would support $450,000 so that once we do our bike lanes, we do it right. I want to move to the Emerald Corridor. Sarah, you talked about an earmark from Congressman Mike Levin, but don't we have additional earmarks from other elected officials?
So 3 of the projects that we received funding for this last year include like the Nevada Lemon one, as well as the 300, for the Boys and Girls Club, the indoor soccer field or arena soccer field. There was also some funding for the relocation of the sheriff's substation and the kind of upfit of the current building at Luz Duran Park. And then in previous years, we received, that's a portion of our funding for the fire station.
Right. Those were from our previous assembly member, Tasha Berner.
Correct.
But I do recall seeing additional funding that was going to be earmarked for the Emerald Corridor. And I want to say it's Senator Feinstein, although, people didn't really know where she was. She was putting forward a proposal for the Emerald Complete Street. So I want to say it was like 5.8 million, and then Mike Levin put like 5 million. I just wanted to confirm.
I can clarify that Senator Feinstein did submit, but it's for the same pot of money. So it could be likely that we get a certain amount based on those 2 requests, but it's probably not both.
Okay. So it would be up to 5.8, but not double.
Correct. And what we should know later this year.
Okay, awesome. Just wanted a clarification on that. And, I think Councilmember Melendez has done a tremendous job advocating at Sandag and to our local officials to get the much needed funding to make it safe for Emerald, because like Beaubier, Emerald has a ton of schools. So there really is a need for us to lean into safe routes to school and ensure that pickup and drop off can be seamless, but that folks that are not getting there by car also have the opportunity to transverse from home to school and back in a safe manner. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I wanted to ask, I know that we were undergoing, because I saw Wi-Fi for Luz Duran, and that was in conjunction with the school district, I believe, for a trade that we did to get Wi-Fi in our downtown. And so I wanted to ask the status of a better Wi-Fi in our downtown, utilizing, I believe, maybe a tower that Vista Unified School District has here at Vista Magnet Middle School. And I want to ask because during the Strawberry Festival, that was a huge issue that the Wi-Fi kept going down. And when you're trying to pay for something and hardly anybody ever, carries wads of cash, especially as inflation makes, a $5 bill not worth much. You got to carry a bunch of them. So is there I know it's not necessarily germane, but I saw the Wi-Fi and it was a trade that we did with VUSD, and we paid for the fiber optic so that we could get Wi-Fi at Luz Duran, but part of that trade is that we would be able to have Wi-Fi in our downtown. So can anybody update me on where we're at on that project?
I do not know the answer to that question. We're going to have to research that and figure out where we're at. I know it was a project we were working on at one time, but after we did the Wi-Fi at Luz Duran, I haven't followed up, so I'll have to
Okay.
follow up with you on
Yeah,
that.
I definitely, I mean, we ponied up our end of the deal, so you better believe I'm going to be, banging on the door at VUSD if they're not going to uphold their part of the bargain, because our downtown definitely needs better Wi-Fi, 100%.
My understanding was that the VSD is still working on that part of the project, and part of the construction that they're doing in the parking lot might even include some of the undergrounding portions of it. So our portion was just the fiber cables. So.
Right. Okay,
We'll
cool.
have to follow up and get the actual
Yes,
status.
please follow up. I'm dying to know when that's going to be fixed, because it's not even just during the Strawberry Festival. I've been, in our downtown, and it's like, sorry, it's not working right now. So I think it's imperative that we have that asset for our downtown, especially with, co-working spaces and whatnot. So yeah, let me see if I have anything else. No, just please, 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 if other folks want to fully fund these protected bike lanes, I think, it's just going to go a long way. And it's infrastructure that is relatively cheap, inexpensive for the amount of safety that we get. So that's it for me.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I will support the additional protection for our bike lanes. Is the number on that correct, though? Would you say 450,000? And that would actually bring us whole for that?
That's the estimate from Sam, our city and streets engineer. So.
I won't make Sam come out here. What are the motions on the floor right now? And do we have two? There are no motions. Okay. The only thing I'd like to see added to this as well is I've talked about complete streets a lot. There's only one that I'm going to continuously rail on about. It is the one at Longhorn and Melrose, right outside Rancho Buena Vista High School. What I'm looking for is during peak school hours only, adding crosswalks from the northeast corner to the southwest corner and from the northwest corner to the southeast corner, and making that a complete street. I don't know the cost of that, or if we need a motion to make that happen, but I'd like to make a motion then for all of these things, yeah. We'll make a motion for the bike lanes to fund the $450,000, as well as adding a complete street to Melrose and Longhorn. Not included in the motion, I will, to Councilmember Green. So today I went down to Beaubier because I have to go to the Sprouts over there. My belief is that a roundabout is much safer than a streetlight. However, with that being said, it may not move me or change my mind, but before I can agree to pull an item, I'd like to know how much it would delay the construction of a roundabout and how soon we can get it back on the agenda. That might be a question for the city manager.
You would like to know how...
If we were to pull this item for a future discussion and vote, how soon can we get it back? Can we get it back on the next meeting?
It's unlikely that we would have sufficient time to do outreach by the time of the next meeting, so it would likely be the first meeting in August, which would be, I believe, August 8th.
I don't believe you have lost the majority on this decision, but I am open to pulling this item and discussing it further. But I would like to make the motion for the other two items and have a little bit more discussion about it. Is that clear on what I just did? All right.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Whew, losing my voice. So Councilmember O'Donnell, your motion was to accept staff's recommendations and then to add the conditions around Longhorn Drive and the bike lanes. Okay. So I'm supportive of that. Thank you for making the motion. But because my name was mentioned, Councilmember Green, I believe I should respond. I feel like the comment that you just made towards me was very rude. To say something like, you've already made up your mind, Katie. That's not appropriate. And as if that's going to sway me in some kind of way. I feel like that's just not very polite and not appropriate. And I would appreciate being spoken to properly. Also, I think that you really said it all when you said that you're sorry, that you regret that you didn't attend to this matter and engage your community before a public meeting where a decision is held. It's our responsibility. There's so many projects that are happening in the whole city and throughout our districts. I understand that it's a lot to attend to, but we can't, come to this body and, make targeted comments like that to one another when it was really our own failure to organize the people around our cause, right? If you say that there's a cause here, that you have, all these people who are against a roundabout, that's wonderful, for you to be able to have them, rally for that interest that you have. But that is a responsibility that we have. There's so much business that we have to attend to here at the city. There's so many projects and so many things that we have to follow that by the time they come to us for a public vote and for a decision, the public demands that we make decisions, and I appreciate our city staff for providing us this update so that we can make a decision and move forward and continue to do the city's business. So that's, I just really felt like you saying, Katie, you've already made up your mind. I was not addressed properly, Councilmember Green, and that's not a way to sway anyone, We have to attend to these items before they come to a public agenda. And I think that you are regretful of that, and I get it. It's hard. There's lots of things to follow. So I just had to respond to that, but I'm supportive of the motion. I'm really grateful for all the things we had forward. So if the motion is to say yes to what staff has brought forward to us and to add something more, be it real protected bike lanes, right, something more concrete, and to include a complete streets project, I would love to see that. So thank you.
Councilmember Green.
All right, and I do apologize for not addressing you as Councilmember Melendez and Councilmember Contreras. However, I wasn't trying to sway your vote. You guys are always Brown Act buddies. You are in a publicly relationship. I mean, it's my understanding I can't speak with you about any issues because you guys are Brown Act buddies because, you're, have a relationship, which is fine. I support it 100%. But when I say that because your Brown Act buddy was the one who wants to put the roundabout. So I assumed that you and your Brown Act buddy agreed on it. I wasn't trying to say I was going to sway you. I just know that you do have a Brown Act buddy, and I assumed that your Brown Act friend was going to, the two of you basically had already spoken about it. So that's where my insinuation was. I apologize. I don't think it was rude. It is, public knowledge, and it is my knowledge that I'm not allowed to speak with either one of you about this roundabout. I would have loved to have a meeting with Karina about it, but it's my understanding I'm not allowed to because of, So it's not rude, okay? I really feel like my hands are tied every time I come to this body because I can't speak with either one of you individually. So it's tough. You guys don't have to rally the community because you have a majority. Your, deputy mayor just added 400 and some odd thousand without having anybody in the audience because you have the majority on the council. I understand politically you guys have the majority. However, I am busy. I didn't have time to get this, and I obviously didn't know this was the actual time where we were going to be allotting all of those funds. So yes, I probably could have done a better job today, but what I did was I spoke with Dan, who was my Brown Act buddy, and I said, please drive down Beaubier and check it out and just see if you think it's reasonable to give it more time. I'm not saying you're wrong. Dan even said he thinks a roundabout's safer. A roundabout could be safer, but I did not do my job, and I'm very apologetic. I know there's times you haven't read everything on your agenda either, and unfortunately for me, this was one of those times. I am willing to admit when I didn't do something, and I apologize. But I'm saying, hey, council, I would appreciate a little grace and have this tabled. I know, Karina says roundabouts are safer and, this is the way that we're going to do it. And I haven't seen data that says it's safer to cross streets at roundabouts. Is there data out there that says it's safer to cross streets at roundabouts? Has anybody seen it? Do we have a traffic engineer here who could come tell me that it's safer to cross streets at roundabouts?
I don't believe our traffic engineer is in attendance this evening, but we can follow up with
I'd just like to see, show me the data, because basically what you're saying is, I don't care who's mad at me. I don't care what the fire department says. I don't care what your constituents say. I've talked to my constituents, and I want to put a roundabout there, and that's how it's going, and I don't want to wait to get more community feedback. So I get that could be the way that this goes. The way the motion was made does not allow for any tabling of it. I think the question that I was asking is, in the event we did put it on like an agenda for the 8th of August, how much does it actually delay construction? Like, do we have an actual groundbreaking day on this project? Because if I just delete it to August 8th, am I delaying the construction of their roundabout at all? Because I don't want to delay their construction. I just want to get more info.
It would potentially delay construction by a couple months just based on the time that we need to, design the project and construct it. So if we got direction tonight and it was in the CIP, we would start that process. If it waits till August, we'll start the process in August.
So to answer the question, if I did have support to delay it to get more community input, it would delay it 2 months. But if we don't, then it'll just get completed 2 months earlier.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that's all I needed to know. And again, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm not trying to be rude, but I really have a job to do just like you do. And unfortunately, I don't know how this works, but it's really tough for me. And I apologize. And, I'm not trying to take cheap shots at anybody. It is what it is. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I get where you're coming from, Councilmember Green, and I just want to say, I have a pretty dynamic life, and so does Councilmember Melendez, so we don't talk about everything. And so even with this roundabout, it's just something that, we discussed in the public with everybody else here. But listen, we committed to Vision Zero, right, which is 0 serious fatalities and deaths. And one of the strategies for Vision Zero happens to be a myriad of different traffic calming. Traffic circles do make it safer for folks, because just think about it, right? Beaubier is how fast? How fast can you go? 40? That's the posted speed. People are going 60. I am constantly walking Beaubier, and if I want to get my heart rate really up, then I go the way of Beaubier Elementary, and if I'm not so ambitious with my heart rate that day, then I go the other way towards Gaia Jules. And folks are not stopping at lights. For motor deputies, it's not going to be enough to cover every single intersection that people are not following the law. But what will be effective is ensuring that where folks, especially where there's a lot of community resources, like the ones that you named, right? And Northgate has a lot of folks that go there and a lot of folks that walk there. So just think, okay, a car is going a minimum of 40 miles per hour on Beaubier. Is it safer for a pedestrian to cross, what's the length? 40 and 40, maybe around 80 feet. Is it safer for them to cross a road where they have to cross 80 feet and the minimum traffic is going 40, which folks blow past that on Beaubier because it is a raceway? Or is it safer for that same pedestrian to cross, let's say, 15 feet, 20 feet for a crosswalk at 24 feet? Look at the difference between 80 and 24 feet. That is, every foot matters. So you're having a much lower probability that a vehicle will strike a pedestrian because the distance is decreased and the speed is decreased, right? So I understand that some people will have concerns. Some people hate traffic circles. They adamantly hate traffic circles. However, I am okay with those folks hating me for having more traffic circles because I know that I'm going to be keeping them safe. I'm going to be keeping their families safe. We have a mobile park right there, right? We have 2 big communities in apartment complexes, and they are now divided by a quasi-freeway. So to unify our community, these different traffic calming strategies really provide not only the infrastructure to make it safer for the public, but also the infrastructure that facilitates connecting our communities back together. And it's so much less scary to cross at a traffic circle than it is 80 feet where cars are transversing at least 40 miles per hour and you're praying that they stop. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. And I just want to clarify, so the motion right now is to accept staff's recommendation and include Longhorn and Melrose, as well as the $450,000 for real protected bike lanes. Is that?
And perhaps my hope was to table this so we can pull it out as a separate item, have this discussion, and then approve the remainder of the balance plus those 2 items.
Okay. So if we were to just move forward without tabling it, because listen, you say 2 months, it's going to be, this is government, you guys. It's not going to be just 2 months delayed. We know that. We can't say that with a straight face. But there is the potential that someone dies in those 2 months. So I would hope that we would just accept it. We've talked about it so much. I haven't had anybody come and say that it's such a terrible idea that they don't want it, right? So I would hope that Councilmember O'Donnell, you would amend your motion to just accept the traffic circle. It only takes one time of someone trying to cross the street in a car going too fast. The sooner we can get to implementing actual infrastructure that makes it safer for folks, the higher the probability that nobody will die at this intersection. So that's my plea. I understand I'm not going to take it, I'm not going to be offended if it gets tabled, but 2 months at minimum is 60 plus days where this intersection will continue to be unprotected.
Thank you. I just want to respond to you, Councilmember Green. Personal relationships aside, there absolutely are opportunities for us to work together, and I've spoken to the city attorney about this. I want to hear your concerns because this isn't partisan. I want to know what issues you care about, and that is possible. You just have to reach out, okay? And we can find those opportunities to talk about the issues that you care about. And, in regards to, my favoring votes that the deputy mayor may vote for, listen, she and I don't vote together the same way every single time. She might be more conservative than me. And sometimes we vote differently. So I appreciate where you're coming from with this. On this particular issue, I am favorable to traffic circles. I think that that is the type of intersection management that keeps people safest. And that is our highest duty in this position, is to keep people safe. But I do think there needs to be more public education. A lot of people, they want to receive resources that they're familiar with, right? They're going to lean more towards that that stoplight because they're used to it, right? And they think that that's going to be the solution to their problem, to their safety issues. But based on the knowledge that I have about vehicle speeds and deaths and intersection management, the more we can start to convert some of our intersections to that in which the traffic flow continues, such as with the traffic circle, but also reduces vehicle speeds, the more we can have what I think we all want here, which is safety and efficiency, right? We want people to move people, and we want them to be safe. And in regards to the, the 450K that we're hoping to be able to add to the improved bike lane strategies, this is the type of planning that we need to be doing for the long term, right? We just had a gentleman on Melrose get hit by a car. He was riding a bike, it was dark, right? There were many other conditions of that situation, but that was super concerning, so I'm super motivated to make it safer for cyclists who are vulnerable. They're not enclosed in a vehicle. And we just had a dude on Melrose get hit by a car. So that's like, again, really motivating for me. But you mentioned something. Was there something about this project that the fire department had an issue with? Because you said, so I mean, I'll leave my comments there, but you mentioned that, so I'm curious.
Thank you so much. And what I was saying is on a big arterial road, putting a roundabout right in the middle, we might want to ask our fire department, if they think that this is what would be better from a response time standpoint, what would slow them down. I just feel like the stoplight for a crosswalk, again, for me, I like stoplights for crosswalks. But again, it is what it is. If we could table it and get their information, I would love to have VFFA take an official stance on it. I'm sure I could speak with the association, have them vote on it. And heck, they might say, we love them, let's say yes, but I would at least love to know their opinion on it. I love to know my sheriff's deputy's opinion on it. How do you feel about putting roundabouts on arterial roads? Like they're going 70 miles an hour on Melrose. Are you gonna put roundabouts on Melrose? Is that the dream? See, so it's like, like for me, I feel like we have to have some arterial roads that people can go fast on. Like there's arterial roads when it comes to neighborhood calming traffic. I support that 1,000%, and I do love traffic circles. I know how to use them, so I love them. I yield to the left. And the people on Calle Jules that are new to traffic circles too, and those people are still gonna be coming down at 40. They might slow to 20 to get around, but they might not even know when to enter the traffic circle, and they might jump in and get blindsided. There's been accidents at traffic circles, as you know, because people don't know how to use them. But the truth is, I just disagree with you, and I've seen, schools put crosswalks in front of their schools for a very long time, and I've never seen a school put a roundabout in front of their school as far as, hey, this is a high arterial road, let's put a roundabout, because red lights do stop people. I mean, I stop at every red light. Most people stop at red lights. And believe it or not, most people do either slow down or stop at stop signs. I have one right in front of my house. I get to watch it every single weekend for 12 hours a day, and I say about 75% of people come to a complete stop. The other 25 bad people. But, I just disagree with you on this, and I would love the opportunity to have it tabled until the first meeting in August. I will do a video tomorrow on social media and continue to do them and say, this is what they want to do. Do you want it done? And please show up. And in the event it doesn't work, it doesn't work. One question that I do have for my city attorney, though, is Katie said that I have the opportunity to work with her. I really feel like the Brown Act says that we can't have a conversation with a majority of a governing body, all right? I'm in a committed relationship. I know we all are with people, and I feel like, like this roundabout, for instance. If I said, hey, Katie, I want you to be my Brown Act buddy, number one, I don't know that you would be on an agenda item, but say that she wanted to, are we allowed to be Brown Act buddies on that, or is there some type of stipulation? Or she could just say, I never want anybody to be my Brown Act buddy because I'm in, this. I'm just wondering how it works.
No, you could be Brown Act buddies. I mean, Councilmember Melendez, Councilmember Contreras, if they don't talk about this item, I mean, then they could be a Brown Act buddy with you. My purpose here is to protect your votes on the Brown Act. So I'm not, the public is not privy to all of this. So it's going to be, from the public, it's going to be a perception, what they believe, not what, what necessarily is true. But if any council member, the mayor or any council member here tells me that you're not talking about it with another member, I 100% trust that, and you could talk with some other member on it.
Okay, pardon me, I don't feel, I don't want to say I don't, if I was serving with my wife, I would think, don't, it's just the thing, and I know you're not there yet, but I feel like, you guys are going to share conversation, even if it just slips in casual conversation, it jeopardizes the integrity of the vote. And even if we were, and somebody tried to, challenge the city, for instance, it could really jeopardize the integrity of a vote. So that's where my question kind of is. And is there any, is my concern valid? Is it like,
I get the concern is valid.
Okay, that's all I need to know. We don't got to get into it very much. That's my concern. So I want to make sure this is where I talk to you guys. This is where we talk. And last meeting, you spoke for 57 minutes. You spoke for 54 minutes. You spoke for 36. I spoke for 11. He spoke for 7. So we heard you speak a lot. This is where I hear you speak. So I look forward to these meetings, and I look forward to speaking, but I've felt like in the past, aside from one vote, that I remember that you've been pretty equally yoked, which I understand you're the same political party and you guys have a lot of the same things, which we all do, but I just, it does make it tough. And I just want you to understand that, Councilman Melendez, because I'm not trying to be rude by any means. I just feel like I've lost the ability to have one-on-ones with either one of you without thinking one of you is going to speak to the other one about what we spoke about. And it's probably more a me thing than a you thing, but that's how I would feel with my better half, is that I don't not share anything with my partner. And I would, in relationships, we share everything together. So that's my concern, and I think that could be the concern of the city. So it's a choice I'm making, and I will be making that choice just because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of any vote that our city makes, because I don't want any vote to have to be retaken because somebody thinks that we jeopardize the integrity of the Brown Act or something like that. So I will be assuming every time we come to this body that you two are going to be voting together. That is my assumption. So I will wait from now on to say things until I hear from you, because I think you do deserve that, and I do apologize for lumping you in initially, but I want you to understand where my brain is, because it's really tough for me to, I can't, it's tough. So anyways, we'll see what happens with this particular item. I really feel strongly about getting more information. I don't think anybody, Lord willing, I pray nobody gets hurt in the extra 2 months, but I do think that 60 days is not that long when you're going to change the landscape of a city for the entire life of the city, basically. 60 days isn't that long, hopefully, but we'll see.
I just want to say a lot of times I don't talk to anybody because I'm really busy. So I don't have time to just pair up about every single item here. I am just really good at what I do, and I am confident in myself. So a lot of the conversations are just with myself. But I understand that it is a you thing more than anything else. So City Manager, I'm not sure if folks are aware of some of the conversations that are happening with Vista Unified School District just north of the Kaya Jules and Beaubier intersection, and potentially, that is still an arterial road. Can you provide some information about certain designs that are being proposed?
Sure. So the district is talking to us about looking at a roundabout in front of Beaubier Elementary with the redevelopment of the school at that location. They want to explore a safer pedestrian crossing, so they've discussed the possibility of a signal or a roundabout there, so we're evaluating that.
Yeah, and, in speaking with different admin and parents, they're really excited about slowing traffic down near schools. So I just don't really share your concern about putting a traffic circle in an arterial road, because I think what we're doing by even tabling this item is delaying an inevitable situation on Beaubier. there will be traffic circles on Beaubier. It's just going to happen. So I can't second the motion knowing that we're going to be putting our residents in jeopardy for any amount of time, additional time, when we could just do the right thing now, accept this traffic circle, and move on to the next project that we need to do. I would hope that there would be an amendment to the motion to just accept staff's recommendation, which includes the traffic circle, and to add the complete streets and traffic calming at Longhorn and Melrose, and the $450,000 for real berm, asphalt berm protected bike lanes. I just think that that's the right thing to do. So, I'm not going to be convinced that a traffic circle can't go here because the school district is already discussing traffic circles on a stretch of road that is even more difficult, you would think, to put a traffic circle because the slope of Beaubier Drive near Beaubier Elementary is so much greater than this slope. So, I would hope that we could just move forward and deliver to the public on a much faster time frame the safety that they have been asking for. Our traffic calming workshop and different conversations has attracted a lot of people, more than most of our other workshops or topics that we discuss. And there is a real appetite for change. And I'm going to lean into that because I'm one of those people that walks a lot. And I literally have to just wait because I've almost been hit because that 25% that didn't stop for me.
Councilmember O'Donnell?
Councilmember Green, well, one, I do want to come to defense of the majority on this council because I have Brown acted with both individuals here at one point or another. So the opportunity is available. I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. I do just want to ask because I understand where you're coming from. Like I understand where both of you are coming from because this borders both of your districts, from my understanding, right? And so from Deputy Mayor's standpoint, like this discussion has been had with her constituents. From your standpoint, it's been had with yours. The reality is, and I just want to ask because the majority on this vote will probably not change even if we were to delay it to a future consideration. Does that change the mindset of yourself on if you'd want to move forward with this, knowing that just prolonging it is only going to kind of delay the inevitable? So I just want to know what your thoughts would be.
I'm fine. Approve your roundabout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, before we move forward with a second on the motion, I just wanted to discuss the addition of the project, and maybe we can do a separate motion where we're looking for the adoption of a resolution that will amend the capital improvement program. And with the addition of the project, we don't have a kind of workup, how much the project would cost, funding source. At this time, so maybe a separate motion to direct staff to look at the project if that's, get some feedback on.
Yeah, we can evaluate the design for the Longhorn intersection, and then we'd have to find a funding source for the asphalt berms, but we could bring those back at a future meeting once we identify funding.
So this is just to provide staff with direction to move forward. So do we need a motion for that, or?
It would be best.
Okay.
Approval of the resolution, yeah.
So approval of the resolution and direction to staff to look into the cost of a complete street at Melrose and Longhorn, as well as the addition of the berms surrounding the bike lanes. That would be my motion in full. I appreciate this very long conversation we've had up here, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, just a few final comments. I know I talk a lot, so I'm glad you're counting how many minutes, but I want to hear from you too, right? This is sometimes the only time I get to talk to you and hear from you, from everyone, as a group. And I think that there's an opportunity to build consensus, and we're not always going to agree. But I just have to defend my integrity that if I say that I'm only talking to one person about something, that is an absolute fact. And I've had many conversations with the city attorney about this because I like to be able to work with different people, and that is not something that betrays my integrity in any way. So if I say something, I mean it. The other thing is, I just want to state, for whoever's still listening, right, our arterial roads are also intersecting neighborhoods. So when someone is going 70 on Melrose, that breaks my heart, and it is not okay. So yes, we need, corridors where people can get to where they need to go, but not at the detriment to neighborhoods. I look at North Melrose and, the area between, the 78 and up towards College Boulevard, and how just that has become like a mini freeway. And it's really sad to see that a lot of the neighbors there are frustrated that that arterial road that has, is a thoroughfare, has also caused a detriment to their neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that arterial roads also are neighborhood roads on the neighborhoods that they go through. And we do need intersection management, right? Maybe not a roundabout at every single spot on those arterial roads, but it's just concerning when people are going 70 through residential areas. So, but thanks for the discussion, y'all.
I'm going to close by saying I love traffic circles when they are engineered consistent with the width of the roadway and the number of lanes being transited. I lived in Washington, D.C., and I became a master after many times trying to master DuPont Circle, which is a 3-lane traffic circle with an inner division and an outer division. They work wonderfully when they are engineered correctly. The difficulty with turning the problem is not the traffic circle, honestly. I don't even think Councilmember Green actually has a problem with the traffic circle. The problem is the merging of traffic on either end that's going to cause a big slowdown, and people trying to get home are going to complain, they're going to be unhappy, and they're going to wonder what we were thinking. And God help us if we put a traffic circle on Melrose and try and merge, 3. I mean, look, as the former representative of District 4, I can tell you this is the thing people complain about. I have to imagine every one of you has received the persistent complaint about our failure to, quote, time the traffic lights. No one ever accepts the reality that, we're not a grid system. We don't have east, west, north, south roads, which would make it easier to time and make sure that one platoon of vehicles, gets all the way where they're going without being stopped. So we've done the best that we can, and trust me, I have had some really in-depth conversations with Sam about vehicle tracking and, try to understand the science of this myself, not very well. But I also, one of the things that we used to do in years past is we used to kind of defer to the council member that represented a particular area because they know the people in that area. And, we just sort of now run roughshod over a council member over the last couple of years without giving greater weight or deference to their knowledge of their own district. Obviously I represent the entire city, but I do know that each of you has a specialty in your own districts, and I place great importance on what you say. And, honestly, when it comes to a stop sign, I'm going to take your word for it, because most of the stop signs are going into subarterials, collectors, and neighborhood roads, and I just don't have the experience with it that you do. You probably know and drive those intersections every day, and I probably don't. So for that reason, I'm not going to vote for this. I'm going to vote to oppose it because I do think that residents in large numbers are going to be unhappy with the result. And so with that, recognize Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you. I actually forgot what I was going to say. I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I feel like I'm getting like sinus pressure. Let me just, oh, that's right. I don't think I second your motion yet. So I will second your motion. And this is a tough one because this is both our districts. Yeah. And honestly, I am 100% okay with people hating this because it will make it safer for them. And, when we're looking at North Melrose, it really sucks because that is like a lot of folks that live further down in like North Santa Fe area, between North Santa Fe and Melrose, their kids go to Maryland Elementary and they're having to cross 7 lanes of traffic. And I was just there for a career fair, and this is like one of the single largest issues that population has. So, I understand the hesitation to put a traffic circle. I really do, but it is one of, and I wish I wish Sam were here, but it really has been shown through a lot of data that it makes it a lot safer for folks, not only that are walking and biking, but also in cars. Because it is so dangerous to be in a vehicle because you might be doing everything possible to drive safely, but someone else is on their phone, someone else is eating, someone else is reaching down, someone else is putting their foot on the pedal all the way down. You can't control for that. So that's why when it's one of the leading causes of death, right, is being in a vehicle. It's so much safer to have other modes of transportation. And maybe one day we'll be there, but we need to think about how we're going to reconnect our communities. And 40 miles per hour minimum on a road that spans several schools, we need to take that into consideration. And like I said, the school district is already looking on the other end of Melrose to address some of the speed issues there for the kiddos and the additional folks that will be utilizing that community school because it's going to have additional resources. So this is definitely not going to be incongruent with the rest of Bossier. And I hope that at some point we can find funding or appropriate funding in our new traffic calming fund to ensure that we really are addressing safe routes to school. So, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure I seconded your motion. I was like, why did I press my button? It's because I didn't second your motion yet. So I do second your motion. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I just want to make sure that we are correct procedurally. Do I need to withdraw my initial motion, or are we good on the amended motion as is?
You're good on the amended motion because there was no second on the floor, so the additions were able to be done by you solely.
Awesome. And for public record and clarification, I will not put a roundabout on Melrose, on North Melrose at least.
Probably a good idea on either one. Seeing no other speakers, going once, cast your votes, please. Right. I found the right button this time. It was mostly we vote yes on everything here. Occasionally we dissent. That item was approved with 3 in favor and 2 opposed, and that will bring us to item D2, which is regarding our council discretionary funding. Councilmember Melendez asked for this item to be placed on the agenda, so we will ask her to introduce it. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Okay, so first I want to thank John Conley for some of the information and also thank our previous acting city manager for originally initiating this conversation. Each city council member and the mayor has a discretionary spending account of $2,500. The uses of these funds are outlined in the policy included in the agenda. In general, these funds are set aside for tickets to attend community events, travel, and costs associated with training and conferences, and communication with higher-level elected officials and legislative advocacy. Despite taking the opportunity to attend community events and participate in trainings throughout the year, I find that there are significant funds remaining at the end of the year for myself. I don't know if my fellow council members also have a balance at the end of the year of their discretionary funds, but I do. I believe the policy that we have is limited, and I believe we should update the policy to permit a wider range of activities to fit a council that tends to be more community-oriented. I don't personally believe we need to increase funding to our discretionary accounts, but if that is something our council is interested in, I'm happy to hear your thoughts on this. One of the limitations, I believe, of our current policy is related to communication. Communication to regional, state, and national elected officials is permitted, yet communication with the public is not included. As you know, and as others are, right, we tend to be very active in our communication with the public. For myself, I send out a weekly newsletter as part of city updates. I frequently canvass neighborhoods in my district and speak to residents and citizens at their front door. I use social media to inform the public about current activities at the city and more. As elected representatives, we are the primary line of contact between the city of Vista and the public that we serve. The current policy limits our freedom of speech, hinders the performance of our duties, and is not an efficient use of funds. There's frequently a balance remaining. If it is the will of the council, we can make changes to the policy. I would be curious to hear from my fellow council members if you believe there is anything else we should add to the policy or how we should be permitted to use our discretionary funds with full consideration of applicable laws. With that, I would like to make a motion to amend the policy to include communication with members of the public on issues or matters affecting the city in accordance with city goals. And thank you. I look forward to your comments and consideration. And the reason why I'm reading it this way is because I thought my voice was going to be completely shot, and I was asking Kathy if she could read it for me, but I was able to read it aloud. So thank you, Kathy, for being helpful. But I will look forward to your comments.
So I'm just going to wait out there at first and say we've always had an organized communication strategy that starts with our city communications department. I can't support turning this fund, which was supposed to enable travel to Sacramento to advocate for issues or to attend community events. I can't support turning it into a campaign fund to give an unfair advantage to incumbent office holders on this council over others. It's, you know, if you look at the state, you look at the federal government, the dollars that they have available to them have very severe restrictions, like no use of photographs, blackout dates within so many days of an election. So I don't like the precedent. I think it's a really conversion of the public dollars into a campaign fund. And so I couldn't support it. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Would you be able to provide a little more clarification on what you mean by communication, what that looks like? And because the area that I get hung up on, and it's not that I believe that this would be in any nefarious way, but it's for future individuals that may use it as a opportunity to reach out to constituents with personal opinions and other things. So I just want to know if you can kind of shed any light on that for me.
Would I be permitted to speak? Is that okay? So firstly, my motion does say communication with members of the public on issues or matters affecting the city in accordance with city goals. So it's actually part of our duty, and I think the city attorney can speak to this. It's one of our, not only our rights, but our responsibilities as elected officials to share our opinion. So when it comes to any of our communications as individual office holders, it's part of our duty to be out in the public, to be communicating with the public and letting them know what our opinions are, so that they can be aware of, not only what we're working on, but what our opinions are. So regardless of anyone's particular opinions, I did want to specify that these communication activities are related to city goals. And then also to speak to the mayor's concerns, there has to be a consideration of all applicable laws. The FPPC does have very stringent requirements on, terminology related to elections and voting. It also does prohibit the use of photographs and printed materials and the way that a elected official's name can be formatted on a printed material. So this is just to use different communication means to communicate with the public. I believe in the city of Oceanside, they allow for costs associated with postage. I believe the county allows for digital ads, right? There's kind of a wide breadth that could be considered communication. But I think it's appropriate for us to not just, individually within our elected seats, conduct communication to higher level elected officials, but to bring more of the public into our discussions by providing communication efforts to the public with our discretionary funds. And like I said, I don't think that we need to expand the funding source itself. It's more reorienting the policy to continue to be in line with the city goals, all applicable laws, but to have more freedom of speech regarding our communication and the use of these funds.
And to the city attorney, is that within a reasonable scope of what this would be trying to accomplish? And I mean, would there be a check and balance on that? I mean, how would we determine, and who would provide oversight to that? There's a lot of questions in there.
It's Councilmember Melendez's motion, so I can't speak to what kind of enforcement oversight. It doesn't sound like there would be any, but it would be subject to all applicable laws. And as Councilmember Melendez has just stated, the FPPC would be enforcing the elections code and things of that. So mass mailing rules would apply to use of when public funds are used. So I think it would be self-policing to some degree, but it would be because it's subject to all applicable laws.
Is there a system in place now for any communication that goes out, whether it be from a council member or the city, for someone to review it to make sure there's nothing nefarious, or an angry employee doesn't just blast the entire city with something they shouldn't?
The only rules I can think of, citywide emails are not supposed to be sent out by any employee without approval of their supervisor, things of that nature. But otherwise, I'm not aware of any screening process. And you as council members and elected officials, I don't see how, staff couldn't really screen you. As Councilmember Melendez said, you do have a First Amendment right, and as the U.S. Supreme Court has said, you are expected to, provide your opinions to your constituents.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could say, would it be the Secretary of State that ultimately rules on any violations of those forms of communications?
It would probably, yes, to some degree, but it would probably be more the FPPC.
Okay. And that would also include blackout dates around election time.
Correct. That for blackout dates, election times, that's definitely an FPPC-driven complaint system.
Would you be open in your motion to some form of just oversight from the city, or is that a concern?
I think that that's good practice. Like I always like an editor. I'm not the best speller at times, right? So if it's maybe reviewed by the city manager, right, I don't have any problem with that. The funds that are required for review. Let me reference that really quickly, because there are funds that I think are, some cities have funds that are like, they're always required for review by the city manager. And city manager, would you be able to speak to that? Like, let's say we're going to use our funds to go to Sacramento, and we're using our discretionary funds.
If
I'm
we
sorry,
could,
am I speaking out of turn?
Yeah, I apologize. Still on Councilmember O'Donnell's time here, but we'll come back
I'll
to you.
turn the mic over.
Deputy Mayor Contreras is next.
I think maybe this will answer the question a little bit. But currently, when we want to utilize our project account, I'm guessing it's not just me, but there has to be a submission. And you sign off on it, right? The city manager. So wouldn't that be the same process that we move forward with for additional communications? I mean, it's just going to take more work for the council member to like show an outline or the actual message that's going to go out, but I would assume that that would also need to go through the city manager for approval.
So the form would allow us to approve the funding and the purpose for the funding. We really wouldn't have authority over the message per se unless it was submitted to us for approval. Typically, the form says, I'm going to travel here, and this is what I'm going to spend, and we approve it, and then when you come back with the receipts, we reimburse it. That's typically how it works. But if it was for a method of communication, we would approve the funding for it and the use of it for whatever method you want. We wouldn't necessarily have oversight over the actual message unless it was given to the city attorney or myself for review. Did you have anything you want to add to that?
So, I mean, perhaps that's a way to have oversight, that, you know, we would have to have the communication already created and attached as part of the review. I would feel comfortable with that. It's just going to, you know, it'll be more work on part of the elected official who wants to have that communication, but these are public funds and they should be subject to oversight. So I'm okay with that. And, you know, I would love to be able to communicate more with the public and because we do a lot of good work here together, the five of us, right? Plus our incredible staff. So to be able to highlight some of that information, I know I have funds left over. It didn't always used to be like that. I mean, before the pandemic, I would almost always run out of funds because I was paying for an interpreter for 4 town halls a year. And so my money would just burn up with that. But, you know, yeah, I would be okay if your motion were to have the communication formatted and turned into the city manager with the applicable form. Does that work for you? I'm done with my comments.
Okay. So again, I'm kind of referring back to the original idea, is that this is communication that relates to city goals. So I would say that, you know, maybe there's a way of expressing, you know, this communication is the communication and it relates to the city goal of homelessness, right? Maybe it relates to the city goal of fiscal responsibility, right? And for that to be kind of the check to ensure that the communication does relate to a city goal. So because that's inserted in the motion and in the idea of amending the policy, city attorney, would that be an appropriate way of vetting the communication by referencing if it is in accordance with city goals?
I mean, I think it's helpful, but really what's coming to mind is the FPPC mass mailing rulings on communication. Since public funds are used, you know, there's very strict guidelines on how many times a council member's name can be used, and you know, whether it's self-promotion. That's, you know, the FPPC has a checklist of what they don't want to see in a communication. So in my mind, that's kind of what the check and balance would have to be. We would be needing to run the communication, proposed communication against the FPPC's mass mailing checklist.
Okay, so, you know, perhaps I send out a mail related to infrastructure town hall or something, right? And I have to follow FPPC's guidelines related to the promotion of my office in that mailing because I cannot be using public dollars to campaign, and there's strict FPPC guidelines about that. And there should be. And if we were to include as part of the policy that the communication is reviewed for all applicable laws, including FPPC. Would that kind of address those concerns?
I don't think we need to list it on the communication. I think what the concern is that we want to make sure it doesn't violate any laws before it ever leaves the building.
Okay, so how do we assure that in updating the policy?
I think it would be in the same way if, for example, even without a policy, if you came to me and said, I want to send something out to my constituents that promotes, something about the homeless and get more feedback, this is my proposed communication I want to send them, then I would take that letter or that memo or that handout and analyze it against the FPPC requirements.
I think that that's great. I want to make sure that that practice is followed to a T so that we're being very responsible with the public dollars, with the $2,500 that we have in this project account. So how should we, in your recommendation, adapt the language of the policy to ensure that that protocol is followed?
Well, if that's the motion, we can develop the policy and bring it back for the council's approval.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and change my motion to say, to amend the policy to include communication with members of the public on issues or matters affecting the city in accordance with city goals to be reviewed by the city attorney in relation to all applicable laws, and to be approved by the city manager based on the requirement that it has to be approved as it relates to city goals, right? And that's it. Okay. So that's what I'm asking for.
Would you agree to apply all applicable mass mailing regulations under the Fair Political Practices Act to all electronic communications?
I think that just following the FPPC guidelines is appropriate.
So you wouldn't support the same regulations, because I know that you are aware that the FPA does not, Fair Political Practice Act, does not regulate electronic communication at all. So you're saying you want no regulations on electronic communication? There's a full body of law applicable to U.S. mailings, physical mailings, and there's almost no law relevant to electronic mailings. That's how the act reads.
Am I able to respond?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm not an expert on that, on the
I am.
FPPC guidelines regarding activities and communications of our public offices, right? I have a little bit of information that was provided by the city attorney, and that's what I'm basing this discussion off of. So
just so we're clear, you would refuse to accept the limitations that the state legislature imposed on mass mailings in terms of the use of images of yourself and the way that your name can be styled and the blackout dates around elections. You would refuse all of those things regarding electronic communication?
I'm not sure that those are not restricted in the FPPC
They are not restricted.
guidelines.
They are not restricted.
Can you speak to that, city attorney?
Yeah, so the FPC's guidelines don't apply to electronic communications because they have determined that nothing tangible was being provided by the city, so there's really no expense of public funds. So all mass mail rules do not apply to electronic communications.
To be more accurate, the legislature did not envision electronic mail or email or electronic digital advertising on the internet, at which time they created the regulations. It didn't exist. And they've never come back and added to it. So it wasn't a question of expense, because email is just as expensive, as you know, as mail. It costs a lot of money to send email to a mass list. It costs, I spend $700 a month out of my campaign account, and I went out and raised the money so that I could communicate. And I want to know, if we do this, I have 4 times as many constituents. Do I get 4 times the budget that you do?
That's a good,
That'd be fair, wouldn't it?
interesting thing to bring into the conversation.
I mean, the mayor has a duty to communicate.
I
with the
imagine that
person.
you would probably also be attending more community events, right, that relate to your, different
several
areas
times a
of the
day.
district. So
Every day of the week.
I don't know what everybody else thinks about that. I wasn't interested in changing the amount.
Right, but you're
our
changing the
project
purpose,
account.
and I really can't
I'm sorry,
attend 4 times.
who's actually the one who has the floor right now?
I have the floor right now. Thank you. You're not recognized. I can't eat 4 times as many meals, but I do have the duty to communicate with 4 times as many constituents. I don't really support this at all. I feel like if you want to conduct a campaign, you should go out and do what the law allows, just raise money from people who support you and use that money to pay for your campaign style communications. So I don't favor this at all, but in fairness, if you're going to do it anyway, it would only be right to give an equal amount based on representational duties. So, Councilmember Green.
Are you done already, Councilmember Melendez? No. Okay.
Councilmember O'Donnell is next, after Councilmember Green.
Okay. Okay, so thanks for bringing this forward, actually. I was stoked because I got to dig into actually exactly what this was for. As of June, whatever today is, June 13th, only 17 days left in the fiscal year, I still do have $1,655 left in my project account. And I found out that I can go buy city apparel with logos on it. And if any of you have seen my awesome Vista hats that I pay $30 each for, you'll be happy to know that the city's gonna buy some for me now. I didn't realize, actually, I could buy logo material for myself. So this helps me out tremendously. So I'm stoked on it. I get the concerns of the mailers, and also I understand the electronic mailer aspect of it, because I'm wondering, like, if we wanted to do like Facebook advertising per se, like we all have our council pages and we like pay, $100 to like boost a post or something on Facebook. Is that not regulated? Like if we wanted to be reimbursed for our Facebook posts, is that something this money could be used for? And if that's the case, since you can't really regulate, I just don't know it could be used for nefarious purposes per se.
So in general, electronic communications are not subject to the mass mailing rules. However, for reimbursement, we need to make sure that there's a segregation between political activities on that, Facebook account versus pure city. So that would be another.
Okay, so they wouldn't be able to use, we wouldn't be able to use those funds for advertising like our message on Instagram or Facebook, because we'd have to prepay it and get reimbursed, and the city wouldn't reimburse us for that, because if the message is, I'm Joe Green and look how awesome I am, you shouldn't be paying for that, right?
I wouldn't pay for that, no.
Whatever, it's something awesome to pay for. No, but you understand what I'm saying. I get that. And then as far as like sending
campaign rules, election rules, other rules are going to come into play at that point.
Of course, but the concern is that if I want to send an email to all, 10, 12,000 people that we have their email addresses for, that I can send whatever I want, and I get to use the city's database to send to those people, and it's not regulated. I think that's where the concern of the mayor probably is, and I think all of us would be concerned. We all want to make sure that whatever we send out is correct and not putting us in unfair liability type of deal.
So the city's email database, I think my understanding is the email addresses we have, the people opted in for communications from the city.
Okay.
So if individual elected officials want to communicate with them, it might be in some way a gray area because they haven't opted in for individual communication. So again, emails are going to be subject to spam rules, federal regulations on this.
Against Spam Act.
I understand wholeheartedly what Councilmember Melendez is up against, because communication is a problem. That's why I ran for office, actually, is because you took parking away on Civic Center Drive on a Thursday and you restriped it on a Wednesday, bro. Welcome Joe Green to the council. So communication sucks, and it's gotten a lot better with the internet and things. And I love the ability of being able to reach our constituents with the help of the city. And I've made it known several several times, even on social media, that those weekly updates that we do, I think should be done by council members. And I think that it would be cool that your communications director has like periodic updates from us as council members, and you guys pay to boost those. Hey, this is what's happening in District 1. This is the CIP project in District 1. The mayor gets to say, this is what's happening in Vista. And we do updates of what's going on to kind of expose our districts and get it out there. Like, I would be all for that. I think that our council should be much more present in our social media for the city, because people voted for us to work for the city. We are the face of the city at every event, yet, and I just remember the guy's name today, Ryan Beamish was the guy who gave the update today. I personally never met Mr. Beamish, although he did a great job and I'd love to meet him. I would think it'd be much more well received by the community if Mayor Franklin, Councilman Joe Green, Deputy Mayor Contreras, if we would rotate through to do those. So, I mean, electronic communications are huge, and the city does have a really big electronic mine of data. And I do feel like as a council and as representatives whose job it is to represent our district and get the message out there, we should have more access to that as regulated by the city. So if there's any way to get us up on your social media more through the city, I mean, you film us, you put us up there, it's totally okay. But I feel like, hey, if you're gonna do a town hall on, the strategic plan to address homelessness, Councilman Melinda should be able to do a video that, hey, I'm doing a town hall in District 3 on that. And we should just encourage it. Like, the more, the better, overwhelm people with information. And our social media, and mind you, I'm big on social media, love it. It hasn't been hitting as much. It's gotten better, but it hasn't been hitting. And I think with our new director, it'd be great to just kind of get your council more involved moving forward there, because that's going to be a great way to hit them too. So I feel like if there is more oversight on the electronic email aspect, it would be better. But at the same token, I understand exactly what you're saying is, how can we get the message out? We can't knock on all the doors. We can't walk all the neighborhoods, So we have to find a way. And, I'm glad you brought it forward. As far as communications, as long as it's not violating the FPPC, we're not using taxpayers' funds to relay our individual council member message. It's just a message of the city getting out to our district. I support that. So thank you.
My concern is that it institutionalizes an advantage of the incumbent council members over those individuals who are seeking office. And I think that that's anti-democratic. I do not believe that candidates should have the public dollar to use. It's inconsistent with the 60-year history of our city to provide a budget to individual council members or even the mayor to send mailings, electronic mailings. There's a way, if you want to do that you can do that. You can go out and you can raise the money through your campaign fund to communicate what your priorities are, and you don't have to come back and ask anybody for permission. I want to make sure that if we do this, that we're not going to use even a single penny of taxpayer dollars to violate the Can't Spam Act. That's got to be a hard and fast rule. We're going to abide by the federal law. If you're going to go forward with it, I'm asking for 10 cents for each of us for every person in our representational area. You have roughly 25,000 people in each of your areas. That would come out to roughly $2,500. And for the mayor, it would come out to 10 cents for the 101,000 that we have citywide, based on the last census. So, I mean, fair is fair. If you want, otherwise you're trying to create another imbalance. I think the internet ads thing, us paying for Facebook ads with the public dollar, I can't support that. That shouldn't be included. And we should have to follow the same regulations on email and digital communications as are imposed on U.S. mail under the Fair Political Practices Act and other regulations of state law on public dollars used to send mail. That's the only proposal here that I could potentially support, although I have very strong misgivings, and I do not like the idea of creating an unfair playing field with regard to candidates who are going to challenge us for our offices and have the right to do so without us using the public treasury to unfairly advantage ourselves. Councilmember O'Donnell was actually next.
So did we get clarification? Are you open to amending it for email communication, or the mass communication rules that were brought up by the mayor? Yeah, okay. Because I do have, I have concern if this does turn into Facebook ads or Instagram ads. It just doesn't seem like it's the correct purpose of what the intent is, right? So that's my only concern with that. But I did have a question, because you did say like limited speech. Has there been limited speech already? I genuinely don't know. From the city communication standpoint? Like, have you tried to put out a communication that has been thwarted? May the mayor recognize.
Just for future reference, if your colleague is recognized and asks you a question while they're recognized, you're certainly recognized. You don't have to seek recognition for that purpose. And once you're finished answering your colleague's question, just return the floor to your colleague.
What was your question?
So has there been an issue with the city? Like, have they thwarted an opportunity? And I genuinely don't know. Is there something that brought this about to where like a communication, you would hope to be able to communicate and just the opportunity is not there? Is it?
I wouldn't say that there's some sort of failing of the city that brought this about. We have a discretionary fund that is allowed to be used for communication to higher level officials, and I'm suggesting that we include communication to the public as it relates to city goals.
Yeah. Again, I can be supportive with everything I said before, just so long as there's oversight to it. I agree, like, we don't want to present an unfair advantage, but at the same time, I agree with the argument that it is our objective to inform our communities of what the city goals are, and when there's something that's going to impact them, it's a good way and a method to get out to them that communication. As far as like campaigning on it, yeah, again, that would fall under FPPC, but that's where I want the oversight. I want to be very clear on that. Like, I want oversight over it, but I'm in agreement with the ability to do so, because I think it's very beneficial to our community as a whole in order to do so. So,
Councilmember O'Donnell, do you think it's fair that we should each have the same amount of money for each of those residents in our representational area?
Based on the numbers that you gave?
Based on the population of the census in each of our representational areas.
If I had the number that the city was paying for mass communication, or based on whatever it costs for us to send a single email, then I'd be able to answer that question. I don't know the general.
I'm offering a very simple solution to the problem, which is 10 cents times 25,000. You know that you each have 25,000 people within, like, what is the total variance of 10% for the entire city? 10%? Under our redistricting rules, I think that's what it was. But roughly, you each have 25,000 people. So if you each got 10 cents, then you would each have roughly the same amount of money. Those of you who had 1,000 more residents will get another, $100? And the mayor, having 4 times as many constituents, would have the same 10 cents for every voter in the city, which is the mayor's representational area.
So are you asking on top of the addition, are you saying in addition to the funding we already have now? So instead of 2,500, we'd each get 5,000 and you'd get 1,250?
No, I'm saying that that would be the total allotment of this funding. So instead of $2,500, I mean, it should work out to within $50. It should work out the same amount for each of you. One of you, I forget which of your districts, so maybe your district, Dan, has, I don't know, 500 more people, so you're gonna get $50 more. But if it was 10 cents for each per the census for each of our districts, then that would be a fair way, because this very quickly has become a communications fund. We're converting this purpose. It's your choice whether you want to use the money to communicate, whether you want to go to a Chamber of Commerce event with it. But it's wholly unfair not to give an equivalent dollar amount to each member for their representational area. So, would you support that? 10 cents per person?
I'm not going to commit to supporting 10 cents per person, but I'm open to the discussion about it, because I hear what you're saying.
We're having a discussion right now.
Yeah,
the question is, should the mayor get the same amount on a representational basis as the other council members?
In theory, in a proportional representation, perhaps. But
we're making the decision right now.
But again, like, does it cost $2,500 to send out emails? And if that's what the entire purpose of it is for communication, which is kind of based on what the theory you're giving is, because you had mentioned the cost of sending out campaign emails relative to this discussion, and so that is the cost
But the motion that
Equates to,
before us is
and
to
potentially.
U.S. mail, including postage and printing, could easily consume this amount of money.
I mean,
Why would I not have the same amount of money to spend per resident that you do? That's not fair. So would you
it's a
support-
fair question.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you because we're making the decision right now.
Was it a motion, or are you just asking me my personal opinion?
No, I'm asking you to give your direction to this council about whether or not the mayor should have an equivalent amount of money for his representational duties. I mean, we have to make the decision right now. It's being put to us. I see emotions coming.
But that's my question. So is there a motion to say that we need to have additional funding to the mayor? Is a motion on the floor to approve this item? Is there even a motion on the floor yet?
I'm sure that we will have one shortly. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
There is a motion on the floor, though, correct?
Yes, I don't know if there was seconded.
And so we're following FPPC guidelines. Is that my understanding with those checks and balances?
And it's reviewed by the city attorney.
And it's reviewed by the city attorney to make sure that we are in compliance with the law? I would second that.
But there are no FPPC restrictions on electronic communication. So by seconding, and if the motion that's now been seconded is approved, we are agreeing that there are no restrictions other than this idea of it has to be
So
consistent with the
let me yield
goals.
to the city attorney. Are there, I understand FPPC does not have any email restrictions. Are there any federal or state regulations or rules that would prevent an elected official at a city level or any level from doing what the mayor is suggesting?
Campaign finance, there might be something in the campaign financing rules, just off the top of my head, I can't think of any. Using public funds for, individual that could be considered campaigning, it does seem to me there would be something in the campaign finance laws.
And right now, we're not moving to approve this item. What we're doing is directing staff to come up. So yes, I will agree to direct staff to find the correct language to ensure that all of this is encompassed. Because I believe it would be a necessary tool or utilization of a tool that can really communicate well. But I do want to make sure, to the mayor's point, that the checks and balances are there so that there is not an unfair advantage to any, whether it's somebody running for reelection or whether they're not, but the argument that we shouldn't be able to do it because somebody may run for reelection. Well, what if I'm not running in 4 years and I want to communicate with my constituents? Do I have to go raise my own personal funds to give them information on community goals that we're trying to accomplish as a city? Like, it's just that argument doesn't hold weight. So
I apologize.
No, I'm open to hearing what you say. I'm just saying, like, if that's the basis of the argument to deny it, then I would disagree with you simply because not everybody's always going to be running for reelection. And it is important that we communicate with our constituents within our city.
I asked Patrick Johnson to prepare a postcard that went out about homelessness. It was my belief, and it's still my belief, that most of our community does not know what we have done with regard to homelessness. Patrick had Fred and Alicia create a postcard, did not bear my name or any of our names. It was nonpartisan. It was the material that came directly out of our homelessness strategic update to tell people what we were doing. He felt that it was a good use of our public dollars, but it was not to promote me. It did not include my name. It did not advance those goals amongst the many goals that we've approved and goals and sub-goals. It did not choose the ones that, necessarily I thought were most important. At least it didn't give my opinion or it didn't share my preference or opinions with anybody. And look, staff's going to come back with a recommendation. I got to put you on the spot here because they're going to come back based on, you're asking them, you've seconded the motion, you're asking staff to bring back a recommendation, and I'm putting you on the spot, and I'm saying, should the mayor have the same amount per resident that you do?
Relative to how you're equating it, again, if it's the cost, if you're basing it off emails, then I would say yes. But if you're saying just simply on a per cost basis out of fairness, but I have no problem with the mayor having more funding to communicate.
But just to clarify, you seconded the motion, which is we can use to send U.S. mail We can use it for postage. We can use it for printing in accordance with the Fair Price
Within the guidelines, and so long as it is,
in the guidelines. And so, you could consume that amount very quickly with mailing, as you know. Okay, all of us know that.
I mean, that's one piece of mail,
Exactly,
if you're lucky.
exactly.
So to answer your question, though, I'd be open to the mayor having a larger budget to communicate with the city.
Okay.
I mean,
appreciate
if you're
that.
talking about representation based on what we already equated, and you have a larger list to communicate to,
I
then
think
sure.
that's fair. What about Facebook and other internet advertisements?
I've already spoke to that I wouldn't agree with Facebook or Instagram as far as personal accounts are concerned. But, I mean, to have one of us, as Councilmember Green mentioned, to be on our Instagram page as a council member promoting city goals, I don't think there's any issue with that.
Well, the question is whether you're going to have paid Instagram advertising. That's the question.
I don't think that, so from a political page, you can't, without having your committee and your FPPC regulations already submitted to Facebook, you cannot put a personal ad out there because they would have to go directly to the city funds and if the city's not willing to reimburse it, it's kind of a moot point. Because you need to have your FPPC number to even
But we're giving
advertise
direction to the staff right here and now about, and I can set up an Instagram page.
Of course you
I
can.
guarantee you I can, where I can disclaim that it was paid for by the taxpayers of the city of Vista, and Facebook will approve it. So it is very much possible, and it is very much possible under this construct. So the question is, under this construct, are we asking staff to bring us back a measure which would allow us to use our representational allowance, I'm going to call it, for digital advertising paid for by the city of Vista?
If it's within the approved guidelines of the law that staff brings back, perhaps, but I would have to see what the recommendation of staff is on that. I don't know what the laws and legalities are around that for a candidate or for even just someone holding office. So
to be very
until I have
specific-
that information brought forward, I can't give you a yes or no.
It's definitely not for a candidate. You clearly cannot advocate election or defeat, but,
But the purpose of the conversation is to avoid a candidate from using it for political purposes to
Right.
further themselves. So that's my point of making that argument.
I mean, we all know that members of Congress, the state legislature, use their communication budget on both sides of the aisle to send postcards and email and other communications that look extremely similar to campaign-style communications. This is the reason that the law governs what kind of mail you can send under the Fair Political Practices Act. I believe, and I'm asking you to consider and weigh in on this, I believe that the legislature has omitted intentionally taking action on applying the same kind of regulations to electronic mail that they did in years past to U.S. mail. And you can call it an oversight or an intentional oversight. I think it's probably intentional, because I think in a balanced viewpoint, I think you'd say, sure, you have the right to communicate, but your name shouldn't be in 30-point font, and your picture shouldn't be half of the page, I think there ought to be certain limitations on how the communications are styled. I actually do not support, and I would ask you not to support any content restrictions. I mean, if you want to use the money, use it to say whatever you want. I don't believe in content restrictions. If you want to say something heinously offensive, then that's your prerogative, and you'll have to pay the price for it as an elected representative. So I don't think we need to belabor the city attorney's office or the city manager's office to approve the content. I think you would be wise, and I think you'd in fact be foolish, not to ask the city attorney to approve it, as a matter of asking if it's consistent with the Fair Political Practices Act. But I don't think we need to have the city manager review it for content. I think if the city attorney were to clear it for compliance with state law and our own ordinance, I think that would be sufficient. And I think that probably if you're going to get into the mode of communicating regularly, if you developed a template and you worked within that template, I don't know that you really need to come back and have permission every time. If you change the template, again, I think you'd be wise to come back and get approval, but asking the city attorney to approve every communication from the five of us, we could generate a lot of communication. I think that's an excessive use of the city attorney's resources, but I don't think it's excessive to do it on a consultative basis I just think making it mandatory for every communication is probably excessive. But it would behoove all of us to learn what those rules are and act within them, lest we be guilty of, because we're authorizing ourselves to spend the public dollar here, in a lot of ways.
And I'll be clear,
without-
I understand your argument. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I look forward to what staff and our city attorney brings forward and as their recommendation, so we can actually have a larger conversation about it, because we can litigate this tonight all we want, but until they bring something forward that we can actually have a discussion on, it's not really going to do anything.
I know the position that you're in, but the reality is, and you're well aware of this, is that we're giving shape right now to something that they're going to bring back. So I appreciate you weighing in on those things. This is the time to weigh in on that, because they're going to bring back whatever we gave them the shape of, and I appreciate your thoughts there. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I think that we just have to be wise about how we want to use our project account. Some of us may only want to do one communication and then spend the rest of it on interpretation or, whatever. So I don't think that we need to increase the amount. I just think that, the purpose of this account is not to be able to communicate with every single person multiple times. It's just to have funding to do different aspects of our duties. So, that's where I'm at. There's a lot of stuff in this discussion that we haven't talked to because we've been so focused on just the communication aspect of it. But, there's situations where maybe a nonprofit is having some kind of event and we can't sponsor a table. Right? We can only buy an individual ticket. I would like to, see if there's a little bit of wiggle room there, if we're able to sponsor a table. I just feel like it's important that we focused on all these different aspects of communication. I think that the more oversight, the better. And if we continue to keep the fund at $2,500, I don't think that's going to generate a lot of additional work for our city attorney or city manager to review. So that's where I'm at. But I would like to also see us be able to do, that's something that I would hope staff could bring back. I don't know if it's permissible or not, but it looks like some other cities have the ability to sponsor tables at different events. And that's something that, I've been prohibited from doing. Even if it's just like sponsoring a table and the only people that get to come are city employees, like I'm totally fine with that. So that's something that I would like to see a little bit more information, because I'm sure we're, all aware of the different nonprofits and the events that they have. And there's probably times where, we want to do a little bit more for them. And we just, at this time, we're a little bit, strapped and unable to pursue different types of sponsorships. So I would like to see that be part of what comes back from staff, a recommendation on amending the current policy for sponsorships. Thanks.
Mr. Chung, could you speak to the gift of public funds law and how it might apply to that suggestion?
So the California Constitution has limitations on use of public funds, so it has to be tied to some public purpose. So any expenditure by the city of city funds has to serve some public service to the city of Vista.
I would be concerned if you sponsored a table and you had 8 seats and 7 of them to give away. There's either a gift of public funds, which is unconstitutional under the state constitution, either for the gift to the organization or the gift of the seats would basically be a thing of value which you'd be able to give away. I think there would be some legal concern there, but I understand what you're getting at. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, thank you for bringing up that point. I read in some of the other cities' outlines that they did reference the California state constitution. But then there were also some policies that described that a gift of recognition for service to the city is acceptable. So that was a little bit confusing to me, because I understand the California State Constitution restricts gifts with public funds, but then it also did reference, I wish I could reference it. Oh, here we go. This is City of Moreno Valley. No, it's not City of Moreno Valley. They actually say you're not supposed to provide gifts. I think it was the City of Oceanside with their reimbursement policy. So it wasn't their maintenance like project account, which is similar to our project account, where they have, you know, allowances for communications. But it was related to their reimbursement. Like, you could be reimbursed for gifts for for service, someone who's provided service to the city. So I don't know if there's anything there that makes sense. I don't think so. It sounds like you can't provide gifts using public funds, which makes sense. But could you speak to that at all?
I mean, I haven't seen Oceanside's policy, but if someone has provided service to the city of Vista in the past and we're recognizing, or you are recognizing them, then using funds to commemorate that, like, say, for example, making a plaque, you know, and recognizing that, there would be some connection to, you know, to that service. So I wouldn't see it as a gift of public funds, but it has to be proportional.
Okay.
So, I mean, if someone does 1 day of service to the city, you spend $20 to get a certificate or something, I think that's reasonable. But if you spent $1,000, it might.
And that's the other thing too, because we have a lot of amazing hometown heroes here, and I would love to be able to provide, you know, we have some recognitions that we can provide. You know, we have our challenge coins, we have letters of recognition that we can provide. I think it would be nice to be able to have a little bit more flexibility outlined in the policy, right? If it's, again, with consideration of all applicable laws, if it's within, you know, state law for us to be able to provide a gift for someone's service, as long as it's proportional, I would love to be able to do that. So, yeah, and I think it's great to have this discussion about digital ads and how we're putting message out there on social media about all the work that we're doing. Councilmember Graham, I didn't even think about, you know, digital ads and the City of Vista Instagram and kind of like all those working. So I'm same wavelength. I think that that's like the intention here, is to be able to engage the residents of the City of Vista regarding our city goals, and the work that we're doing in regards to our city goals. So I would just say I will amend my motion. Hopefully my seconder can support this to direct staff to investigate possible updates to the policy related to gifts, or to sponsorships, right? Because maybe it's not a gift to an organization, but it's a sponsorship to an organization. I know that the county, I'm pretty sure they do digital ads too, and they don't have any kind of restrictions like and additions that they're adding to the FPPC guidelines. But they have discretionary funds for like neighborhood improvement. So I don't know if that's something that can be included here and related to, maybe it's not like a gift, but it's like sponsoring a nonprofit, or I don't know. I don't know what the legalities are there, but the reason why I brought this conversation forward is because we have $2,500 every year to use on all these different things, right? It could be communication, it could be, you know, sponsoring a nonprofit, it could be going to a training, it could be going to Sacramento, and just being able to have, you know, more freedom to perform our duties. So communication is a big one for me, because I do a lot of communication, and I'm like, I would love more tools to be able to do that communication. I'm gonna do it regardless, but being able to have the tools to do so, I really appreciate city staff that help me put out my newsletter every week. Just being able to grow that and be able to, I've gotten a lot of engagement from that, and people like the updates. They want to know what's going on, so I want to let them know what's going on. But beyond amending the motion to maybe see if we can direct staff to get some more information, I think that that's good on my end. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Would you support her motion before I speak? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I
She's
will
speaking to you.
maintain my second.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you again. Man, California Constitution reading up here. I love it. So the loophole for recognition of service to the city, I like it. And that's a question for you too, because like I say, I have $1,655 left over in my project account, right? I didn't attend the Women's Club of Vista event because I was busy and I really wanted to go. I wrote a check from Green Team Realty for $200 that's on my counter. Nancy Jones is going to pick up because they do a lot for the city, and I felt horrible as an elected official. I couldn't show up. But I'm telling you, like, as an elected official, it would be kind of cool to know, I mean, at the end of this, $1,655 just washes. You credit it towards, like, speed bumps or something. I don't know. But, like, to know that, like, I would be able to support an organization like that serves our city, okay? And I mean, not to an individual, but serves our city. I think that would be great. And then also, I mean, when we have people who do great things for our city, I mean, do we ever reward them? Like, hey, the Young Marines put flags up every Memorial Day, every Veterans Day, every 4th of July. Have we ever given the Young Marines tickets to the Wave? Have we ever given them a bunch of tickets to the Moonlight? Like, what do we do for them? No, we have not. I know we have not. It was a rhetorical question. But I'd love to, and I shouldn't have to do that. The city should do that because they're serving the city. Or if I come forward as a council person and say, hey, I love the flags in downtown. Since we had the Strawberry Festival right before, everybody thought we weren't putting the flags up. And they're like, where are the flags? Where are the flags? They were there. They went up, And I don't know what we do to recognize people for service other than reward coins. And I love our resident reward tokens. You guys have all heard me say the mission of the city of Vista several times. Improving, enhancement, uniqueness, all that crap. But I really feel like if we have extra money and it's going to be able to be used for recognition of service, I'd like to look into that. I have been married for 25 years. I attend every event. Some of these events are $250 per ticket, $300 per ticket. I typically buy one for my wife if I convince her to go on a date with me. But again, you know who serves this city? My wife, your wife, your wife. Like, we can't even buy our spouses tickets to join us at events with this money. And for me, I feel like, again, that's kind of weird. Like, but again, you're going to have to tell me. I mean, she serves just as much as anybody else. She's got to listen to my headaches more than anybody else listens to my headaches. So I don't know how that works. I think it gets into serving,
So I think where we started and where we're ending now is a little different.
Yeah, both.
So at the beginning, I thought this was an amendment to the existing policy, but kind of what I'm getting the direction now is you're looking for a brand new discretionary funding policy.
Well, this is a discretionary fund. This is our project account, right?
It's not. It's only for travel and training authorization.
And close.
And
Logo.
So it's not, whereas there are councils in this city, in this county that have discretionary funds where they can use them to support, organizations, sponsorships, things of that. So my suggestion to some degree, because I think that we're all over the board, is what if staff surveyed what the other cities are doing?
Wow, what a great idea.
Brought that back for your consideration, and then we can kind of fashion a policy if that's the will of the council.
That'd be great, because the truth is, this is the first time in 7 years we've ever had a discussion as a council about this fund, okay? So the truth is, we've all had this funds available to us. At least I've been elected for 7 years, and I haven't talked about it. So the fact that we're actually talking about it is great, because as elected officials, if this is money that's allocated to us to do our job, we should be able to do our job the most effective way possible with the money that's budgeted to us. And mind you, it's a very small amount of money based off the overall budget. And I'm sure that amount probably hasn't been adjusted for a lot of years either, right?
Yeah, there hasn't, but there are some councils here that have, they're in this county that don't have any funds whatsoever. So there are some, like the city of San Diego council members have, $1 million.
Yeah, we're not looking for that. I don't think any of us are really looking to raise the fund. We're all saying we haven't spent it, but we're saying the stipulations you have on this really are tying our hands in some ways from even, getting stuff. Like, I had to wait for a really long time for new challenge coins. I could have bought them with my project account. Nobody even told me where I could have bought them from, and mind you, I'm glad we got them. The whole city has them, but Nobody explains this to me. Nobody explained any of this to us. So the only reason we're asking these questions, Walter, is because nobody's ever explained it to us, and nobody's ever explained the why to us. So I am totally in support of having you get more information on it, and hopefully a lot of our concerns being addressed with how these funds are used. So thank you so much. Sorry we're here till 10:30.
Councilmember Green, are you okay with the concept of each member getting the same amount based on the number of people they represent?
In the event we decide to allocate a portion of these funds for communication with in line with FPPC guidelines, I would think that it only makes sense and is most equitable if we have a communication portion of our discretionary fund, or whatever we end up calling this, that it allows each member of this body to reach all of their constituents. So in the event we have a communication, there should be, at least in my opinion, a amount based off the constituents you serve, because obviously the mayor can't reach all of his constituents with the same communication budget we have individually. So yes, the answer is yes, I would support it. But again, I'm not approving anything right now. You're going to go investigate, and you're going to come back, and hopefully you'll be able to give us those numbers when you come back with a policy and more information.
Given what the city attorney has asked for, I'm not sure if we want to restate the motion or if we actually need a motion. It sounds like we've given direction to bring something back that we're going to have a further discussion and a vote on.
So I appreciate that, and appreciate the discussion, appreciate the feedback from city attorney. I looked at the chart that includes a lot of the activities that other cities do, and there's like reimbursement funds, there's like neighborhood improvement project accounts, there's discretionary funds, there's travel funds, right? So I think I really would like to stick in line with my original motion. Now that I've understood that the city attorney is saying that there's a split, I think it's kind of like yes and, right? It's kind of recognizing, I think, from the majority of the council that, and even the mayor, that there's a need and an interest in having greater communication, and that communication can and should be included within our discretionary fund that we have currently. But there is also an interest to have a more dynamic project account that is not just for training, communication, and the basic policies that are outlined in our discretionary fund, but that allow us to provide commemorative gifts in recognition of service, that allow us to sponsor a nonprofit, to do projects in our neighborhoods. Like the city of Carlsbad has a what is it? I don't know what they call it exactly. Yeah, they have a budget of $500,000 for council contingencies. I actually got a call from one of the council members over there, and she was like, Katie, what does your council do in regards to like city discretionary funds? And I was like, we have like $2,500 that we can use to go to conferences. She's like, we have $500,000, and like the majority of the council decides what to do that with, and that's their process over there. So I think that every single body is going to be different, and considering all applicable laws, right, I would like to consider, I'm just concerned that if we go down the rabbit hole too far, that we're going to end up spending more money than we've budgeted. So I don't want to make promises to say like, okay, like let's also include, all these other projects in this process, when I think that we can do a lot of the communications efforts by just updating the policy. Does that make sense? So I think it'd be good to like have an additional conversation come back about like a project account, in addition to saying, I would like to amend the policy to our discretionary accounts to include communications.
So yeah, so what I'm hearing is then going back to the original, just to update this policy to add communications.
I think so,
And
yes, but it
then-
sounds like there's a will amongst us to also have discussions about project accounts, or maybe like, maybe not doing exactly what Carlsbad does, but
Well, just to be clear, Carlsbad council members have zero discretionary dollars. So that contingency fund is appropriated by the council majority vote. So I do know that they've actually looked at Vista and said, why don't we have what Vista has? So they're actually, their singular discretion per council member is zero.
Okay. So are we able to update this with the communications aspect today, and then also come back with a more robust discussion about everything that was included?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So I would like to keep my motion to include communications as an addition to this policy, amend the policy to include communications, and direct staff to bring back a further discussion.
Yeah, because I mean, right now, as I see it, this policy for communications just needs to be updated to allow the money to be used for communications of any type that comply with all applicable laws.
Correct.
Both state and federal.
Correct.
I mean,
Yeah. But then, I think there's grander additions to the policy. The reason why I saw the link between communications, with the public using this account is because it outlines communications to higher level officials. And legislative advocacy is not the only duty that we have as local elected officials. We also are the first bridge of contact to the general public, even more than a federal official. So I think that we have a great duty to provide communication to the public. So I would like to keep that, that interest here now. I mean, we've done so much work to have this discussion. And do you have enough direction to move forward?
I do.
Okay. And then we have to vote on the actual motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if the motion actually reflects what we just talked about, though. If does it?
To clarify, you're planning to bring back a written policy based on this discussion and have the council formally approve that, as we always do, yes?
Yes, I'm planning to bring back an amendment to policy 100-17 to add communications to it. So I'm not planning to write a brand-new policy.
And just so we're clear, I don't think we had a majority to ban internet ads, right? Well, they told me that we couldn't do it. Oh, no, we can. We absolutely can. I think Councilmember O'Donnell and I were in agreement on that. So if there's another vote to ban Facebook, Instagram, and other internet and digital advertising with this money, then we would have a majority for that.
I think my point was if they're going to be using it, or if any council member will be using it for political, I suppose everything is political purposes when you're a council member or the mayor, right? But my point was if it's being used for things other than to message out city goals, so if it's Dan O'Donnell disagrees with Mayor John Franklin on this issue because it doesn't align with his vision of city goals, I would not reimburse that. But if it's informational purposes, I'd be open to it. But I also want to understand how we can not necessarily restrict, but how we can actually have oversight and a balance on that so we could see a way in which you can communicate effectively with the public without creating a slush campaign fund.
So let's say that Councilman Smith gets elected in the next election, or Councilwoman Smith, and Councilwoman Smith decides to pay for advertising featuring her face as large as possible in an ad, and in 12-point font at the bottom, or maybe 8-point font, it says, working to end homelessness, goal number 1 of the city. So that would be completely permissible.
But again, this is the discussion we had earlier. I don't know if there's any laws or regulations out there that would, none.
There are not.
Is there, Walter,
It's
do you?
never been legislated.
So
Inexplicably and defying explanation, it is not. We've been through this. Here
yeah, I know that's the same conversation we had, 30 minutes ago, or what 45 minutes ago. It feels like now.
So look,
But-
you're asking for a policy. I'm asking you want him to bring. He's going to bring it back in written form, and so I'm asking about key points that are going to be included or not included. So we need to give him direction on whether or not Councilwoman Smith is going to be able to make her head 8 inches tall and 8-point font, and her name in 2-inch
So are you
letters.
asking to ban all internet ability to communicate, or are you asking for parameters within it?
I would compromise with the regulations that are relevant to U.S. mail, printed matter, which would include blackout dates. I mean, how can you not put blackout dates on this? You're going to allow Councilwoman Smith to blast her advertising? Now she's running against you for mayor, okay? You're going to allow her, the two of you are both on the council, and she's, well, that's not a fair, because you both have access to
Right,
it.
we both have the ability to do
But
that.
the point is,
I understand the point you're making.
You can't just say, well, we're not going to allow someone to do campaign style. There are very finite restrictions in the Fair Political Practices Act about what you cannot do with printed matter. What I am suggesting is simply take those rules and apply them to electronic communications of all form.
I'm open to it, but again, I would still want to hear the recommendations of our city attorney. I am not a legal expert, so when he
We have
brings
to
it
tell
back,
him right now what to bring back to us.
and
Now,
that
when
would be
it
my
comes back, we
direction.
can change it again.
That would be my direction. It would be to look
Okay.
in to see what your recommendations on that matter would be. But for me to sit here and say,
It's
hey,
not his job to recommend, though. It's our job to tell him what we want to see.
recommendation based on what we would like to see regarding restrictions, or not even restrictions, parameters to ensure that it's not being used as a campaign tool.
So you would support the same regulations as would apply to printed matter?
I would have to read through all the regulations that apply to printed matter.
Well, it's about.
I have not done, and I am not an
It's-
expert. So
it-
to answer
let
your
me give
question, I cannot give you an answer to that because I don't know.
Well, but do you want him to bring that back as an option?
Sure.
Okay, so he'll bring that,
As an option to discuss.
Okay, and I understand I've got a majority for the mayor to have an equivalent amount of money per resident in the representational area, which would mean functionally the mayor would have 4 times as much to communicate as the council, as each individual council member.
Did a majority fully agree on that, or was that just in theory?
I
would agree with the logic, is what I said. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I said I would agree with upping the
I'm
amount.
glad I've got you on the logic now. I just need to get you on the final answer. We're telling him what we want to see. So does he bring it back as an option and we discuss it when it comes back?
I'm open to any discussion. That's what we're here for.
Well, when it comes back, we're going to have to tell, I mean.
Yeah, when it comes back, we can have a larger discussion about it.
So we'll include that as language that's been prepared, because we're not ready to make a final decision on that. Looks good. Councilmember Melendez.
So just to clarify, the motion that I made was to amend the policy and include communications as they relate to city goals. And my understanding is that the FPPC doesn't have special requirements for non-mail communications. And we can speculate as to why the FPPC hasn't ruled on that, right? The mayor is making an assumption that it's deliberate and it's against his opinion of how it should be, and that we should insert regulations that the FPPC or some other body haven't defined. I want to keep this simple and just provide direction based on following all applicable laws. If we do look at other cities that allow for digital communications, they follow FPPC guidelines and are able to do that without conducting a campaign. They're able to express their constituents' interests and express their goals. So if we're inserting into my motion that I made that we're going to adapt the regulations based on what the FPPC hasn't ruled on, I have a conflict with that. From my understanding, I wouldn't even be allowed to put my email signature on an email that I send to the public if we use the same rules of postage and digital. So I send out newsletters every week. I write them myself. I send them out based on community events, what's going on. And I wouldn't even be able to say, thanks for reading, Councilmember Melendez, in an email if we decided that the FPPC wasn't sufficient in terms of regulatory process and we wanted to add new regulations to our council discretionary fund. So I want our city to follow all applicable rules and laws related to communications. And my motion is for us to amend this policy to allow for communication as it relates to city goals, following all applicable laws. And that's it. It's pretty simple. And I have a motion from me and a second from you in that regard. And I don't know about the amount that each of us deserve for these funds. I just know that we get $2,500 every single year. And right now, Councilmember Green has $1,600 left over. I probably have about the same amount, right? That's all I know, is that we can have more flexibility in what our communication looks like. I don't like that I have discretionary funds, and it's outlined that I'm allowed to speak with higher up elected officials only. I have a problem with that, because I think that the members of the public are just as valuable for my communication than our state senators. So that's really where this is coming from, is I think that the public deserves full access to their council people and to their mayor. And I wanted to be able to include an update to the policy to allow for that kind of communication. So, that's the motion and that's the second at this time.
I appreciate that you think that's what it is, but that's not how we make law. Laws are made in writing. They're not made in the ether. And when we create policy here, we can give oral direction to the city attorney and the city manager what policies that we would like to make. But let us be very clear and not have any misunderstanding. The ether does not create law. And what we do is we create ordinances that govern the expenditure of public funds and all other things here at the city. If you had brought a policy in writing and were asking us to adopt a policy in writing, then we could adopt a written policy that would be governed by the words you've put on paper. You've brought no such proposal, so we're giving direction to staff to create this proposal, and the direction that the majority of the council is providing is going to govern what comes back, and then we're going to vote on what comes back. And I don't have a clear yes or no, but I've got a guidance, I think, from the majority of the council to bring it in written fashion so that it can be considered for a yes or no when it comes back. So I understand that you don't agree with it, but because you didn't bring a written ordinance ready to be adopted, the staff's going to bring it back, and they're going to take the input from a majority of the council, and they're going to put that into this ordinance. Is that the way you see it, Mr. Chung?
Yeah, I would take the input of the majority of the council on what they want to do, but if there's a specific motion on the floor with specific details, that would override the general consensus of a majority.
So I'm going to offer a substitute amendment that would include everything in your amendment, but it would include bringing back the options that we can vote yes or no on an equivalent per resident quantity of funding for communication. And it would bring back a potential regulation applying the same regulations as applicable to printed U.S. mail to digital. And I think also to bring back a limitation on internet advertising. And then we can vote up or down on those things. And so I'm asking for a second to that. You can vote up or down on these things once it comes back to us. But just to be clear, not supporting my motion means that you don't support even having the option to discuss those those options. Councilmember Green?
Button. All right, thank you so much. So I know that there's a substitute motion on the floor. I have a question on the primary motion that's on the floor because it seems like it's gotten a little clouded here. I thought when I asked about Facebook ads and Instagram ads that if somebody was to do one, it would have to be, because the only way to do one is to pay for it on ourselves, and that it would have to be reimbursed by you. So if I was approving Councilmember Melendez's motion, which seems like pretty general per se, but we did obviously give you direction to come back with the dollar figures that we spoke about. I'm not saying that I'm approving all Facebook ads and the city's going to reimburse all Facebook ads or reimburse all Instagram ads, am I? Because if I'm saying that, regardless of Instagram or Facebook content, then obviously I got to vote that down. But I thought that we said if you're getting reimbursed, you're going to review it. And I know you guys aren't looking to do crazy ads like that. I don't even know why we're still dealing with it, but that's my only question is if I approve it as is, do we still get to approve Facebook ads for reimbursement? They're going to come back to get reimbursed.
No.
Okay, well, that's fine. Now that I know that's fine, they call for the vote, I'll vote no on it, and we'll see when it comes back. Thank you.
Because, just to clarify, because the amendment would be for all communications that are legal, that comply with all laws.
Yeah, so if there's no oversight at all on any electronic communications for funds, I can't support that motion. So I guess what I'll do is I will second the substitute motion so we can get a vote on it right now to see if this body would want to come back and review the mayor's things. If not, we don't have support, then we'll vote on the next motion and then we get to go home. Thank you. So with that, I second the substitute motion and call for the vote on the substitute motion after additional discussion.
One more thing that I just thought of that it was very important to add into this is all communications should indicate that they are at public expense. Are you okay with that? If we're using public dollars, we should be confessing that we're using.
If you're putting a electronic ad out, it should say just like we have to with the FPPC, I'd say paid for from, Councilmember Green's, discretionary funding account from the City of Vista. I'm not ashamed of that at all.
I would just like to see it say at taxpayer expense.
Yeah, I don't think that's. No, I'm not
that
going to
is
agree to that.
exactly what
I hear what you're saying, but
that is
I'm
what
not-
Frank Mail from the U.S. Congress says. It says
Yeah,
at taxpayer expense.
I don't agree with that.
You don't
So,
want to. You don't want to
no.
confess that you're spending taxpayer dollars to communicate. You feel it's righteous. You want to do it, but you can't say it's paid for by the taxpayer dollar. That's exactly what is printed on every single piece of Frank Mail that Mike Levin or Darrell Iser or Scott Peters sends out. That is exactly what it says. It says at taxpayer expense. And I'm telling you, if you can't say it's at taxpayer expense, guys, come on. We're using the public dollar. We should be accountable to the public. This is accountability.
But do I have to say at taxpayer expense every time I take a trip to Sacramento? I never post on my Facebook, hey, I
Well,
just went to League
that's-
California
but
Cities
that's-
at taxpayer expense.
But that's
no,
not
buddy.
that's not a communication,
No.
though.
Well, it is
I'm-
because I'm communicating online, telling people where I'm going. I mean, I've been to the Capitol several times. I've been all
But-
over the
but
city.
you're not-
I disagree with that. I think by
Okay.
saying
All right.
it's with our discretionary spending account, they understand where the money comes from. So discretionary spending account from the City of Vista. I would be okay with
If the
saying.
word City of Vista in there, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with saying this is being funded by Councilmember Green's discretionary spending account through the City of Vista.
Very good.
And I think every other
It's a lot of
council member would be
words.
fine.
Maybe-
I don't care.
maybe
It's
Walker
the
can shorten it
disclaimer.
up a little bit.
Disclaimers are long,
All right,
buddy.
very
It's all
good.
good.
I'm
So
good with that.
I
I'm good with
second
that.
the motion, but I'm not going to put paid for text dollar. You get that
I
right?
like the way you worded it. I'll accept that as an alternative.
Thank you. And we can vote it up or down right now. Let's go. After Melinda.
Okay, we have a substitute motion, and Councilmember Melendez would like to be recognized to speak to the substitute.
So to clarify, Councilmember Green, the original motion, and I must have been lost in translation, I still believe that there should be a review. If we have an email campaign that goes out, right, saying, hey, attend this town hall, right? Or if we have a digital ad that says, hey, it's a PSA for our mental health services, right? Whatever it is, I think that should be reviewed by our city manager and city attorney. That was originally what I had thought. So I guess you guys have already had a first and a second, and there's nothing I can do to build consensus here. But that was what I had thought. And it seems like one of the primary concerns that the mayor has is about proportionality to his office. And I'm not opposed to that in and of itself. But I did want to clarify that I thought that those would be reviewed. So that's all.
Deputy American Trust.
Yeah, hearing that clarification, I just will most likely be voting no for the substitute because I think the concern is addressed in the original motion, and I'm not, thoroughly convinced that this fund isn't just for communication. If you want to use it for communication, go ahead, use it for communication. I don't think we need to be spending more taxpayer money than the $2,500 because we can't even spend that all. Most of us, I think I have like $1,500 left. So I think the $2,500 is sufficient. And guess what? We get to be big boys and big girls and figure out how we want to spend that or not spend it. So I'm just going to be sticking with the original motion. I think it's perfectly fine. And it seems like there's an appetite to have additional conversations about maybe a different type of fund that has, allows us to do sponsorships or something like that. So anyways, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Green.
So knowing that, my question is will there be oversight on electronic ads? Hearing that Councilmember Melendez thought she had that in her motion to have oversight on electronic ads, it kind of changes our conversation. You know what I mean?
So the oversight that I envision would be just that it complies with the laws, not the actual content of the message. So if, the FPBC mass mailing rulings and things say, the number of times a council member's name can be put on a letter and stuff, I'm not looking to censor, or I don't want to censor.
You're not allowed to, right? Yeah.
Right, speech. So it's a technical review, not an overall review.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Melendez, if that's okay, real quick.
To speak to that, Councilmember Green, in our previous discussion here, I had referenced it being related to city goals and that being part of the rubric for how things get approved. So there is a bit of censorship in regards to content that it has to relate to city goals. So I think that that's broad enough, but also accountable enough to keep us in line to actually be doing the work that we want to do. So I was hoping there would be some review, get the city manager's eyes on it.
Yeah.
Is it related to city goals? Yes, no, right?
Yeah, I get it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I'm not going to use any of this funds for communication personally. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm trying to protect the integrity of the office and things moving forward. And I feel like your motion and your clarification makes me feel better about it. So don't get mad that I've already seconded a motion and I might vote against it like you've done to me before. But I think that the first motion with the oversight it has is going to be fine. But with that said, let's listen to the rest of the council members. Let's get some votes and get some tacos before midnight.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, so that actually really did clarify. So, and the point of that is to make sure that it is not going to be used within that communication parameter. And I believe Councilmember Melendez has clarified that. So I will also be voting against the alternative substitute motion and sticking with my original second on the first motion.
Councilmember Melendez.
On yet, so I don't need to speak.
All right, well, I assume this is going to go down 4-1. Oh, please, go ahead.
Even if someone were to put out an electronic communication with their own money, it is still up to the discretion of the city manager and or the city attorney to reimburse those funds. Because I can send out whatever I want.
Yes, if
You
they
don't have
were
to pay me
just,
back.
if one of you as a member were to submit a reimbursement request for that to be reimbursed, yes, it would be subject to all this. But if the message has already gone out, then.
But you haven't paid for it, so it's kind of a moot point, isn't that correct?
We would just simply deny the reimbursement request.
So we just had an hour conversation to answer that question.
This is.
Let's go. Thank you.
This is a nonsensical policy from every direction. Yeah, go ahead and I'm putting you on record here with regard to disclaimer. I want you to address the disclaimer issue in your motion after my motion fails. You need to put the disclaimer in there. That should not be negotiable. The rest of it, do what you will with, but you need to tell people that you're spending taxpayer money or word it however you want, as long as it's clear to people that you're communicating with their tax dollars. Okay, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I was just, I make a joke about it, but not, it's like it's just making it lighthearted. But when I do give someone my business card, I do tell them this is a little bit of your taxpayer money. So by your logic, should we also be putting that on our business cards?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't use the city's business cards. They printed them for me. I didn't ask for them. I don't use them. I hand out a card that I paid for.
Awesome.
So I pay for all of my own communications, or I pay for it out of the dollars I've raised. I have not used any money from the taxpayers yet. If you pass this, I'm going to avail myself of the same privilege that you're going to avail yourselves of.
I hope you start using our business cards too, though. Save yourself some
I
money.
don't like our business cards.
Oh, okay.
Okay, does anybody else want to be heard on the substitute? All right, you're being put on record on disclaimer on equivalent proportional funding based on representational area, whether or not you're even going to hear a regulation on internet advertising, and whether or not you're even going to hear regulation on digital advertising that's the same as the ads that are regulated if they're printed. So I want you to know, to me, this is use of public funds, and accountability and transparency are paramount objectives that should be bipartisan. Councilmember O'Donnell.
I don't want to keep going in circles, but I just want to be clear that in order for an electronic communication to be considered city funds that are paid for out of the balance of this fund, it would then have to be reimbursed through an approval by the city manager and/or the city attorney, in which case, if it is not, then it's a moot point. It doesn't matter because we're not using city funds. Now, if you put the disclaimer on there that this was paid for by city funds or whatever verbiage we choose to use, then I would think that there's some violation of law or whatever other method we would want to look into. But until those funds reach your account that have been reimbursed by the city, everything that you've just mentioned, I understand the point you're making because it's a valid discussion to not have nefarious activity trying to run a campaign through city funds. But until that money hits my account from city manager or attorney, it's kind of moot. I mean, I understand the regulations you're trying to put forward, but they have to reimburse my funds once I spend it. Like, I can't sit at my desk upstairs on my own personal computer that I paid for and say, hey, reimburse me for all the communication going out on this.
Respectfully, I can't find any agreement with the argument you just made, because the reality is if you intend to pursue reimbursement from the public treasury, then you should use the disclaimer that says it was paid for by the public treasury, because you have an expectation at the time that you send it that you will be reimbursed with taxpayer dollars. So it is completely righteous that you should disclose that it was paid for with taxpayer dollars. So you have the opportunity to come back in the next motion and insert a disclaimer. Okay, I'm going to leave that up to you guys, but I'm asking you, if you kill all my other ideas, at least be honest with the public that you're using their funds.
My argument wasn't with the disclaimer. I don't disagree with the disclaimer. My argument was the idea that the city funds are being used for advertising, and until we're reimbursed, it's not being used for advertising. Regardless of the disclaimer on there, it's not paid for out of our account.
If you intend to seek reimbursement at the time that you pay for the advertisement, if you intend to seek reimbursement, then you should use a disclaimer that says it is being paid for, because you intend and you know when you are creating that communication, because we're all big boys and big girls, we know when we're creating these things whether we're going to seek reimbursement because we're going to be having it approved by the city attorney and 38 members of the city manager's staff for whether or not it qualifies as promoting our goals. You know full well whether or not you intend to seek reimbursement because you're going through this whole process. So there's a hole in the bottom of your pitcher here. I see what you're trying to do, but it ain't working.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to bring
The reality
forward
is,
the
if
idea
you
that until
intend to
I'm
pay for it
reimbursed,
with the
it's not-
public treasury, then you should disclose that. And that's that is perhaps the one thing that I'm going to take from this argument more than anything. And if you support transparent government, if you support honesty and accountability in government, then you have to tell people that you are spending their dollars the same way the Congress does it, the same way the legislature does it. That is just right. Would anybody else like to be recognized, or anybody else have anything to say on this? This is a vote on the substitute. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Is everyone locked in? Okay, that item fails with, you know what, I wish I would have abstained.
I can't tell you how to vote.
I know. You know what, it doesn't matter. Abstention would have been good on that, because I didn't even support it, and there's no way I'm supporting the final motion, not now or not when we come back. This is, you know, I almost did, but I wanted to make clear who was on what side of these issues. I'm making some really good accountability points here that I really think that you guys, so I'm asking you to come back and address the disclosure issue. That's the last I'm going to say of it. Councilmember Melendez.
I actually think that that's a great idea, Mr. Mayor. I have no problem with that. I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say, no, you can't put your signature in an email communication, right? That's like a little cold.
We already voted that down.
I know, but I'm making a comparison. But in terms of transparency and regulating digital ads, I don't see any problem with having a disclosure at the bottom of an ad that says paid for by the city of Vista, or, you know, something
I think it should say.
of that type, right? No problem with that at all. I think that that's a funny analogy that you hand people your business card and you're like, this is a little bit of your taxpayer dollars, because people should know what we're working on, and we absolutely have to be accountable to it. So, and I don't see any kind of problem with that. I think that that's great. So I would like to amend my motion to include that there is an appropriate disclosure of where these funds come from in regards to, let's say, I think the most appropriate space is like social media communications, social media ads.
And email.
And email. Okay, all digital communications. I have no problem with that.
Text messages?
Yes.
I didn't even think
You
about
have to do
that.
it for your campaign. Absolutely.
Didn't even think about that. Okay,
Yes, all
so,
electronic messages, all printed
and I
messages.
think that kind of answers a lot of the regulatory concerns of the gap that the FPPC provides. The FPPC does require disclosures on digital communications for a campaign. So we can kind of meet in the middle there, where like I get to have a signature at the end of my email that says, love Katie Melendez, Councilmember Melendez, and it can also say, you know, communication paid for by the city of Vista. City Attorney, you got that? Okay, stellar. Person who seconded my motion, are you cool with that?
I will maintain my second on your motion.
That's awesome. I hope that we're done.
The motion is second. Any other requests to speak? Deputy Mayor? Seeing none. Cast your votes. You're always entitled to correct your vote following the electronic vote if you push the wrong button. So I think my 10 cents was in there. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, right? All right. So we have any other speakers? I think the answer to that is no. No other oral. You sure? You waited all this time. Let's see. What else do we have? Our Deputy City Clerk, do you have any comments?
One more of these and she's retired.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Claire, woo!
Yeah.
Applause was appropriate for that.
Yes, it was. All right. We've only got 54 minutes to go.
Don't hit me with a good time.
Okay, our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez. City Attorney, our City Manager. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yes, I have many.
Let's hear him.
I just want to congratulate our Senator Catherine Blakespear on opening up her new office at 169 Saxony Road in Encinitas. We had some good representation there. Councilman Green was there. Imelda Huerta was there. Vista Unified School District was there. We had everybody. It was a huge event. It was great. So just want to congratulate the senator on that. I will be hosting a town hall, a date to be determined, but it will be in the very near future. It will be regarding the Burlington Coat Factory, or the old Burlington Coat Factory, as there is another project that is being proposed, and I want the community to be aware of it. I want to thank staff, the few of you that are still here, for all your hard work and all the presentations this evening. I want to thank my colleagues for the very lively and fun discussion, as it always is. I want to congratulate the Vista Chamber of Commerce on their 100-year birthday. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at the Vistonian tomorrow. Tomorrow, June 14th, is also National Flag Day, so make sure you put your flag up and fly it proudly. And then finally, actually two things. I don't want to steal any of Councilmember Green's thunder on this, but Scott Rayett did a huge job and tremendous effort in making sure that we were able to secure fireworks for the 4th of July. So congratulations. Thank you, Scott. Thank you to our city for your hard work as well. And finally, on June 18th, it will be my second anniversary, so I just want to give a shout out to my wife, Allie, who is at home with our child. Hopefully they're both sleeping. So everybody have a great night and enjoy your Taco Tuesday.
Councilmember Melendez.
Nothing more from me, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just want to thank everybody, the public, staff, my colleagues, for a really great discussion. We really tackled a lot of different, a variety of issues. And I really look forward to food trucks here in Vista. So everybody have a very good night and have a very good night's sleep.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, congrats to homie Catherine Blakespear on her office up there. I was disappointed there weren't tacos, but I was impressed that everything was biodegradable and recyclable, and like you had to use tongs to get your snacks because she like didn't want to like hurt birds or something. So anyway, great job on that. Also want to let you guys know Congressman Levin actually came down to do a special interview with me on my Councilman's Corner episode. So we got a good hour to kind of hash out everything he's doing up there. Like I say, I know Dan and I spoke to him about projects for housing for veterans specifically in the city of Vista. So I'm excited to have him bring money here. And last but not least, super important, May 29th, 2023, I leveled up as a grandpa of 2 baby girls. So my newest grandbaby's name is Calla Maeve Stocks. So baby Calla, grandpa loves you. You better be sleeping at least 7 hours a night for my baby girl Lainey because she got a lot of work to do. Anyway, thank you, colleagues. This is the only time we get to discuss anything we want openly. So I know it takes a long time, but I appreciate it. I appreciate your time. And thank you, Mayor, for all your insight and the rest of the staff as well. And Imelda, thanks for showing up out there in Encinitas with us. It was great to see you out there. Have a great rest of 51 minutes of Taco Tuesday.
And I would forego this, except it is so important. I will second what Councilmember O'Donnell said, and I need to get all the facts again, and we should properly recognize the people that helped us put our fireworks show on. But thank you to all of you who were involved in that. I know a lot of us were working very hard to get the word out, and ultimately it was successful. But we are very excited that our 53rd annual Independence Day celebration will go on this year on July 4th with fireworks. Bringle Terrace Park will open at 7 a.m. on the 4th, and Moonlight Amphitheater opens its gates at 5 p.m. There's a $5 admission charge for the Moonlight. Entertainment on the Moonlight stage starts at 7:35 p.m. with the Cassie B Project. The fireworks start at 9 p.m. There is no charge for parking at Bringle Terrace Park this year. Whoa. That's different. We encourage everyone who wishes to enjoy the fireworks show in the park to arrive early. And that is it. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Yeah, we do. You were only 3 hours off? We do a great. Well, when consent agenda goes for 2 hours,